I've been given the honour of introducing my friend Philip Pettit. Philip is a phenomenon. First of all, there's his velocity. He's sitting still at the moment, but it's been calculated that day and night, sleeping and waking through the whole year, his average speed over the surface of the Earth is more than 20 miles an hour. That gives you an idea of the widespread demand he is in for speaking engagements all over the world. Another thing is the direct political influence that he and his philosophy have. The clearest example was that Philip's brand of republicanism was explicitly adopted by a major national government, by the Spanish government, as its own philosophy. When José Zapatero became Prime Minister of Spain, he announced that he would govern in accordance with Philip's republicanism, and he commissioned Philip to check on him, to report on how well he was doing in that regard. I was wondering whether ever in modern history philosophy has had quite such a direct influence on politics, but then I thought that there are some precedents. For example, there's Karl Marx and John Stuart Mill, but after them I couldn't think of similar examples. So the next part of the phenomenon is the extraordinary quantity and depth of Philip's writings on a huge range of subjects. They range from philosophy of mind, philosophy of language, of action, metaethics, to moral philosophy and political philosophy. And Philip is a world leader in all those fields and in more as well. His philosophy is wide and deep. His writings constitute an extraordinarily influential body of work. I'm actually going to mention only one of them by name, and that's his most recent book, The Birth of Ethics, which came out just a few months ago. I'm mentioning it partly because I think it's an illuminating book, and partly because I think it might well constitute a good accompaniment, some good background reading for the lectures that are coming. I hope that I've judged that right. Philip is a companion of the Order of Australia, which is Australia's highest civil honour awarded by the Queen. I was disappointed to learn when this happened that it doesn't entitle us to call him Sir. Apparently, knighthoods are considered too elitist for modern egalitarian Australia. Obviously, the correct form of address for a companion of the Order of Australia is not Sir, but Mate. Philip is the Lawrence S. Rockefeller University Professor in the Princeton Center for Human Values. He's also a Distinguished University Professor of Philosophy at the Australian National University, and for us at Oxford, he's this year's Locke Lecturer. He is going to lecture to us on the subject of minds that speak.
Thanks, John. After that, there's no direction but down, I'm afraid. Thank you very much, John, for an extraordinarily generous introduction. I should say also thank you to the committee for inviting me, the faculty for inviting me to do these lectures. I certainly consider it the highest honour I've ever received in philosophy. I think it's almost unparalleled, and I'm not sure I deserve it, certainly when I look at the list of people who've given it, but well, I accept it nonetheless, and so here goes. So some of you will have seen the overview or these abstracts of the lectures, and the general thesis I want to explore. It's going to take me over a large range of areas, and in many of them I carry very light baggage, and no doubt we'll learn from both your response in the lectures and I hope from the seminars, which will be held with graduate students, I think, primarily on Thursdays at 11 o'clock. But the thesis is basically this, that there are certain capacities of ours which are very distinctive, I think, of human beings, mental capacities, broadly speaking, capacities for thought and for interaction, which are not presupposed strictly, or so I'm going to suggest, by our capacity to speak, but which are catalyzed by our capacity to speak. In other words, the ability to speak, the habit, the practice of speaking and of hearing, of conversation, basically, of exchange, it seems to me necessitates almost, against certain background circumstances, precipitates or catalyzes, as I say, these different capacities. And I think, at least I find it illuminating, and I desperately hope that somebody else finds it illuminating as well, to see these capacities as the, so to speak, the product of our capacity to speak. I'm going to defend that general thesis with regard to 6 capacities, skills, whatever word you prefer, starting today with what I'm going to call, probably opaquely, but I hope at the end not so opaquely, the capacity for judgment. And then I'm going to talk about reasoning the next day, the following day, the particular character of our perceptual consciousness. Then I'm going to move on to capacity for commitment and for, indeed, forming various forms of social bond. Fifthly, I'm going to go on to our capacity to count as persons and what it is to be a person and to perform as selves. And then the last lecture is going to be on our capacity to assume responsibility and indeed ascribe responsibility to others, to assume it for what we do, to ascribe it to them for what they do, a capacity clearly very tightly tied up with the notion of free will. So that's a rather large area, and I'm going to do the best I can. It'll have to be at very high altitude. That's the altitude you have to achieve to cover a broad area. But I hope I'm going to be put right in areas where I'm not proficient enough and make a misstep. Okay, so today to talk about judgment, I'm going to spend the early part of the lecture introducing my way of thinking about, for purposes of today's lecture and later lectures, about agency, what it is to be an agent, and then about speech and what's involved in the idea of speaking. A very simple sort of model, just to get clear about the basics. And then I'm going to move on to argue about what happens if, in virtue of our capacity to speak, in respect of judgment in particular. I should maybe at this stage say something about the methodology. It's very kind of John to mention the Birth of Ethics book, but it uses the sort of methodology I'll be relying on here, although not so explicitly here as in that book. I've called it occasionally, but the word is used in different senses. If Amia is here, she uses it in a different sense, I think, the word genealogy. I think of it as a counterfactual methodology of asking, for a given capacity, imagine a situation, thought experiment, where people lack the capacity you're talking about, and then see if you can tell a constructive story about how, perhaps in interaction with one another, people might come to develop that capacity. And the idea is if you can see, so to speak, how it's made, how it comes about, or how it might come about, it is counterfactual, in creatures otherwise like us, except in lacking that capacity to begin with, you'll get a good sense, or at least a possible illumination, of what it is that's involved in having that capacity. Now, this is not it seems to me, not a novel methodology, certainly not, but it's not one that's so to speak, appears that often in the taxonomy of philosophical method. It's, for example, the methodology that Herbert Hart used when in the early 50s, he actually was published in the early 60s, he wrote his really wonderful study, The Concept of Mind. The concept of law. Got the wrong topic. And in the concept of law, as many of you will remember, Hart begins with and assumes a society where there is no law by our concept of law, which is yet to be articulated. And then he imagines things that would happen almost inevitably in that society. And he builds it up stage by stage, interaction by interaction, to a story about, if you remember, primary rules and then secondary rules. But without going into the details, at a certain point he says, now, don't we have a good candidate for what law or a legal regime means in where we've been led in this counterfactual story, starting from a possible but presumably plausible scenario, may not be actual history, doesn't matter. Have we got a candidate thereby for what's involved in having a legal system? Actually, economists use it quite a lot when they ask, what is money? Because you're almost always invited to think about a society that's a barter society. Now, we know pretty well, on the basis of recent anthropological work, that there probably never were pure barter societies of that kind. But it's purely counterfactual again. And the story the economist will tell, as many of you know, is you think about the difficulties of living in a barter society. You know, I raise puppies, I've got puppies to sell. I want to get I want to get a piece of furniture, but the person makes the furniture maybe down the way, doesn't want a puppy, so I can't exchange with him. So you get all of these problems of would-be purchasers finding would-be sellers in exchange. And under that pressure, so the story goes, whether or not you're convinced by it, a commodity is likely to emerge that everyone recognizes that a lot of people want. So I could get it even if I don't want it, or because I probably know someone who wants it. And so there's a convergence on that commodity. It might be cattle, it might be cigarettes, as in post-World War II Germany, we're told, Berlin. It might be, of course, gold or some precious metal. But as you get investment and search for that commodity, of course, you also get a demand for IOUs in that commodity for those who can supply it, and then it becomes useful in trade. And the economist takes this quite a few stages further, but again, at a certain point says, you want to know what money is. Now look, does that sound awfully like money? And of course, by virtue of having that story, you have a sense about, if you take that to be a good candidate for what money refers to, you've got also a sense of the role that money is playing in that society, much like the law case in Hart's genealogy. But the methodology is used more widely still. So, for example, I think that Paul Grice's method of creature construction is very similar to it, although he doesn't give it a social twist. You remember, the idea is you want to know what it is to have a certain, say, psychological capacity. Imagine a creature that doesn't have that, something you've constructed, and think about the various things you might do, each of which is independently intelligible, and see if you can reach a point where you say, now, doesn't that imaginary creature have that capacity? Again, it's this sort of, this seeking to understand by means of seeking how it might be generated. You know, that's the general sort of methodology I'm following. And so I'm going to be asking, with regard to a counterfactual scenario, creatures like us, and that's really important, for example, like us in ways that language does presuppose, like creatures who are good at joint action, doing things together. People like Tomasello insist that that's really important for language, and I've been persuaded by him. The creatures who have those sorts of capacities, but just lack language, speech, and then imagine the difference that speech might make. Could it be introduced, assuming that, and ask about the capacities it might precipitate, bring on stream. And if there are capacities that speech does not strictly presuppose, at least the very simple sort of speech I'm going to imagine in my scenario, then you've got at least a claim that speech is a precipitator, a necessitator, a catalyst for those properties. And perhaps, I'm not going to argue that, perhaps the only way of bringing those properties, those capacities on stream. I'm not going to be arguing that other animals do not have these capacities, that negative claim is really going to be beyond the reach of any philosophical method. It requires empirical data. But I'll often suggest that at least animals we're familiar with do lack them. And of course, if this approach is right, I mean, if there's something at least in it, that actually speech is the catalyst for these capacities, it may well be. But I'm not going to argue that there are capacities that are specific to our human speaking species, so to speak. So let me begin with talking a little bit about agency. So I'm going to start with a very simple model or concept of what an agent is. So this isn't something I expect, I'm trying to deflect controversy. People might want to say, well, I wouldn't call that an agent, but this is what I'm going to call an agent. Let me give you the abstract definition first. I'm following the handout from now on, basically. What I've just said to you is stuff that will come up in section 3 again. I think of an agent as, and this is, I think, almost verbatim quoted from David Lewis, it's a system that reliably pursues certain purposes. So we have to have a notion of a purpose in a system that reliably produces certain purposes and produces them according to representations that it has of the environment in which it's operating. At least does that normally, so to speak, on a good day. Okay, so let's make that a little bit more concrete. I think the notion of a purpose you can probably introduce even with something as simple as a sunflower. A sunflower, at least if my botany or biology is correct, it tracks the sun in the course of the day. Now, that's a reliably produced effect, and it's an effect which the sunflower is organized to produce, is not just contingent. Organized to produce, as we assume, under pressures of natural selection. So it's really built to have this effect, and this effect, to that extent, is a purpose of the sunflower. But of course, the sunflower is not an agent. And that's basically because, and I know we might quibble about some of the details here, but it's basically because it operates in one scenario, one situation only. Broadly one situation and one type of situation. You get agency only when you have a system that's reliably producing a purpose, or one of a number of purposes, but let's stick with one for the moment, and reliably producing that purpose in varying scenarios. So as situations vary, it still keeps producing that purpose. Now then you're going to have something like an agent. So very simple example. Think of the bird, that looks for fish and dives to reach the fish. Just think of that as its one and only purpose, to simplify things, if you wish. Imagine the bird, hovering. It sees a fish in the water, and with uncanny accuracy with many of these species, but not unfailing success, the bird will dive and catch the fish. But of course, as the bird dives, first of all, it may be at one another angle from the fish, so it's got to adjust for the angle from which it's seeing the fish. Equally, as it dives, there are going to be winds of various kinds. It's got to adjust for the wind exactly to keep itself on track. And as it moves, of course, the fish is probably moving as well. So it's continually got to readjust, and bang, it gets the fish. Now, such a creature is certainly an agent by this abstract characterization. There's a purpose it reliably produces in suitable circumstances of catching a fish, and it reliably produces that purpose in different scenarios, in different situations. Now, how does it do that? Well, obviously, it's in some way registering features of this situation. It may be registering with its eyes as it sees the fish and the fish is moving. It may be registering them with its wings, that respond to the currents of air and so on. The gust of wind causes it to adjust with its muscles. And that adjustment it makes in registering how things are around here, something the sunflower doesn't have to do, that adjustment actually controls or channels how it pursues its purpose. So in Lewis's definition, it pursues a purpose reliably, catching that fish, according to these adjustments to situation, according to its representations of the situation that it's in. The representation, the purpose is there leading it. The representation is an adjustment of circumstances, and bang, it gets the purpose across those variations because of these representations of the environment. I stress the bird example, as some of you will recognize, because there are various debates around representation and whether representationalism is all wrong that seem to me to trade on an excessively narrow notion of what a representation is. I think of the bird as representing its circumstances, but its representation is, so to speak, distributed probably throughout its whole body. The eyes play an important part, possibly the ears, and certainly the wings, which are, and its sense of pressure of the air against, so it's spread throughout its body. But it's still an agent because it now has a purpose that it's reliably pursuing according to representations of its environment, and representations in particular that are reliably produced themselves. I mean, it generates these representations reliably. Just to keep the examples from getting too thin, another simple example I often use is, imagine a little robot on that table, and perhaps the robot is surrounded by objects like that little recording device, some of them on its side, some of them upright, and you see the robot and you notice that it's got little stalk-like things, the end of its head, as you might call it. It's got little arms and it's got wheels, and you discover the following, that whenever it's continually, as it were, scanning its environment, as we tend to say, and whenever it sees one of these things, maybe a glass, maybe a bottle on its side, it suddenly goes into action, moves towards the bottle and lifts it with its little arms, right? Puts it upright. And you find by trial and error that it does that very reliably. So like the bird, it's got a purpose, an effect that reliably produces. It's designed to produce the effect. And it reliably produces it according to, so as we can see, reliably produced representations of where the thing on its side is, how far away it is, how near it is to it as it gets nearer and nearer and nearer. Or it does that, so to speak, in favorable circumstances, on a good day, because perhaps if this is very near the edge, you know, it'll try to lift and it falls off. And you wonder, well, maybe its purpose was either to lift them or to knock them off the edge. Some of you remember Fodor's disjunction problem about content. But the normal interpretation would be to say, it's probably designed to lift them. It's just when the thing is very near the edge, that's a very unfavorable circumstance. So it just falls off by accident. It's like not succeeding. It's like the bird with the final gust of air being blown off course and not catching the fish. Anyhow, that's my abstract little characterization of what agency is. Now, of course, those are terribly simple agents that we talked about, each with one purpose. And in the case of the robot, with just one source of inputs on the basis of which it adjusts to circumstances in pursuit of its purpose. In the case of the bird, there are more. But of course, most natural agents, indeed nowadays most robotic agents, are actually much more complex than that. They have a number of input devices, like hearing or feeling or smelling, as well as seeing, if they have seeing at all. They've got many different purposes, not just one. And depending on circumstances, one or another purpose will be, as it were, selected for it. They don't just act on their immediate environment, but they act with a view to a future environment, a change that will occur, whatever. They may even, like us, act with regard to they may form representations how things possibly could be or necessarily are, rather than just representations about how things actually are around here, and so on. So I want to think, though, that across that whole spectrum of agents, right up to us, including us, I shouldn't have said up to us, but I suppose maybe I am committed to some sort of hierarchy here with the speech thesis, but including us, all of these agents satisfy the core definition. They're systems such that they have purposes that they reliably pursue according to reliably generated representations of their environment, at least when things go well by independent standards. Now, one thing I want to say about an agent is that in this sort of conception of agency is that an agent whenever it does something in pursuit of a purpose, I'm going to say that, well, it intends, it acts with the intention of, with the purpose of securing that purpose. It acts intendedly, as you might say, for that purpose. I use intendedly, which is actually English, but just about, not very common English, rather than intentionally, because intentionally is slightly weaker. So, for example, the bird may hate getting its feathers wet. Maybe that so it really has to, flop them afterwards and dry them out and so on. It hates it. But it gets its feathers wet, and perhaps it even foresees that it's going to wet its feathers and dye it for that fish. It doesn't want to get its feathers wet, but it foresees that in going for what it does want, which is to catch the fish, it will get its feathers wet. Now, you might say then, although perhaps this is stretching our sense of a bird's cognitive capacities, that it knowingly wets its feathers, it intentionally wets its feathers, it's not unintentional. It could see that was part of the package of catching the fish, that you wet your feathers. So it intentionally wets its feathers, it intendedly catches the fish, but it doesn't intend to. I just mentioned that because it's going to come up later in this lecture. One thing to notice about an agent, though, is that agents of the kind I'm talking about, at least it need not be that they do anything intendedly about their own states of mind, as we might call them now, about their own purposes or their own representations. And I'll use the words from now on freely, their own desires and their own beliefs. So, for example, the little robot, or the bird for that matter, let's focus on the robot. The robot does all sorts of things acting on the external environment, and it intentionally moves in that direction, lifts this and so on, or intendedly does those things. But it doesn't, for example, do anything with the intention of its own representations being correct or its own desires evolving in an appropriate way. I mean, its beliefs, of course, its representations do alter all the time. As it moves, sees something on its side, it moves towards it, it's registering all the time how close it is now. Is it time to stop? Is it time to raise the arms? It's got these representations coming, but they update, as we say about them, but they update subpersonally, or without any intention. It doesn't try to, say, form a belief. It doesn't do anything with the intention of forming a belief. The beliefs just come and go in a subpersonal, more or less autonomic, non-intentional, non-conscious way. And that can be true of almost any agent, as far as I can see, that it acts with intention only on the external environment. Just to put in a contrast, think of Rodin's Le Penseur, thinking. Obviously, Le Penseur is trying to perhaps form a belief about something. Is Pythagoras' theorem really compelling or not? And maybe he's thinking through that. That's an attempt to form a belief on a certain issue. You never see, now here I am going into the dangerous territory, but I think it's fair enough to say you never see a dog, except maybe in a Gary Larson cartoon, with its head resting on its paw, thinking out something. And that seems to be, it carries this intuition that dogs and many animals do nothing about the state of their own minds. They just act with an intention of changing the environment about them. Their mind is made up for them by the inputs. They don't make up their minds themselves. Okay, that's enough on agency, just to give a picture of what I have in background. Now about speech. Well, this is more dangerous territory in a way because it's such a fraught area. But let me make some very just simple remarks to get clear about what I'm going to have in mind. Think about an example that's long been in the philosophical literature from Cheney and Seyfarth and Cheney and Seyfarth, of the vervet monkeys. I bet probably everybody knows the example. Actually, Ian Rumford was using it nicely in a lecture I heard him give on Saturday. The vervet monkeys, they've got a number of different alarm calls. And in particular, just pick two. They've got one alarm call that they use for a leopard in sight, another alarm call that they use for a certain bird, say, I think it's a certain sort of hawk or eagle, in sight. And when any of these vervet monkeys in a tribe sees a leopard, they make the one call. See a bird in the sky, a dangerous bird, an eagle, say, they make another call. And the interesting thing about this is that others, and John McDowell has very interesting commentary on this in a paper on Strawson's work, in a collection of papers on Strawson's work. That's Peter Strawson's work, edited by Zach van Straten quite a number of years ago. McDowell makes the point about that what happens is that the vervets, presumably, when they hear the sound, it just acts for them as a stimulus, so to speak, that causes them to act as if, in the one case, there was a leopard there. In the other case, there was an eagle there. So in the one case, they rush to the tree. In the other case, they go for hiding in the bushes, right, to protect against the bird. And what he says is that the sound, commenting on Cheney and Seyfarth, that the sound is like a stand-in or a substitute for the real situation. Now, of course, you can imagine even with vervets, and we assume they're producing these sounds for the moment non-intentionally, just as a sort of reflex. But for the vervets, even for the vervets, you can imagine a particular vervet who maybe makes the leopard sound all the time. You can imagine that the others in the tribe might well stop responding. He's called wolf too often, so to speak. This guy is just not reliable, or whatever. You can imagine that they do that. But the default response to a sound is to act as if things were as the sound, you might say, indicates they are. I think of that sort of sound produced by one creature that evokes a response in its conspecifics, its, so to speak, apt audience, which is the same as the response of a given situation. I think of that sound as being or it could be, of course, a sign rather than a sound of any kind, as an indicator of the situation. Now notice that these are non-intentionally, we can presume, indicators of the situations that the signaling monkey, the signaling vervet, is seeking to, he's not really seeking to do anything. If we're assuming it's a reflex, he's just sounding off. Very happy reflex, because of course the tribe is going to do better on the whole, presumably in selectional terms, competitive terms, if it evolves signs of this kind. Okay, but now I want you to imagine that we've got a hold of the notion of an indicator. And now think about an agent who produces indicators of whatever it might be in the environment, but produces them intendedly. With what purpose? Well, with the purpose, perhaps, of getting the other monkeys, say, in its tribe, or the other agents, let's move away from the monkeys, of getting its audience, in some sense of audience, of getting its audience to behave as if something or other was the case. So there's a sound S, let's suppose, and the sound is related to the situation P, and the agent intentionally produces that sound S as its purpose, with the intention of getting those who hear it to act as if it were the case that P, to respond to things as if it were the case that P. Broadly speaking, to basically believe that P. And that's a very simple sense of belief, of a disposition responsive to circumstances to act as if those circumstances obtained. Okay, now imagine further that those in the audience, in general, and perhaps it makes various sounds in this intentional way, they recognize that this guy is doing this with that purpose, to get them to behave as if P. And they recognize that perhaps because they themselves do this all the time. They also can produce indicator signs with the intention of getting others around them to act as if that situation obtained that the sign actually indicated. In that case, and now I am going to move really rather rapidly here, but just to get, you can see where I want to get. In that case, each is going to ascribe the intention, certain intentions are going to see certain goals that it will think of any producer of a sign S as having. First of all, of course, the goal of getting us to behave as if P, in producing the sign S. And although, of course, this is almost certainly not going to be explicit, it's not explicit with us, it doesn't have to be explicit. And recognizing, of course, that the creature is getting us to behave as if S is not forcing us or anything in that direction to behave in that way, but is getting us to respond in that way, to believe that P, by recognizing that he's using a sign with the intention of precisely getting us to believe that P. And suddenly you've got Grice's dual intention associated with language, the primary intention of getting an audience to believe something, and a secondary intention, subsidiary intention, maybe wholly implicit, of doing so by means of revealing that intention to get the audience to believe that P. Now, imagine one further step. So I've taken you through, the verb, it gets intentional, audience recognizes what the sounder, the signer is doing. Last stage, as you might say, is everyone recognizes that that's the case. So it's wholly overt, as you might say, or wholly manifest between them what's going on, that one is producing a sign with the intention of getting others to behave as if something or other was the case, and the other is recognizing that that's what they're doing. Now, at that stage, we have what I think of as a very basic sort of communication. And what do I mean by speech? Well, very simply, what I mean by speech is an exchange between agents of these indicative acts of communication, thereby presumably increasing the information that's available on each side. Well, of course, unless they're being insincere, unless they're wanting to deceive one another. Because, of course, it's always possible now that a creature can produce an indicator intentionally, others recognizing what it wants and that it wants them to believe this, to respond as if it were the case, on the basis of they're recognizing that that's what he's doing, trying to get them to do that. All of that can happen, but the audience be deceived because the speaker may be hiding his or her, or its intention to actually, it may be hiding the fact that he doesn't actually, it may be seeking to mislead the audience. It may not itself believe that P, but try to get the audience to believe that P, to act as if P were the case. Is that a problem? Well, among agents that we assume to be like us, I think it's not as big a problem as might seem to be the case straight off, for tit-for-tat reasons, for reputational reasons. If we live in a community of agents who now have developed this ability to swap indicator signs, if I can interrupt, I should say, of course, that the indicator signs that you can imagine these agents using, they may be compositionally structured as our sentences are compositionally structured. I've no story to tell because I don't think any of us fully understands how compositional structure appears actually in speech, but I'm going to just assume that. And of course, it's also the case that a given indicator sign can come to communicate different things in different circumstances, as in maybe used ironically or metaphorically or whatever, but I'm going to abstract from that too. I'm just focusing on a very basic sort of speech that is purportedly, at any rate, aiming just at communicating that a scenario that's tied to the use of a certain sign obtains in the Gricean way. But back to deception. I think the deception may not be as great a problem as it seems, because in a society of creatures like us, each is going to have to rely on others when others give them information, else they're not going to benefit from what the others say. But in order to benefit from the information that the others provide, they'd better prove reliable themselves. In other words, they'd better prove to be sources of sound information rather than misinformation, or else they're going to get the name for being unreliable. And in that case, the others will, first of all, have no incentive to tit for tat, to be reliable in return. On the contrary, they lack that incentive. They may not be reliable. They may even have an incentive to punish, which is the tit for tat, as in, I'll do the same to him, or to it, or to her, so to speak. That'll show them. Now, that's the tradition. We know that tit for tat is a mechanism, and there are variations on it, and there are all sorts of qualifications, but we know from the literature, in game theory and in evolutionary theory, that actually tit for tat has emerged as an interactive sort of pattern in many different species, including amongst human beings. I'm going to assume that if these people are subject to tit for tat pressures, where each has got to prove reliable, so as therefore to expect others to be reliable in return, and to be able to expect that he can get others to rely on him or her or it, when that happens to be beneficial. If any of these agents is going to have those capacities, it's going to have to prove reliable itself. So that gives us now an image, I hope, a very crude, simple concept of what an agent is, what it is for agents to speak in this very basic way. And now on to my thesis, and I anticipated a lot of what's in 3 at the very beginning. I'm going to ask us to go through a thought experiment in which we imagine creatures like us otherwise, who do not speak. Think of them as higher primates, if you like. And I'm going to ask you to imagine that as if by a miracle, maybe the miracle of evolution may have taken thousands of years or whatever, they come to speak. And I'm going to suggest that their ability to speak is going to, as I say, catalyze various capacities, and I'm going to focus on judgment in a moment, catalyze a capacity that is itself not presupposed to basic speech, as I've just characterized it. So, one may indicate, as I say here, where the fish are running, another may indicate where the fruit is ripening, and each will do this reliably to the extent that they wish to prove reliable and to be able to get others to rely on them and so on. So imagining a society in which this indicator speech, this very simple speech, always focused, I should say, just on the environment for the moment, really simple as well as basic speech. They communicate in this way with one another about this scenario, and I'm going to now raise the question about what the advent of such speech might bring on stream. Okay, and that takes me to section 4 in the paper if you're following the handout. Although there's one thing I really regret not having said, so let me add this because it's a bit of entertainment. It gives you a little break anyhow, which is in talking about how in normal communication, it's not just that I seek a response from you by virtue of you recognizing that I'm seeking that response, as in I want to get you to believe something. It's also the case that this is overt between us. The overtness issue was much discussed in this university, for example, by Strawson and others post-Grice, of course by Grice himself too. But Simon Blackburn drew my attention to a really a lovely poem that gets this very clearly, except, oh my God, I've forgotten to bring it with me. I'm sorry. No, I have. I may remember the gist of it. It's a poem by Coventry Patmore. Do some of you remember this, if only from Simon's book, Spreading the Word? And it's called The Kiss. And the poet, so to speak, talking to this young woman, whom, as the scene is, she's been lying there as it were asleep. A man, her lover, has crept into the room and has taken a kiss. And the poet says something like, I saw you take a kiss. She says, 'tis true. And he says, oh, modesty. As in, oh, modesty has been cast to the winds, to which our response is, and this is where I wish I could remember the words. Oh, dear. Oh, no, I have it. I'm sorry. No, I don't. Yes, I have it. I saw you take his kiss. 'Tis true, oh, modesty. To which he responds, "'Twas strictly kept." And then explains, "He thought me asleep." And then she says, "Well, at least I knew he thought I slept." It's a nice case of where, there isn't the full common knowledge of what's going on, and therefore there isn't real communication, but there's something sort of close to it. Anyhow, that's my little comic break, or whatever, poetic break for the moment. So the picture, I hope, is clear. Okay, so let's start on this, as it were, this thought experiment. So we've got creatures otherwise like us, and they get to use this basic, simple speech. And so let's see what's likely to happen. Well, I've got a series of points which are under 4. A first point, it strikes me, is this. Suppose that I, a member of this community, do speak truthfully, and let's suppose I speak carefully, because of course I'd better also keep a reputation for being reliable in the sense of being competent as well as being sincere or truthful. Suppose that I speak sincerely and pretty carefully in saying something. Maybe saying, well, let's stick with the hallowed example, P. Okay, I'm going to call that as I make a judgment that P. I judge that P, because it's sincere and it's careful. And of course so saying that P sincerely and carefully is judging the P. Saying it in my heart, in Peter Geach's phrase, from Mental Acts, if I remember, saying it in my heart is also judging that P. It's being disposed to say it sincerely and carefully out loud, but I don't actually go to speak out loud. Okay, now suppose that I judge that P in that sense. It seems to me that, and this is going to be true of each one of us in this community, we make judgments all the time. It had better be the case that when we make a judgment that P, any one of us, it had better be the case that in general we believe that P. That is to say, we're disposed roughly to act as if P is the case, putting aside issues of holism and so on, complications of that kind. Because after all, if we made judgments, but maybe we believed them, maybe we didn't, maybe we were disposed to act as if it's true, maybe we weren't. Well, in that case, the language would be totally useless. It would be wholly non-functional. It wouldn't serve the people in the community in giving information to them about how the world is, in trading information in that sense, like my information to you about where the fish are running, your information to me about where the fruit is ripening, or whatever. If we may or may not believe the things we judge to be the case, then that's going to break down completely. So my first claim is that for these creatures, if language is functional, speech is functional, it had better be the case that as they judge, so they're going to believe. Second point, is this going to be hidden from them? Well, no, it's going to be manifest to them. Actually, in the strong sense, it seems to me that everyone is going to be aware, maybe not explicitly, that this is the case, and of course assume that others are aware of it too, and assume that everyone assumes that everyone is aware of it, and the usual sort of hierarchy. Why so, Bill? Because if we didn't assume that that was the case, and as it were as a matter of common assumption, take it to be the case, then why would we rely on one another's words ever? You would have no reason to think that these words are reliable as an indicator how the world is, at least according to that agent, unless in general what the agent said when speaking sincerely and carefully, when judging that something is the case, actually corresponded with how he did, or she did, or it did represent or believe the world, take the world to be. It would be totally useless again. It wouldn't be usable. The first failure would make it useless, impossible to use. The second failure of manifested would make it impossible for people to use. Okay, but now, so here's the third thing. That means that when I or you or any of us in this community say P, it's going to be true of saying P, of judging that P, judging carefully and truthfully, saying carefully and truthfully of P, it's going to be true that that's something we can intend to do. it had better be something we intend to do, because remember the story is I want to get my audience to respond in a certain way, as if P, I say P with this intention. Well, that means I'm aiming at getting my audience to respond in that way. That means I'm making this judgment intendedly. I desire to make the judgment, and so I make the judgment intentionally. I should say, this is really important. I misexpressed myself a little bit. I should have said, I make the judgment as to whether P intentionally. You know, you ask me, is P the case? Is the fruit ripe on the hill? And I intentionally respond, meaning I intentionally make a judgment on that issue. And as a result of making that judgment, I say P. We can reuse the word I judge that P is the case. Okay, so we intentionally, in that sense, make judgments about whether this or that is the case in a given issue. Of course, we're going to be in a situation in view of the manifestness of seeing that if I judge on that issue, whether P, I'm going to have formed a belief as to whether P, because it's manifest that belief goes with judgment, the second sort of stage. And that means, going back to our earlier distinction, that I'm going to, when I intendedly judge that P, I'm going to judge whether P, I'm going to foreseeably, knowingly, and intentionally form a belief on whether P is the case or not. And they're going to be naturally going together. But now, this takes you to a fourth stage that's now comes on stream, I think, fairly quickly, which is that presumably on most of the issues on which we try to make judgments, intend to make judgments, and come up with a particular judgment, on most of those issues, we're going to want to have a belief in those issues. We're not just going to want to have a judgment, but not actually a belief. I mean, now there are cases where that's so, when I'm going to come to them in the final section. But in general, we'd better want to believe as well as wanting to judge on a given issue like P. And that means that not only when I make a judgment that P, I can foresee and therefore intentionally form a belief on whether P or not, it also means that I can make a judgment on whether P in order to form a belief as to whether P. In other words, my focus, my desire may be primarily on forming the belief and only as an instrument, so to speak, to that end, actually forming the judgment on whether P. So that means that I can intentionally set about forming a judgment on something with a view to having a belief on that issue. I can aim at having a belief. And now you can see immediately, going back to where I said that agency as such does not require that people do anything intendedly or intentionally even with a view to their own representations, their own states of mind. But here we have coming on stream as a result of speech being available that these speakers are able to do something intendedly, make judgments on this issue or that issue, maybe issues that others had asked them about, maybe issues they asked themselves about. I use the fruit ripening, what did I see, and so on. And they can actually set about intendedly to form beliefs on given issues. So that makes a very, very decisive sort of break with what might otherwise have just gone with agency. I've been a little bit lax in saying form a belief. Because, of course, what may be the case, may certainly be the case, is that when you make a judgment on whether P, it turns out you already had a belief, you hadn't articulated it, as you might say, you hadn't brought it to words. So when you make a judgment, you may not be forming a belief on whether P for the first time, you may be confirming, so to speak, that you have that belief. The word I'm going to use here is that you can make the judgment with a view to, with your main intention being, to ensure that you have the belief that P. Okay, so we should move from forming the belief to at least ensuring that you have the belief. Ensuring where you'll ensure you have the belief even if you had it already, or even if you brought it on stream for the first time. There's one other qualification I should also put into this story as I've told it in the handout. It's slightly earlier. It's at the top of page 4, if I remember. And that is that you generally will form a belief when you make a judgment. I was back to the first point. But perhaps not always. Because there are cases where, you form a judgment, but it doesn't catch. We all are aware of that in ourselves. I'll give you an example in a moment, at least one possible example. And of course, if it's possible in us, it's possible in these creatures that we're talking about. So think about the case where you're talking to a gambler, a regular gambler, and you tell him or her all about the gambler's fallacy. And you take him through the argument, and he says, God, I've never seen that before. Of course, it's the case if they're independent events, the red, the black, the red, the black, tails, the heads, or whatever. Then the fact that you've had a run of heads doesn't mean that there's a higher chance of getting a tails the next time. That's a fallacy. It's just the same. It's an independent event as it ever was, 50-50 if it's a fair coin, or similarly with the red and the black. And you can imagine the person really agreeing with you vehemently. But then it turns out that it just made no impact. It didn't, as well, reach his or her heart. It didn't reach into the entrails, because that evening at the casino, there the person is again, I'm going to put everything on the black. There's been 10 reds, They're seized with this sort of, I think, belief that there really is a higher odds. Now, what's happened? Well, in that case, presumably, they have formed the judgment all right and formed it intendedly, and they might even have assumed they will have formed the belief, but actually they didn't form the belief. I think there are cases where judgment can fail like that, and they're worth thinking about, and they're special sorts of cases. All I need at point 1 is generally judgment, sincere, careful saying, is going to go along with belief. Second stage, this is going to be manifest to all of us, otherwise we wouldn't rely on one another. Third stage, this means that any one of us can intentionally make a judgment on whether P, and intendedly make a judgment on whether P, and foresee that they will, of course, thereby in general, things going well, ensure that they have a belief on whether P. And then the next stage is, well, of course, they're clearly going to want to have beliefs on the issues where they're judging, so they may actually be making judgments on things in order to ensure more or less because of the casino type case, to ensure more or less that they have a belief on that issue. They want to have a belief on this issue, and hey, they can do something about it in order, at least data permitting. Of course, it may be that the evidence is short, they're short of evidence, but data permitting, they can actually do something intendedly in order to ensure, more or less, that they have a belief on the issue in question. And now that marks, as I say, a deep break with what agency in itself entails, or sort of requires, because agency in itself is quite consistent with all updating of belief being subpersonal, unconscious, non-intentional. But what I'm saying here is that once you have a speaking species, a speaking group of agents, they will be able to do something with intention, making judgments, saying things sincerely and carefully, and they can do it with a view to forming beliefs on those issues. Enter Rodin's Le Penseur. He wants to form a belief on something or other. Maybe a matter of history, maybe a matter of who was that person he met yesterday, maybe a matter of Pythagoras' theorem or some issue in mathematics. And what is he doing? He's trying to make a judgment on what is true in the issue that he is thinking about. And he's doing that, presumably, in order to form a belief. So what he's doing is he's acting with intention in order to do something to his own mind, not just to the environment. Now, I think once you see that for the particular issue, you can see that this is going to release, and this is really my fifth point, a general capacity, which is a capacity to make up your own mind rather than having your mind made up for you. Now, I had a comment on desire in the handout. I'm not going to go into it now because I'll run out of time, but I'd happily explore it in the Q&A or in the seminar tomorrow. But I want to come to the fifth section. So there's a problem with this story, which many of you will have immediately thought of, which is that when I judge as to whether P or not P, I may make the judgment, of course, it's as to whether it's more or less probable that P or not. There may be probability in the content, but the judgment is on-off, right? You either make the judgment or you don't make the judgment about the issue in question. And of course, when we make judgments become standing as, so to speak, opinions. So we have opinions on all sorts of things. That was a word that Dan Dennett, I think, introduced into this discussion. But opinions also are on-off. You have it or you don't have it. I mean, you may have a bit of probability stuck into the content, as in your opinion is that it's more likely than not that P, that's stuck into the content. But you have the opinion or you don't have the opinion. Now, the interesting thing is that on the best formulations of what belief is now, I present a belief as you believe something when you're disposed by how things present, at any rate, to act as if they were the case, right? On that sense of belief, often called credence. Let's call it credence from now on, actually. In that sense of belief, credences are generally taken to come in degrees in the best formulations of decision theory. And now I make judgments on-off. But according to, if we accept that for a moment, I'm prepared to accept it, but the credences we're forming come in degrees. Like I said P, but do I really believe it? Do I have a level 1 level of confidence? No, almost certainly not. In probability theory, I can't unless it's a tautology, right? But maybe I have a 0.75 or 0.85. But wait a moment, what is the connection between these on-off judgments and opinions, the standard counterparts, and credences, which come in degrees? And so I need to address that issue. So let me just very briefly say what appeals to me as a line on that issue. If you ask me to make a judgment on something, let me take an example that will remind you all of a literature. You ask me, is the bank open on a Friday afternoon? Is the bank open tomorrow on Saturday morning? Now, if I say, yeah, it's open, does that mean I've got 100% credence that it's open? Suppose you said, you mean you've got 100% credence? That's great that it's open. I said, oh, wait a minute, hold on a moment. I mean, I'm going to say it's open probably, even if I don't have 100% credence, so long as the bank is not open possibilities, the non-P possibilities are, first of all, they seem to be pretty unlikely. I'm sure I saw the bank open previous Saturdays. And they're unworrying because, who cares if you miss the bank tomorrow morning, you can go on Monday, or you can go to the ATM or whatever. But then you say, oh God, yes, I'm really glad you're 100% certain because if I don't get to the bank today or tomorrow, and I prefer tomorrow, I'm going to lose my house. There's a last payment for a mortgage and so on. And you say, oh, wait a moment, you're going to back off the judgment that the bank is open tomorrow, right? That indicates, it seems to me, that when we make judgments, we're not 100% certain about what we judge to be the case, but we're certain enough, given the stakes at issue, given the fact that the non-P, the false, so say possibilities are unlikely and unworrying, we're certain enough to say P because we'd be happy in those circumstances to act as if P. In this case, to get you to rely on the bank being open tomorrow. What does that mean? Well, it means then that judgments being stake sensitive in that sense, we make them in a way that depends on issues of context, what the stakes are in that context. And that means, well, what do we believe? What credence do we have to have then corresponding to a given judgment? Well, it seems to me it's going to be quite happy for any judgment that P, in a context C, if we have a level of credence that would lead us to act as if P were the case, given the stakes. And it won't matter if it's not a not a 1, that 100% probability that it is the case. So when I make a judgment, I may have any in a range of credences, where each credence in that range has the following character. That in the circumstances I take them to be, with the stakes as I take them to be, I'm prepared to act as if I had 100% credence at P. I'm prepared to give you advice as if I had 100% credence in the case where I think nothing much hangs on it, or I'm prepared to take a certain course of action, because not a hell of a lot hangs on it, but I will, if more and more hangs on it, of course, I would not be prepared to act as if I were certain, but neither in that case would I be prepared to make the judgment. So the picture is this: I intendedly make judgments. There's always going to be a credence in place, because judgments ensure that I have a belief, i.e. a credence. What credence will be in place? Well, it'll be one of that, as you might call them, stakes equivalent class of credences. It will be any in that class of credences, any one of which would lead me to behave as if I had given the stakes, as if I had a credence of 100%. That means that now, this then suggests, though, and this is really my final round of thoughts, this then suggests that, wait a moment, you mean credences really do they, as it were, the causal work, if you call it causal programming work or whatever, in generating action? And these judgments are, well, they're just sort of indicating the broad range of your credence in a given case. And that seems to make judgment now to demote judgment, where up to now I've been promoting it, inflating it almost, right? And I've got a number of things to say in response to that, and I should say them quickly because I'm very close to the hour. The first thing to say is this, that consistently with this being the case, that the on-off credence may correspond with any the on-off judgment may correspond to any in a range of credences. Consistently with that being the case, it's still the case that I can get myself to form a suitable credence on a given issue if I can get myself to make a judgment, if the data are enough to allow me to make a judgment. And that's still going to be really important. Actually, I can't stress how important it seems to me to be. I think that this is the first intimation of autonomy, as you might call it. You know, Freud has a wonderful phrase, wo es war, soll ich werden. Where there was an it, where there was a mechanical process, there shall be ich, there shall be I, there shall be intentional or intended control. And I think what judgment, which comes to as courtesy of speech, what it enables us to do is to attain a certain level, it's only partial control of course, but a certain level of control over our own mental states. Are focused on belief, we can get ourselves intentionally, intendedly, to form beliefs on issues. We can make up our own minds in that sense, rather than having our minds made up for us by the subpersonal impact of data or whatever. And that is a wonderful achievement. It seems to me the most basic achievement of autonomy, cognitive autonomy, interestingly enough. That's characteristic of our species. But there are three other things I want to say very briefly about the importance of judgment, despite the fact that credence on this picture might be thought to be playing the basic causal role. The first is that, of course, by virtue of judgment in public language, we tune up our beliefs to distinctions that would not be available in the absence of speech. Simple example, you know, the dog, my wonderful beloved dog, Dougal, no doubt has all sorts of beliefs about me, but doesn't believe that I'm its owner, or as it happens, its co-owner, right? It doesn't have the distinction between ownership and non-ownership. But by virtue of getting judgments, of course, your beliefs gain massively in the fine-grained character of the contents. There's one nether dark side to that, which is words can also mistune. I call that tuning of beliefs by judgment. They can mistune beliefs, and that's all the Burge type examples with arthritis. Many of you will remember they're exactly in that corner, and I'd love to talk about that in either the Q&A or the discussion tomorrow. The other two effects, apart from the tuning, Well, the first effect was the fact that we gain a certain autonomy, but they tune our beliefs. Secondly, they enable us to mimic belief in a very, very important way. Suppose I'm writing a book, writing a dissertation. Many of the students should be very familiar with this. Here's a piece of advice. Don't let your confidence in whether you're going to get it finished by the end of the semester, at the end of the year, ebb and flow with your creeds. It'll go up, it'll go down, and you'll never get it done. What you do is you make a judgment, I'm going to finish it by the end of the year. You freeze that judgment, you put the credences offline. That's for good practical reasons, and ironically you'll make it more likely that you'll actually get the thesis done. That's what I call hope. You invest hope. I mean, hope is really important. Hope is that state that sort of mimics belief, but by courtesy of judgment. You couldn't do it without being a judging species. Or another is trust, and you can see how that goes. I say to someone who works for me or with me, look, I know you'll get this done, that's it. Maybe I'm very unsure, actually. Maybe I'm dealing with my teenage child or something of that kind. I'm very unsure, but I say, I know you'll be back on time, that's fine. I actually don't really believe that, but I mimic the belief and in myself too, and in the relationship. It's not that I hide my belief. I actually make myself believe he will get it done, or will get back in time. And of course I make it more likely thereby, because of the implicit sort of faith in the other expressed by trust. There are all sorts of mechanisms they work there. But again, possible only by virtue of judgment. The final issue, of course, judgment enables us to deceive. Now, I'm not saying animals who don't speak do not deceive. There's some evidence they do. I'd love to talk to people more knowledgeable than me about that. But they also enables us to self-deceive, which has always been a problem. How do you deceive yourself? Well, once you recognize the role of judgment in relation to belief, you can do it. You can imagine a gambler, sincerely making this judgment, right? And then sort of just putting behind his back the fact that he rarely ever follows these judgments, Can you give up smoking? Of course, I've done it many times, forgetting that actually the effect doesn't always come through. It makes that sort of self-deception really possible too. And finally, and this is a great theme of Hobbes's, it makes it possible for people to, as it were, profess belief very easily. Mute animals, it seems to me, only form beliefs on a need for action basis. But now we can form beliefs not just on a need for action basis, but on a need for, situating yourself in relation to others. I'm one of the gang, I believe, one of the religious gang or the political gang or whatever it might be. As Hobbes said, you can form beliefs far too easily, especially if it's in Latin, He thought this was the fault in scholasticism. And with that in mind, let me just end with that nice quote from Hobbes, from De Homine, where he says, by speech, man is not made better, but only given greater possibilities. Thanks very much. So, to get right into it, so the last day, remember the general thesis is that speech is generative of a lot of our mental skills and capacities, faculties, in the following sense, that you can imagine, it seems to me, that there are various capacities that do not themselves presuppose speech, but that speech necessitates or brings on stream, makes almost inevitable. Not quite inevitable, almost inevitable. That's going to be enough for the sort of genealogy story, the counterfactual thought experiment I want to run. So the last day we argue that you take a set of agents, a characterized agents, and speech, and you imagine these agents suddenly, of course this could be evolutionary time involving centuries, millennia, suddenly coming to speech. And what I wanted to persuade you of was that if they have a functional language, a functional speech, which does not mislead them, which they can take seriously, then the judgments that people make in this speech, that's to say, the things they say when they speak sincerely, giving reports to one another, and when they take care about what they're saying, and I didn't specify what that is, those are bound to correspond to things that they believe, normally. Sometimes it'll fail, but normally there has to be a sort of congruence between how people judge, say publicly, speaking sincerely and seriously with care, or speaking, saying in their hearts, as Peter Geach once put it, making a judgment that's not public. When they make such a judgment, it has to be the case, if language is functional, that they form a belief, or that they already have a belief. They certainly ensure the presence of a belief in themselves that corresponds to that judgment. And then the argument was, assuming that people have a desire on various issues to form a belief on that issue, on whether P or not P, to form a true belief, of course, a belief formed with care, then they're going to be in a position whereby they can set out as a goal to form beliefs on various issues. It can be an intentional, goal-oriented activity on their part. And that, I suggested, is certainly going to be a very distinctive mark of minds that speak, of these sorts of agents. They're going to be able, taking a given issue, whether P, whatever that might be, whether the fish are running on the south of the island, whether the fruit is ripening on the hill, and so on. They're going to be in a position, taking that issue, assuming data are available to them, to make a judgment on that issue, say to tell somebody else. And having made that judgment, it's bound to be the case if language is functional, that they will thereby have a belief. This is manifest to all of them, so desiring to have a belief in various issues, they can set out to form beliefs on those issues, data permitting, by making judgments on those issues. A judgment is an act, like an act of saying or telling. A belief is a state that you induce, so to speak, in yourself. But this marks a big break now from agents as I characterized in the earlier part, which may correspond with non-human agents, who certainly have beliefs and desires and so on, but where the states of mind, the beliefs and the desires, just come as where the minds are made up for these agents by their surrounds, by the stimuli, the data they're exposed to. They don't make up their own minds. They can't, and I talked about it a little, and I'll come back to it today, an imaginary, Christian List and I actually talked about this in the first chapter of a joint book, an imaginary little robot that is on this floor, little wheels and arms and bug-like eyes, as we picture them, various objects, glasses, maybe bottles on their side, some upright, and you see this entity, fixate with these bug-like eyes on stalks on anything on its side, move towards it, and then raise it. Now, clearly we think good interpretation is it's an agent. It's realizing certain purposes according to its representations of those environments. But of course the representations, the beliefs about whether there's a glass there on its side and so on, those beliefs just come and go. It can't do what Le Penseur does in that image of Rodin, the chin on elbow, thinking about. It doesn't do that sort of thing. It doesn't set out to form beliefs. It just sets out to pursue environmental purposes. Now today I'm going to focus on what it is to take care over making a judgment of that kind. And I'm going to argue that it involves something reasonably called reasoning. So it's going to be an attempt to argue that minds that speak are not just going to be catalyzed into being able to make judgments and being able to set out on an intentional project of forming beliefs in various questions, data permitting. They're also going to be creatures who more or less emphasized, more or less inevitably, will equally seek to reason in a way that I'm going to explain. So by way of background, let's imagine the normal sort of rational agent. By rational agent, I mean just a functional agent, an agent that does the business pretty well of forming representation of its environment and then reliably pursuing its goals, its purposes, according to those representations. Okay, so now an agent of that kind it's obviously got to satisfy certain constraints. Let's put desire aside. We're focusing on belief to keep this more straightforward. The written version, I promise you, will cover desire and so on, and we'll come back to it later. And also those who are interested in the seminar that we're holding in the Ryle Room every Thursday, the day after the lecture at 11 o'clock, I'll happily go into any of the further detail. But putting desire aside, here are some patterns that any functional or rational agent, any agent that gets to perform its purposes according to its representations, reliable representations, here are patterns it has to display. It has to be the case that when it perceives something, as it were, because perception, of course, may be mistaken, but when it perceives something, it perceives things to be that it perceives that P, or it's seemingly that P, it will have to generally, if P is within its domain, relevant to its domain of behavior, it's going to have to form a belief that P, in general. If it believes that P and if P then Q, it's not going to work very well unless in such cases it generally believes Q. Or if it believes P and if P then Q are not Q, inconsistent triad, it's got to be built in such a way that one of these beliefs gets to be dropped. And equally, if it believes it's got a purpose of Xing and it believes that by doing something Y it connects, in general it's got to be disposed to do Y in that case. If an agent did not display these pretty robust regularities, then it really wouldn't function very well as an agent. And I'm going to use the word rational. It wouldn't be a rational agent in that sense. But now one thing that's really worth noting about an agent in this sense is that it may form the beliefs that it's required to form, say, on the basis of perception, on the basis of prior belief, on the basis of an inconsistency in its beliefs, or indeed is said to perform an action without, let's put it this way, it may be led quite blindly to form that belief, form that desire, perform that action. And here's what I mean by that for all that we need specify about an agent, and indeed for all we need specify about our little robot, for example, it must be the case that when it's in a state like believing if P, Q, and P, it's just got to be the case that in that state generally, assuming that's an important sort of deduction for the agent, it's just going to pass into the state of believing Q. It doesn't, put it this way, it's blind in the following sense. Believing P, and if P then Q, it just comes to believe Q. But it does not believe, so to speak, that it's because P and if P then Q, that Q is the case. The belief it forms is just Q. It's not a belief you might put in terms of a so. So I put it somewhere on the handout under the quite early on, that perceiving that P, they believe these creatures that P, but not so P, or since it seems perceptually that P, it does not believe anything of this so kind. It believes P and P then Q, but not so Q. It just goes to believe Q. It doesn't have any belief, in other words, or needn't have any belief, about the connection between the contents of the, let's call them the input states, the states that are there of perception or of prior belief. It doesn't have any belief necessarily about the relationship between the content of those beliefs and the content of the belief, say, for focusing on belief, that it passes into. It just passes into, blindly, so to speak, the consequent beliefs, as we may call it. Now, you might think that this is only true of creatures who, like our robot, do not make judgments, they do not use speech, they do not have any sense of being able to do something intentionally, like making a judgment on something data permitting, that will lead them to believe. You might think that this blind sort of way of being rational is confined to creatures like that. But that's not necessarily the case, because think of the idiot savant, at least in the particular sort of picture. I should have looked this up on YouTube, but somewhere, I think it must be on YouTube, I've seen I think it was a BBC TV program, many of you will have seen it, where you've got somebody who's an idiot savant in one little cubicle with the camera out there. And on the other side, you've got, actually, he's an Oxford professor, if I remember, of mathematics, in the other cubicle. And they're basically being asked the following question. And it involves, obviously, going to a belief that is a consequence of what they're told. They're told that, they're given a date, the 27th of April, 1923. What day of the week was that? Okay, the Oxford professor, you can see him, he gets out the pen and sort of works out, and he thinks about, okay, 27th of May 1927, and then puts in all of the necessary sort of steps. And, as he's working away, this chap who's the idiot savant just simply says, Thursday. Now, the idiot savant has no idea why he said Thursday. If you ask him, just seemed that was the answer, just said Thursday. Whereas the professor is still working away, it's about 3 minutes later, the professor looks up and says, I believe it was a Thursday. It's a very different style of answer. Now, that's a nice contrast, it seems to me, between a blind way of satisfying a requirement, or at least a desideratum of rationality, being able to move to a state whose content means that it is supported by the content of existing states. In the one case, blindly. Now, in the other case, I want to say there's reasoning going on in the case of the mathematics professor. Now, what is he doing? Well, my picture of what he's doing is this, that he's thinking about what I call here, I think, the premised scenario. The premise scenario, there's a day of the week, 27th of May, blah, blah, 1927. And, of course, all of the other aspects of the scenario, that's so many years ago, there are so many days to a year, there are leap years, all of these things are part of what's in place. And then thinking about that scenario, goes through, puts the bits together, and then finds himself, yes, that requires that it has to be Thursday, and comes up with Thursday. So what's he done? Unlike the idiot savant, who just finds that he says Thursday, the person who's reasoning is, first of all, intentionally attending to the scenario in question, that there's a day so long ago, etc., and thinking about that, paying attention to all, and looking for an effect, so to speak, of that contemplation that leads him to make a judgment, say, yes, it was a Thursday. Of course, thereby, he's obviously we assume he's sincere, and he was certainly taking care. He forms the belief at that point that it's Thursday too. Now, what's the difference between this case of blindly coming to a conclusion, as it is here, and reasoningly coming to a conclusion? Well, just in order to make it vivid, I want you to think about an old sort of party trick. Many of you will have come across it. Brothers and sisters, I have none, but that man's father is my father's son. Now, most of us asked, who is that man that I'm pointing to? And I said, that man's father is my father's son. Now, you can imagine an idiot savant say, and he gives the answer. I'm not going to ruin it for you. But most of us, we can work that out. So we think of something like this. Well, I have no siblings. Brothers and sisters have I none. And then now somebody has pointed out to me that there's someone identified as my father's son. Well, that has to be me, doesn't it? Because I have no siblings. So I've got me, and then I'm told that man is the son of me. So it's my son. So what's happened? What we've done is we've thought about the scenario, and we've formed beliefs about the scenario that's expressed by the sentence. By the sentences, I have no siblings, and that man's father is my father's son. And then we find as we think about it, bang, it's obviously my son. Now that's sort of an instance what I think of as reasoning, which I think we do all the time. Notice that I said in the case of the idiot savant that it's sort of blind, or in the case of someone who doesn't have judgments at all, the idiot savant just finds himself saying it's a Thursday, or it's the person's son, and can hardly tell you why. It's just all happens subpersonally, automatically, unconsciously. In the other case, when we reason that out and we're asked, why did you reach that conclusion? There's sort of light we can see in a sense of which the idiot savant cannot see. So it's a seeing sort of transition rather than a blind sort of transition. Seeing in the following sense, that we're seeing, as we think of it, a linkage between the scenario premised and the scenario to which we reason our way, in which we conclude. I think of this as an instance, of course, of reasoning, this intentional taking care over the input, the contents of the input states. We're assuming this is factive reasoning or actual reasoning, not suppositional, but it'll work there as well, I think. We're assuming that we're thinking about those contents, that state of affairs, paying attention to it, and finding ourselves forming a linking belief. That's a phrase from John Broome in his book on reasoning, believing in a linkage that leads us to, obviously it's his son. Okay, now notice about that linkage. It's not a linkage between this very specific case in its thisness, so to speak, its particularity, and this particular conclusion. No, it's a general sort of linkage. Presumably you could swap it around with daughters and so on, and it would be that person's daughter. I mean, it's got a generality, the linkage that you see. And that general linkage that you see, which you express by saying, so it's his son, or so Q, from imperative P, then Q and P, you express the linkage you see, but the linkage you see has a sort of generality. Okay. Now, one question that immediately raises is, how do we do that sort of thing? How do we actually reason in that way? What makes us, what enables us to think about scenarios? Notice the idiot savant, or the person who doesn't reason, has beliefs in the scenario in question. He believes that it was on that day so many years ago, or in the other case, he believes that this person looking at has no siblings, etc., etc. And then he just forms the belief that that's his son. But in the reasoning case, because you go, so it's his son, you have to have been having a belief about the scenario, not just in the scenario. You have to be believing that that way that things are, as the input states represent them to be, is a way that, as it were, necessitates this being his son, or necessitates Q, that Q is the case, or whatever, necessitates that it's a Thursday, the day in question. So it's a belief about a scenario. Now, the little robot we talked about, it's got beliefs in scenarios. It believes that the glass is on its side at such and such a direction, at such and such a distance as it moves towards it. It believes it's getting nearer. It's changing beliefs all the time about how accessible it is until eventually it's within reach and it uses its arms to lift it upright. But of course, it doesn't have beliefs about those scenarios, as in, this requires me to do such and such. Now, how do we, for example, manage to have beliefs about scenarios? Well, now, I think going back to our little genealogy, let's think about these minds that speak, that we've imagined coming into possession of speech. And it seems to me it makes sense how you can form beliefs about states of affairs rather than in states of affairs once you have language available. And here's why. Once you have a sentence that says anything, like Vienna is in Austria, then that sentence, of course, it can be used to assert, to express a judgment, to make it as a conclusion of as the content of a judgment, as the content of a belief. I just simply say Vienna is the capital of Austria. But notice I can also, once I have language, I can form beliefs about what? Well, about the scenario that sentence expresses. So, for example, I can say to someone, what is it that you said to somebody else? And the person says, Vienna is in Austria, the capital of Austria. Now, the person isn't asserting when he responds to my question, or she responds to my question, that necessarily that Vienna is the capital of Austria. Perhaps actually he told or she told a lie to the third party, and when I ask, what did you say, she uses a sentence to tell me what she said. I might have equally said, what did you lead her to believe, your hearer? And I say that Vienna is the capital of France. I'm using the sentence there not to assert anything and not to express a belief, but I'm using it to portray or to depict the state of affairs about which I'm saying I led her to believe in that state of affairs, or I said that that was so. This is familiar from Davidson's paper called On Saying That, if you remember, where he represents the that as a demonstrative that points forward to what you say, and then the sentence within the that is a sentence used, so to speak, offline to depict the scenario. He said what? He said that. What did he say? Vienna is the capital of Austria or France or whatever. And the sentence is being used offline, that is to say, with no connection to assertion or expression of belief, to indicate a scenario. Now, because sentences can do this, because they can serve as ways of presenting scenarios as well as asserting scenarios, they can serve us as means whereby we can get to have thoughts and form beliefs about the scenarios that they actually present to us. So I think that language is going to serve these protagonists of my story as well as it serves us. It's going to enable them to have beliefs about scenarios as well as beliefs in scenarios, because scenarios can be presented to them as objects of attention, to think about, to quiz about, to ask whether or not that scenario, as they think about it, has a connection to another scenario of the kind you say, so, that you express by saying so, and then using a sentence to assert the other scenario. So that's the picture now of reasoning. It's not just a blind transition to a state that is supported, so to speak, by the prior states. It's a transition in which the person transitioning, explicitly or implicitly, consciously or unconsciously, is forming a belief about the scenario represented in the premises, so to speak, that it relates to the conclusion in a way they express by saying, so. And when, for example, we say, so it's his son, we're giving expression not just to the belief that the person in question is the son of the speaker, but we're also giving expression to the belief that there is this so connection, there is this linkage that I've talked about. So language makes possible reasoning by this account. Are these creatures we're talking about, these minds that speak, are they going to be inclined to reason, to use that capacity? I mean, they might be given the capacity by language, but not actually employ that capacity, make use of it. Well, I think they're going to make use of it quite naturally in reasoning with one another. Now, suppose, for example, that they were all just blind idiot-savant transitioners, let's call it. They rationally transition to new states and so on. Of course, everyone fails in reasoning as well, but they rationally transition in general from input states to other states. And so I make a report to you that the fish are running, or whatever my example was, or the deer are gathering in the southern woods, something like that. And you perhaps make a contrary judgment. What's going to happen? If we're making our judgments blindly, it's going to be a sort of stalemate, You're going to have different people maybe making different judgments about the same topic, and bang, what do they do then? Well, the interesting thing, if they have a capacity to reason, they're going to have a means at their disposal that will get them out of that sort of stalemate. First of all, if they reason with one another, if they use sentences and the so expression, they're going to, well, first of all, make clear to one another that, look, I'm taking care, because, of course, reasoning is a way of taking care of the data, a topic I said nothing about the last day, so the thesis now is that this is going to be an important way of taking care over what you actually conclude on the basis of data. They're going to be able to convince one another that they're taking care, But equally, if they differ, one of them can backtrack to another belief that, as it were, led him or her to say P when the other person said not P, and look for a scenario they believe in that, so to speak, ensures that not P, that elicits the so, or P, that elicits the so P from them. And if they can find a scenario that does that, where they get agreement from the other person, right? The other person says, oh yes, if P and then Q and Q, the other person agrees, then you get some hope of getting them to change their mind by now focusing on, you say, so Q. Sorry, mixing my P's and my Q's here, aren't I? So Q, you can say, inviting them now to get another angle on what they were saying previously. And so there's some hope of, for example, if they did differ, of reconciling the difference. Or if the other person didn't believe Q, but you believed Q, but the other person did believe if P, then Q, and P, you can get them to converge with you. Or if you just simply want to expand your base of knowledge, maybe you share with them as a matter of common knowledge, because you made assertions that each of you heard the other assert, and no one has demurred. You've got this shared body, and now you say, taking some of the aspects of the shared common belief scenario, you say, so, and then you draw a conclusion. Well, you can expand the common belief scenario because now you can make it clear to the other person that, well, they should also believe this extra thing, and I should also believe this extra thing. So co-reasoning is going to have lots of advantages. So if they have the capacity, as I think language will give them the capacity to reason, they're also going to have a motive to reason with one another in this way about, and thereby expanding their beliefs, thereby mutually correcting one another, achieving a sort of convergence that otherwise would be at stalemate. Okay, so if you go this far, it sounds, what I'd like to suggest is that these creatures who can speak are going to at least be able to be, and be motivated to be, to seek to be rational, to seek to have states that are connected appropriately with input states and ultimately with perception. They have the option, at least, of seeking to be rational by means of reasoning, as distinct from being rational robotically. I mean robotically in the sense of our simple little robot. Open question, of course, can we construct robots that don't just blindly move onto a supported state from existing states, don't just blindly, if rationally, transition, but actually do something we call reasoning? Good question, and I'd love to talk about it in the Q&A or in the seminar tomorrow if anyone is interested. Okay, that's the first section of the handout, as you can see. Now, moving on to the second one, I think that if you've got these creatures who are in the habit of co-reasoning with one another, it's available to them, it's possible for them, it's attractive for them, then it's plausible to think that they will individually often reason with themselves as well. They don't have to do it out loud. And now, by the way, you're within sight, really, of a very rich le penseur. You know, as I said the last day, you get dogs with their snouts, whatever, on their legs, you know, thinking in the fashion of Le Penseur only in Gary Larson cartoons. Equally, the idiot savants, I prevented the idiot savant, if he or she were an idiot savant in all areas, would not do any thinking like that either. I mean, they would just, well, maybe, yes, they could be invited to think about an issue, but then bang, you know, the light would go on, but they wouldn't know why they came to believe whatever the supported belief was. But if we're thinking about reasoning creatures, you now have an image of what it might be to be truly like Le Penseur. However, there are now some important caveats to put in place. Oh, what's the contrast? Yeah, that's a good question. What's the contrast with reasoning about these things? Let me tell a little comic break, as it were. I once gave a paper with Michael Smith, actually, a joint paper on deliberation. It was on practical reasoning many years ago in New Zealand at the Australasian Association of Philosophy meeting, and David Lewis was in the audience. It was just like this sort of, and David was up there at the back, and we had been defending a view of deliberation. It wasn't so a lot in this way, but much along the lines that I've just sketched. And David interjected, and he said, and then those of you who know David, had this wonderful sing-song voice. I can remember saying, when I wonder about what to do, when I deliberate, I first of all let myself think about the options, and then I let my beliefs form about the properties of the different options. And then he said, I wait. It's just a perfect image, of I mean, I don't believe that David was like this, but he did suggest a sort of idiosavant way of doing things. Waiting would be the alternative to reasoning. You just say P, if P then Q, and then you wait, say up, Q. You just find yourself saying Q. Thank God I'm well constructed in there, but you don't do anything intentionally to elicit that sort of movement to Q. Okay, so I think it's very plausible that these creatures are going to avail themselves of this opportunity. But having said that they're going to be, in that sense, reasoning creatures, there are three caveats to put in place. One is, reasoning does not go all that deep. And that's the lesson of Lewis Carroll's wonderful article on Achilles and the Tortoise, which many of you will know, the 1896 publication in Mind. I think it probably has meant that Mind is one of the flushest journals of philosophy in the world, because they got so much money over the years for reprinting that article. And in that article, he imagines an Achilles and a tortoise. And Achilles claims, as in the original story, he could run fast, that, he has no problem with deductive reasoning. He can get P, if P then Q, Q, no problem. And the tortoise says, oh God, I'm so envious of you, because I always find I say P, and then if P then Q, the tortoise says, yes, and then you go to Q. No, but I always think, wait a moment, don't I always have to believe that if it's the case that those premises are true, then it's the case that Q, call the premises A and B, right, for simplicity. Don't I have to believe not just A, which is P, or B, if P then Q, but I also have to believe if A and B, then Q. And the tortoise and the Achilles said, no problem, we'll give you that. Stick in the extra premise. So you say, add if A and B, then Q. Oh, great, the tortoise says. But then he said, oh, wait a moment, I've still got a problem, he says, because look, I say A, and then B, and C, if A and B, but don't I need another premise, D, which would tell me that if A, B, and C are true, then Q follows, right? Tortoise says, Achilles says, fine, take it, you can have that premise. And of course he gets excited, but then again thinks, but then don't I need yet a further premise, that tells me no matter how many premises you put out, there's going to be so to speak, there's going to be a need of a further, no matter how premises you put up, there's going to be a question of the kind that the tortoise is raising. Now, I take it that the lesson of that particular wonderful article is that in all reasoning, we may put up premises which are, after all, their contents that are matters of judgment, and we assume belief, it's not just suppositional. But you have to have another belief whose content you do not put up as a premise, and that is exactly John Broom's linking belief. It's a belief that the A-B way things are, is connected by a so to Q, right? But that belief, its content can't be put up as a premise, or else you get an infinite regress. Okay, that's to say, of course, that in all reasoning, it may be a move beyond the idiosavant, beyond the ordinary robotic or even simple animal agent, but it's still the case that, as Yeats said, I must lie down where all that is start in the foul rag and bone shop of the heart. We, in reasoning, really have to depend on the foul rag and bone shop, the subpersonal arena working pretty well, delivering up the appropriate linking belief, because you can't put in as a premise that you can then, so to speak, examine. You have to rely on it being in the background. So reasoning is always going to be, even though it's very important for us, I say, it's going to be, so to speak, somewhat superstructural. It's going to depend on the substructure of subpersonal rationality working pretty well. Second issue, and that's the first caveat really, that reasoning doesn't go that deep. A second caveat that I think is really quite important, does connect with John's work directly, actually. John's book on reasoning develops a wonderfully detailed and persuasive to me account of theoretical reasoning, which I'm focused on here for the moment. He talks about an account I had given some years previously in a book called The Common Mind, in that book, in which his main complaint about it is that it's just over-intellectual. Now, that account is actually quite like the account I've just sketched for you. So the question is, how intellectualized is that account of reasoning? And doesn't it suggest that sort of reasoning is just something you do in the study, like le penseur, when you're really in a reflective moment? Doesn't it make it, don't we want a story about reasoning that will explain to us, say, why children reason, or why we can reason in our daily lives when we're really focused on particular issues, etc., etc. We're not in a very reflective mode. I'm certainly sympathetic, but I think that the story I've told, which actually is a very rough version of Broom's story, I think it can be articulated and sharpened and made more sophisticated in ways that make it suddenly seem not so intellectual. So here are a few points about it. First of all, in order to reason in the way I've talked about, you don't even have to have the concept of a reason. You just find that there are scenarios that you can have beliefs about, such that you think about those scenarios, that they're related to other scenarios in the way that you express by saying, so, thereby and then asserting the other scenario. You don't have to have the notion of a reason, though we can explain, I think, why that notion might come on stream later, but it's not required for reasoning. A second point to note, I think, is probably even more important, which is that with general beliefs, and this has long been noted as a medieval distinction, there are two ways in which you can form a general belief. One was by the medievals used to be called in sensu composito, meaning in a composed sense, and the other was called in sensu diviso, meaning in a divided sense or in a case-by-case sense. Now, I'll give you an example. We probably all believe in sensu composito that belladonna is a deadly poison. And that's probably because we've read enough novels where people get killed by eating or being fed belladonna. I suspect very few of us, maybe no one in this room, could identify a belladonna plant. And yet we subscribe to it, We believe it in sensu composito in the sense we take the general state of affairs, all belladonna, implicitly universal, is poisonous, and then we subscribe to that, we tick it off. We make the judgment that it's true, thereby expressing things going normally and data being available, the belief that belladonna is always poisonous. But you can imagine a medieval peasant who maybe, well, let's be condescending in a way, who maybe hasn't even got to the stage of asserting many universal sentences. Very unlikely, I must say, but just take it as a possibility, who believes with every plant that's a belladonna plant, he recognizes it. He may have a name or she may have a name for it. And then of that plant, they believe in each case, that's poisonous. Maybe they tell the children, watch that plant, They don't even maybe have a name for it, but they assume it's going to be recognizable. And they believe of this instance, now of that instance, now of the other instance, that it is a poisonous plant. Now, they believe the universal proposition too, but not by bringing the universal proposition before their mind and subscribing to it, rather by having the belief instance by instance, case by case, that corresponds. And the medieval view of things, that was another way of believing a universal truth. Actually, David Lewis signs up to this too in his book on convention, as some of you may remember. Now, what I want to say is that while you do have to have a linking belief in moving even from P and FP then Q to Q, the linking belief, the content of the link, you may hold that linking belief in sensu diviso and maybe not in sensu composito at all. You may have no way of formulating the general belief expressing that linkage. You may certainly not have the way that we've learned to formulate it by saying the truth of a conditional, P then Q, and the truth of the antecedent, P, ensures the truth of the conclusion, Q. I mean, that's to spell out the matter of universal belief. But you may actually just, you recognize, you can't even say what it is about them. Maybe you don't even have a name for them. But you recognize, they ensure that Q in a case like this. So the linking belief need not be a high-level, abstract, intellectual sort of belief. Maybe that concrete case-by-case type of belief. Okay, so those were two caveats. The second caveat actually is a general one that's not over-intellectual. A third way in which reasoning may be playing a large part in people's lives, in the lives of these protagonists of my story. And yet, it may not explicitly operate very often. Here's what I mean by that. It may control a lot of their transitions of thought without driving their transitions of thought. Here's an example I like to use of control that involves no driving, so to speak. Think of the old classic Western with the cowboy strumming his guitar on the horse, right? Enjoying the ride with the cattle that he's taking to the railhead. And you can imagine that he never pays any attention to these cattle really worth talking about, because they follow their heads and the path is well laid out more or less, maybe miles and miles and miles, but they just follow their head. He never has to do anything other than strum the guitar. But we'd still say that he's controlling the direction they take. He's virtually controlling it, not actively controlling it, not by continually pushing and prodding. He's not even paying them attention. They're moving not under his prodding, but they're following their noses. But he still controls, because if one of the head of cattle were to deviate, go off, he would be alerted, the red flag would go up, so to speak, and he would certainly put that head of cattle back on line. That means that even though he's doing very little, he's still controlling how the cattle are going. Now, I think our reasoning capacity may control how our thoughts are moving in just that way. We may most of the time just move on to form conclusions about various things without even thinking about it. It's just like rational transitioning of the kind of the robot almost. Our minds just keep updating, so to speak, autonomically. But red flags go on every now and then. In particular, they go on when you say Q and the other person says, no, that's not the case. That's a red flag, right? And if you are such that when the red flags like that go up, and there are enough red flags ready to go up, you do some reasoning, then that means that reason was always in control, in the way in which the cowboy was always in control, even when he was doing nothing. You were in virtual control of the transitioning of your thought. So reasoning can play a large part in the life of these people. They may not have the concept of reason, they may not have any way of generalizing the content of their linking beliefs, and their reasoning may only have this virtual relationship of being ready to be called on in order to actually drive where their thinking is going. It's still going to be a case of control. Last thing I want to say is this. On the story that I've told so far, it might sound like most of the time the rules we follow, even if we can't spell them out exactly, even in the case of the sensitive visa, at least we can say something like, well, premises like that, a case like that, it has to be the case that Q. There's some sort of rule that we think we're in reach of, even if we can't spell it out very well. And of course, this is going to be true in reasoning from perception as well as reasoning from the contents of things you already believe. Like you see in the example I have here, you see an object that I have in the first representation, that block object. You just see it and you say, that's a right rectangle. You move to a belief in the base of the perception. And you can defend the move in reasoning terms. Like I might say, why do you say it's a square, a rectangle? And you say, well, it's a closed figure, straight lines, 4 sides and 4 right angles. And, you might do a little bit of geometrical further analysis to say, so it's bound to be, that's what we mean by rectangle. It's bound to be a rectangle. And so you've explained the rule. But the thing is, it's bound to be the case that at a certain level you run out of being able to analyze the rules that you're following and to explain them to other people. because even the square case used the notion of a line in explaining the rule. Well, how do you present what a line is? Well, you may go to Euclidean and say it's the shortest distance between 2 points in a two-dimensional space or whatever. But then what's the point? At a certain point, it sounds like we have to know what a line is or a point is, even when we can't further analyze what it is and can't further explain the rule that leads us to the judgment on the basis of that perception of, now that's a line. We just say, if you say, why do you say it's a line? I say, oh, come on, you can see it's a line, you know. Now that says you're at bedrock, let's call it there. Now, of course, one view might be that at bedrock we just make blind judgments. We look and we say, line, and we can't say anything more about it. But the assumption long in the tradition, and of course in Wittgenstein's remarks on the foundations of mathematics and his philosophical investigations, it's really central that we reason the whole way down. We never reach blind judgment. I mean, he insists that when we actually make a judgment about something where we can't analyze this sort of way, and we say it's a whatever, we think of ourselves as being guided by a rule in the way in which you are guided by the content of the linking belief in saying, well, P and if P then Q, therefore Q. There's something about it, you think, that you're seeing or believing that, well, that guides you, you know, that makes it right to say it's a line or it's a point. I have other my little use of Mac Draw, you know, it's very limited on the paper. Those figures, you might say, I'm sure there is a topological analysis of regularity, but most of us don't know it. I certainly don't know it offhand. But when I see a regular figure and ask whether it's regular, I say, yeah, it's regular. And that's not just I find myself inclined to say it's regular in the blind, as it were, idiosavon way. I think there's a rule I'm following that leads me to say it's regular. Okay, so bedrock reasoning has to occur. A lot of reasoning has to be bedrock on this picture. And that takes me to the final section on the rule-following problem. Because, of course, the rule-following problem, or at least a rule-following problem, in Wittgenstein and in Kripke's, I think, wonderful commentary on Wittgenstein, you have this focus is precisely on how do we follow rules at this basic level. Now I want to, let's say, follow the rule for regular, right? For the word corresponding to the word regular, or the thought it's regular. And I want to think that, when I see a shape and I say that's regular, or that's regular, think of the different shapes that I have here. I want to think that there's something guiding me. It's not that I find myself, blindly judging it's regular. I know not why, so to speak. But how could there be a rule that I'm being guided by in making judgments like that? That's really the rule-following problem. And the problem arises mainly, of course, because of the elementary observation that if you take any finite set of objects, there are an infinite number of ways in which you could continue. There are an infinite number of extensions of sets of which you could take this to be a subset. So let's take the little figures that I have of what I'm calling regular figures here. Now they are a subset of an infinite number of sets of figures. They'll include they'll be jumbled, as we might think of it. They'll be, you can get the point. Okay, so the question is, if I'm following a rule, then presumably it corresponds to just one of those classes. The regularity class, the real one. But how on earth do I lay hold of that? How can I be guided by that property if all I have are a finite set of examples? Where do I leap to a property which is an infinite number of instances? Where do I leap? How do I leap to the class of which this is a sample where it's not a sample of any other class? What enables me to do that? Now, obviously, I've got 7 or 8 minutes remaining. I'm just going to sketch a line that I find attractive. It fits very nicely with the genealogy, because I'm going to tell you a story. I'm going to say, well, couldn't these minds that speak, couldn't they perhaps come to the notion of following a rule, even at that basic level, in the following way? And I'm going to tell us a 3-stage story. So the first stage in the story is this. everyone agrees that if you look at any one of us, and presumably this is true of these minds that speak, otherwise like us after all, as we assumed, that when you look at a set of shapes like those that I have in that example, you something happens, subpersonally no doubt, such that you're inclined to go on in a certain way, to extrapolate in a certain way. You form a disposition to extrapolate in one direction and not another. So if I wrote those out for a child even, and then I asked the child to extend those, and the child began to add squiggles, that's another memory. You sort of say, no, that's not right. And you assume that at some point you can get the child to cotton on, as Wittgenstein says, meaning there's something you can carry on, there's a disposition. But of course now, as both Wittgenstein and Kripke emphasize, just having a disposition to go on doesn't mean you can follow a rule. After all, it's a blind disposition. You just have a blind disposition to go on a certain way. And if you let it work its way with you, so to speak, that's not following a rule in making judgments about whether a given figure is regular or not. But the disposition can play another role. A disposition like that, it proleptically, prolepsis as in leap ahead, it proleptically does pick out a certain class, which is the class of objects that you would be disposed to put in the same grouping with this set of objects as a single objects you would not be disposed, you with your human sort of inclinations and subpersonal sort of dispositions and so on. So there's a class there that's proleptically available, as you might say. And now what might be happening is that when I pick this set of regular figures, what I'm trying to do is to let each of those serve as an exemplar of that particular class. Exemplar, a lot of use is made in the languages of art by Nelson Goodman, this idea. In fact, I think it's a wonderful discussion of exemplification that I recommend to anyone there. He has a rather old-fashioned example. He says, you go to a tailor. I've actually never had this experience, but presumably it's available or was available. And the tailor gives you a swatch of materials, a little book of different materials, and you go through it. When you're looking at a material, what is it? What role is it playing? It's exemplifying the pattern and the nature of the cloth and so on, not the size, of course, but certain features of the cloth in question. And he's asking you, or she's asking you, is this the sort of suit that you want? Now, an example, any instance of a class, if there is a class to be had there, can play the role of exemplifying that class for someone who has some independent access to that class. Now, I do have independent access to the class of, say, regular objects by my disposition, but now somebody may use an example to exemplify that class for me, and I may use an example to exemplify that class for me. I may think, that's it, that's what regularity is, taking these examples to exemplify this class which I'm proleptically directed towards, so to speak. So might that be a solution? Because after all, I might now think, the rule I'm following is to stay faithful to the class exemplified by this in virtue of my disposition. But that won't work because, of course, there's the problem that then I can't ever be wrong, The class that I'm treating as the class or the property of regularity is the class that's picked up by my disposition, right? Which I'm taking this example to exemplify. Well, then when I judge, when you say, oh, and that's regular too, and that. Well, whether it's of the appropriate class or not depends on my disposition to extrapolate from other examples. And so I'm an authority on what regularity is, not someone who's been guided by an independent property. Stage two, you might think there's a way out. It's by saying, well, suppose we all tended to form the same disposition, as actually we do in a case like this, don't we? We all find it quite natural, salient, the class of regular objects, because we all tend to extrapolate in the same way. And suppose we assume that, well, what we each mean to target in targeting the property and hoping to be guided by the property of regularity is that class, that property, which is exemplified by this example, not just for me, but for everybody else too. So it's something that's shared with others that I'm aiming, so to speak, to be guided by when I want to set out and determine what's regular, what's not regular. Well, the problem with this story is that I may be what happens when I differ from somebody else, which is always likely to happen. Someone says, now that's a regular figure. I say, I wouldn't call that regular. Well, on this story, the obvious response to discrepancy of that kind would be, well, we thought we were targeting the same class because we thought we shared a disposition to extrapolate in a certain way, and we're each targeting the class that answers to the common extrapolative disposition. But actually, I was wrong about that. We have different dispositions, and so you're back to the thing of I'm targeting what I find natural to call regular, so to speak, and you're targeting what you find natural, and we're all talking about different things, and the properties we're addressing may overlap in various ways, but they're different properties. They're not being guided by the same rule. And of course, if we're each being guided just by an dialectical rule, an idiosyncratic rule, the rule identified by our own dispositions, then we again have the authority problem, the problem that you can't be wrong. You're infallible, more or less, about what is regular or not. Third stage introduces something that that connects with a lot of recent work in evolutionary theory, evolutionary history. People like, for example, someone here like Celia Hayes or Kevin Lalonde in Scotland and his team, or Kim Sterelny, a colleague of ours in Canberra, have written about the history of the human race as a history of, in Sterelny's words, evolved apprentices. The idea is that one thing very specific about our species, and presumably about these creatures, these minds that speak, that I postulated were otherwise like us, right, except in not having speech at the point of the beginning of the story, they've got habits of mutual training. They're involved in a practice of each teaching the young, teaching one another how to track a deer, what's what in all sorts of ways. They're masters and apprentices, and they reverse roles, and they play these roles with children, but equally they play them with one another. That's just part of our nature that we do that. And by the account of these people, that's not something that's shared with the higher primates. Now, suppose we were creatures like that, or the minds that speak were creatures like that. Now, and suppose that the each intended need to refer to that property that shows up in the responses of each one of them, so far like stage 2. But here's the difference. Suppose a discrepancy happens. If they really treat one another as masters and apprentices, and they see this as an instance of that practice, then when a discrepancy occurs, they're presumably, as would-be masters or apprentices, going to think, wait a moment, this is something we were training one another in. There has to be something going wrong. Either we weren't training, that was all illusion, but assuming it wasn't, there has to be something that's, so to speak, going wrong, blocking one or other of us in this instance, and meaning that we're not being faithful to what we were aspiring to train up one another in identifying. And suppose that these creatures, in a case like that, tend to look more closely, and on looking more closely, one of them changes their mind. Or suppose they're inclined to walk around the object, see it from different perspectives. Or suppose that they're inclined to, backtrack in various ways and check other things. And that this, at least often, restores congruence between them. Well, now, in that case, you can think of each of them as aspiring to track that property, the one exemplified by these examples, but that property that shows up for other people, for all of them, in the absence of the sorts of factors, like they weren't looking closely enough, they only saw it from one angle, the light was bad or whatever, that shows up only provided those sorts of factors are absent. I'm sorry, this is too fast now, but the upshot of this story is going to be the following. We theorists might identify a notion of normal circumstances. I emphasize we theorists now, not these people necessarily. And we think of normal circumstances lacking the sorts of factors which it would be appropriate for these people to invoke as an inference of this explanation to explain divergences between them. And now what we can say, though they won't express it in this way, is that what each of them, in this case of bedrock reasoning, is seeking to target is that property, exemplified for each of them, of course, in particular examples and so on, available to them by their own dispositions, but that property that shows up for them in that way in conditions which are normal in the sense of those disrupting factors that would be appropriate to invoke and explain the difference are all absent. That's what normal circumstances are. Now, in that story, there will be room for the notion of bedrock reasoning. There'll be room for the notion that we are each following rules, but they're not rules. They're rules that are only salient to us in examples on the basis of our proleptic dispositions, our assumption of mutual correction because we're evolved apprentices, as Trelawny says, and we can each think of the bedrock rule as one that's subject to, that shows up for us automatically, more or less, by our extrapolation, but subject to correction in the event of discrepancy and the discovery that our circumstances were not normal in the theoretical terms, i.e. there was present a factor that explains the discrepancy in favor of the other rather than in favor of us. Very sketchy story, but I just want to suggest that I don't think it's hopeless, the rule following issue. I think there is a way of vindicating bedrock reasoning as well as other reasoning. And that really brings me close to the end. Just one thing I would add on this picture, notice, we triangulate on one another. You know, we assume there's a property, say regularity there, that is answering to the disposition in each one of us. On that assumption, we're thinking of it as that property exemplified in that or those instances, but which would show up amongst us insofar as we each can triangulate on one another and sift out disturbing factors, disruptors that are getting in the way of one or other of us. And that's very different from coordinating with one another, where you may be coordinating for coordinating's sake, as in Hume's story on the standard of taste, where we all have different tastes, but we like to get them together. No, this is coordinating, but as a result of triangulating. If the story is right, then it may be that these minds that think, as I've told the story, they're going to be enabled to reason at the bedrock level, certainly, only insofar as they can co-reason with others and triangulate on others, authorize one another's responses, think of themselves as targeted on something that should show up on all sides. And that's just a very strong social thesis about mentality, of the kind that attracts me in truth. But I'm not going to argue that creatures other than creatures with language can't do this. I'm just trying to argue the positive thesis that language is going to catalyze a capacity to reason even at bedrock, and that may point us to something that's very distinctive about our culture and our nature. Okay, thank you very much. So the broad theme of the lectures, because I know there's coming and going in the audience, just very briefly, is the focus is on how far speech is an enabler of thought, how far it's a transformer of the sort of mind that speaking minds are. And the thesis, in a way, is that there are a number of important capacities, mental capacities, and the next are really moving more to interactive capacities like commitment, personhood, and responsibility, which are not presupposed, so I suggest, to language, but which language catalyzes or brings on stream. And in order to sort of support that thesis, the sort of background picture has been a genealogy, if you like, of a kind of counterfactual genealogy, thought experiment of thinking about a community of creatures like us in all sorts of ways that don't have language. Imagine they get language, and we talked about that in the first lecture, of a very basic, simple information exchanging sort. And the argument in the first lecture was that creatures like that, like us essentially, would, by dint of having language, they would be able to make judgments, say things sincerely and with a degree of care. And in doing that, it would be manifest to all that they would have corresponding beliefs. That being the case, that being manifest, they'd be in a position where they could decide to form a belief on this question or that question, whether P is the case, whether Q is the case, think about the data, and if the data are available, make a judgment, privately or publicly, to the effect that P, and on the whole, be fairly confident that in doing that they will have come to form if they didn't have it before, or confirm. They'll certainly have, they'll certainly have ensured that they have a belief corresponding to that. In normal circumstances, there is some where it may break down. I give an example where, I get persuaded of the gambler's fallacy, that it's a fallacy, but when I go to the casino, it just doesn't catch. It hasn't really, I haven't made the judgment, but it hasn't really caught in the form of a corresponding belief. So that was the first lecture, the various other aspects to it as well. Then this last day, I talked about how these creatures would also, by dint of having language, have both a motive and a means of reasoning, as I described broadly in the image, because many of you are familiar with it here, of John Broom's picture of at least theoretical reasoning, which requires what he calls a linking belief. I may give that a somewhat different gloss from him, but the idea is that in moving to, say, Q from P, and if P then Q, you have to have a sort of awareness of the content of P, and if P then Q, that makes it the case that you think of them as eliciting the belief that Q, as making that more or less inescapable. You don't just pass from having the belief that if P and P to the belief that Q, as if, by magic. You pass to it in virtue of recognizing that the contents of those beliefs, and we're not talking about suppositional reasoning, we're talking about actual reasoning, the content requires that movement to Q. So it's not just P, if P then Q, and then you find yourself thinking Q, you think, so Q. Okay, today I want to suggest that language is also going to precipitate or bring on stream, make almost inevitable, it need not be totally inevitable, there's no claim to that effect, the appearance of a novel dimension to consciousness. Now, I've said that in some of these seminars, or rather lectures, I'm really having to do a quick incursion into areas where I am no expert. Probably on each topic there have been people in the audience who know more about that particular topic and the literature around it than I do. That's particularly true today, but especially with Mike Martin in the chair, but well, here goes. So you have a handout. So first section where I want to argue is this. Insofar as we do make a judgment, say that P or whatever, and can be confident it's not a casino-like case, and it manifests to us and to everyone, that we come thereby to believe that P, and insofar as that's the case, and insofar as we know what we're doing in making such a judgment, then I say you're going to believe consciously that P. So by virtue of bringing the belief on stream, by means of making a judgment, which is language dependent as I'm thinking about it, you actually come to form the belief consciously rather than unconsciously. Now we talked about agency in the first lecture and the idea that any very simple agent is going to have representations or beliefs about its environment. They're needed to direct its actions in pursuit of its purposes, even this little simple robot I talked about. But such a creature may have that belief totally unconsciously. There may be no sense in which it's aware of the belief, aware even of the content of the belief. It's just aware of the objects in its environment, and the beliefs are doing the job of channeling it, enabling it to navigate those objects. But if you can make a judgment, and the judgment brings a belief on stream, and you know what it is to make a judgment, you will know that you have that belief. You'll have, you might call it a maker's knowledge of that belief, because you've made up your mind on that issue, to use the phrase I used earlier. And making up your mind that P, and thereby coming to believe that P. And knowing that you've made up your mind, you will know that you believe that P. Now, of course, I did put in an if there, an assumption that we know what we're doing in making a judgment, but I take it that in making a judgment on whether P, a whether judgment as you might call it, we have obviously, in order to do that intentionally or intendedly, as I've said, you've got to know what you're doing. You can't do something with intention without knowing what you're doing. So you're going to know what you're aiming to do in making a judgment as to whether P, and the fact that you end up judging the P as a result of the process you put yourself through, the site you put yourself through, you're going to know that it emanates in that judgment as well. It's not as if it's far downstream. So I take it you are going to know what you're doing in judging that P, and therefore you're going to know that you believe that P. So that means that wherever you got maker's knowledge of a belief, because you've made up your mind, you're going to believe what you believe consciously. You're going to know that you believe and what you believe. You can put it in words. Okay, I also want to argue that, and this goes back to the reasoning theme in the second lecture, that when you take your guidance from certain premises, you think P, if P then Q, and then, so Q, or the example I used, you think, here's someone who says he has no brothers or sisters I have none, but that man's father is my father's son, and as you work through those premises as they are, you're going to think about, I'm the only person, I've got no siblings, that man's father is my father's son. Well, I'm the only son of my father, so that man's father is my father's son, has to be me, so it has to be my son. What you've been thinking about is the situation described in those premises. And you then believing about them, what you might express by saying that they elicit the belief that it's my son, as in the light goes on, or it's the speaker's son. At that point, you also have had to have consciously come to believe the premises. So not just the belief you make up your mind about, that that's the speaker's son, but the premises you start from, you have to believe also in a conscious way, because you will have spelled out what those are in thinking about them, as I said, and be led thereby to the conclusion. It's not just, so I call that, just for want for a mnemonic, taker's knowledge. So you've got taker's knowledge of a proposition when they serve as premises for some conclusions that you draw. Now that taker's knowledge is important because not only do we reason from other things that we believe to conclusions, we also reason from perception. We reason from how things present themselves to us, or at least seem to present themselves to us in the various modes of perception. So for example, I look at a bird outside my office in Old Souls, and I wonder, is it a dove or a pigeon? And I try to think about the different shape and colour of a dove and a pigeon. I came very bad on this stuff, but I've got to think about that bird as perceived by me, and on the basis of what I make perceptually salient, be drawn to the conclusion, oh, of course it's a dove, right? Because it doesn't have the pecking action of a pigeon or whatever. Or with all sorts of other examples, someone hands me something in the dark, and I wonder what on earth is it? And it's got sort of funny. It's round. I can see that, and it's got a sort of furry outside, and it's got a sort of smell. And these are all properties of it. And I think, hey, it's a tennis ball, right? I just get it, right? In those cases, you're reasoning from how you perceive things to be, and therefore I say, by virtue of that taker's knowledge, you consciously perceive things to be thus and so. And of course, unconscious perception is at least perfectly coherent as a notion that something is exposed to you perceptually through one another senses, and without you being aware of what you're seeing, it just induces a belief. But not in the case where you reason from perception, where you've got taker's knowledge of it. Now, of course, I'm going to talk about reasoned perception, but I don't for one moment mean to suggest that in every case of the sort of perception I'm talking about, there's active reasoning going on. Obviously, most perception is much more quick, so to speak, than that. It just happens in an instant. You leap to conclusions, so to speak. You don't have to think about them. But as I suggested the last day, something like reasoning can control a process, even when it's not actively involved. So I gave the simple analogy of the cowboy driving the cattle to the railhead. He does nothing, strums the guitar, the cattle follow their head, he ends up at the railhead. Did he control them going to the railhead? Well, of course, because had any one of those head of cattle gone a different or wrong direction, he would have been alerted, he would have put it back on track. Similarly, reasoning may be in control of our perception in the sense that we automatically form beliefs, but red flags go up sometimes. I say, that can't be Johnny, we say, some friend you thought you saw, and then you check, and then you really reason from what was it you noticed that made you think Johnny or Mary was there. So it's reason perception, where reason is in control in that sense. Now, I'm interested in this perceptual consciousness, the sort of consciousness that's associated with having a taker's knowledge of what you perceive, because you're at least in a position to reason from what you perceive to what you, so to speak, ought to believe, to how things are, if the perception is to be taken at face value. But in order to, and the reason I'm interested in it, of course, is that we know conscious belief, conscious desire for that matter, it doesn't seem to have much of a quality about it, that sort of feel, that buzz, that we associate with consciousness, and particularly in the recent literature, like people like Galen Strawson and David Chalmers and so on. They there's a buzz there that they savor in when they talk about consciousness. There's no buzz really to conscious belief, but you might think there's a sort of buzz to conscious perception. That there's something it's like to perceive consciously, even if there's nothing, although they deny that, even if there's nothing it's like to believe consciously, there's something it's like to perceive. So that's why I'm interested in exploring it. And I'm going to do that in the next few sections, but first, I'm going to just lay out some assumptions about perception. Now, as I say, I'm not an expert in this area. I think these assumptions are at a fairly high level, so they're consistent with variations at a greater level of detail. The assumptions I'm going to describe as the DAD, as in dad assumption. D for directness, A for attentional, and the third D, the second D rather, for disallowable. So let me explain what I have in mind. I'm going to grab some water first. The directness that I assume perception has comes in two different forms. One is that, and this isn't so important from my point of view, I take it that when you perceive an object, it really is that object that you perceive, not anything in between, not as in traditional sense datum or even a part or a side of the object. And that's because when we think of perceiving an object, we think of what you perceive as something that you continue to perceive as you move around it, as the light changes, as you move from, say, looking, seeing to touching, for example, that it's still the same object you're perceiving. And I take it that is, at least in the case of veridical perception. I'm going to say very little about non-veridical perception, which is a very tricky topic, as everyone in this audience and in Oxford knows, I suspect. Okay, so you perceive the direct object. That's one aspect of the directness. But the more interesting question bears on the property that you perceive something as having. Now I'm going to assume, or at least I'm going to concentrate on the sort of perception, maybe it's most perception, which is classificatory or predicative or ascriptive, whatever your word might be, which is to say, I'm thinking of perception when you perceive something, you always perceive it as something else. When you perceive it as something else, that is to say, you perceive the thing, your object, as a tennis ball. When you do that, what you're doing is you're obviously classifying the object you're seeing. You're predicating a property of it. Now, one picture, of course, of what goes on in perception is that it's a little bit like belief. You have an independent grasp of what the property of the class is, and you're simply taking this object you perceive and assigning it to that class. That's an indirect in standard terminology, picture, so to speak, or representational picture is sometimes called, of perception. I don't like that picture. I prefer a more direct sort of picture, often called naive realism or direct realism, about the property you're perceiving as well. And it goes back to the topic that I covered the last day in talking about exemplification. So what I said in that case, if you take a color like that, you take a color property, and you may say to me, now, you said black, but, there are many blacks, this is a dusky sort of black. What sort of black? And I say, that sort of black. Now, what am I doing? I'm holding up an instance of a property, here an instance of black, and I'm using it to exemplify a larger class, which may come in slightly different shades or may come in different sorts of surfaces, reflectance properties and so on. I'm using it as an example, and as Goodman argued long ago, examples can represent, when they exemplify, when they're taken to take you to the wider class. How do they do that? Well, in most cases, it seems to me, by what is often called prolepsis. We see a particular shape, let's suppose, a triangle, maybe a series of triangles of different sizes, and I say, that's the shape I'm interested in. There are different triangles. I say, not those, and I point to them, they're shapes that are not triangles. I take it that when you see examples of triangles, you've got a natural disposition, we all have, to extrapolate in a certain direction. And given these are different shapes and sizes and so on, to extrapolate to a very broad class where it doesn't matter what the shape or the size is. And I take it that insofar as we're disposed to extrapolate in that way, we can see the particular triangle presented as exemplifying that larger class, and thereby, as it were, serving a representational, but put that in inverted commas if you like, role. So my image of directly perceiving properties in perception is that you see something as having a certain property. There's an instance of that property there, but the instance of the property there is serving a dual role. It both directs you to the truth condition, as it were, of the perception. It directs you to the similarity class in which you're placing this particular object. But it's also, of course, the truth maker. It is also what makes it the case that this object belongs to that class. So the picture is that perception is always, it's assigning things to classes, or at least a lot of the time. Even, I take it, these are assumptions that are true. I'm going to assume of at least many non-human animals and unspeaking animals. I don't see why they shouldn't be. So that, for example, when you take a pigeon, and I understand you can condition a pigeon on triangular doors, to take that case, it will peck at a triangular door, but not at other doors, regardless of the size up to presumably a certain limit or shape of the triangle. Now, at that point, presumably, when the pigeon sees a particular triangle, given its condition on that, and in a way that's independent of the particularities of the triangle presented, independent of the shape or the size up to a certain limit, it can take the triangle presented as, so to speak, exemplifying the very similarity class into which it is placing this object, and so peck, as it pecks at it, having perceived it as a triangle. So I think perception is direct in both of these ways. You directly perceive objects, and the properties you perceive them as having, as we put it. And those properties you perceive them as having are not sort of brought from elsewhere to the perception, as in conceptually whatever. They're revealed in the perception itself, so that it's direct in this second dimension too. The second feature or assumption I want to make about perception is that it's intentional. There are many different theories of intention. I've been desperately reading over them over the last little while, but I think these comments are consistent with at least many of them. And the comments I want to make are fairly obvious, that in perception, even the dog. Think of my dog Dougal, right? When I throw a tennis ball for Dougal, and he doesn't quite see where I threw it. I just make the motion and he sees my hand is gone. And now he looks, right? And he scans. Of course, there'll be a lot of involuntary saccading, but presumably also a lot of intentional movement of the focus of intention as he moves his head and changes his position, as he moves from one sense to another, even sniffs, so to speak, as well as looks, or pecks up the ears, as in hearing. I take it that he is doing something intentional, intended, which involves changing what perception is going to reveal to him, assuming that it's veridical. And if he does it well, at a certain point, bang, he hears a noise or he sees a ball or smells it, whatever he does, and, he homes in so he can get information about where exactly the ball is. But on the basis of this attentional, intended activity, or at least potential, certainly controlled by intention, as in even if it's automatic, presumably even a simple animal like the dog can actually, out of a desire to find the ball, can actually monitor and control what's happening in the otherwise involuntary sort of movement of the head or whatever. The third feature of perception, I'm just going to assume, is that it's disallowable. And what I mean by that is that the normal role, I take it, of perception is to engender belief. It brings you to believe that things are thus and so. Rightly, if it's a veridical perception, of course perception need not be veridical. And even with a simple animal, I think it's plausible that the animal will not form beliefs when experience is revealed that the perception is not veridical. So I'm going to introduce you to Dougal. He's a lovely mixture of a poodle and a schnoodle. And so one feature of this animal, with whom you're going to feel very intimate at the end of this lecture, is that when he was a puppy and we brought him into a room where there's a full-size mirror, he got very excited about the mirror. I mean, there was another dog there, He went over and began licking the mirror. He went around and looked at the other side of the mirror. And he barked, of course, at the mirror, and the dog barked back, what's more, But at a certain point, Dougal got it. I mean, or at least he realized that there was nothing to get. And he just stopped barking at the mirror. He just doesn't notice it. Now he's 1.5 years old. He just doesn't notice the dog in the mirror. It's just not there for him. Now, I don't think that Dougal, or at least you don't have to assume, that the dog has come to form the belief, that's not a dog. Looks like a dog, but it's not a dog, It doesn't have to be internal negation, so to speak, in the content of the belief. I believe that is not a dog. But of course, there can be external negation, as in he just doesn't believe it's a dog anymore. The perception has been, so to speak, demobilized, decommissioned, taken away from its normal role in engendering belief. And I think that has to be a feature of perception, that while it is predicative or classificatory, to mention that first one, even in this direct way, and while it involves, it's so to speak, layered with intentional activity in changing the focus, it still, as a whole process, can be neutralized, so to speak, insulated from belief formation under appropriate circumstances. Now, those three assumptions, as I think of them, they're assumptions that I believe are true of basically most perceiving creatures or animals, including us, of course. They don't require language as I see it, so hence I can use Dougal as an example. Someone may say, but look, wait a moment, you know nothing or very little or just at second hand about animals. And I confess, alas, that's true, apart from my intimate acquaintance with Dougal and various other dogs throughout my life. But if that worries you, that it's not, I'm not informing this presentation with a lot of empirical detail from the vast literature on animal minds, from my point of view, it's fine if we're just talking about a possible sort of mind. That's going to still work for the point of view of this argument. Okay, so now we have characterized, maybe just a possible mind, the idea of a perceiver with these three features who may be a reasoned perceiver or a non-reasoned perceiver. It may be that the perceiver, like us, can reason from perception or not. All three assumptions are still going to hold. Next question is, let's think about what it might be for the unreasoned or unreasoning perceiver. A creature like maybe it's imaginary picture of Dougal. Well, here's one thought that might immediately spring to mind if you've been at both of the earlier lectures, which is the following. In the last lecture, I contrasted what I called blind transitioning, which is still rational transitioning, with reasoned transitioning. Now, blind transitioning is what I mentioned earlier, as in, you believe P, and if P then Q, and bang, you don't know why, you find yourself believing that Q. I talked about a possible, form that this might assume, as in the idiot savant, who, remember I mentioned the example, which I happen to have seen somewhere on, I think, on the BBC or YouTube, where you've got someone they're asked, two people, one is an idiot savant, the other is a mathematician, as to what day of the week the 27th of April 1923 was. The premise is supplied there, it's a particular date and so on, and there's a conclusion to be drawn. Was it a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday? I mean, those are the possible conclusions. And the mathematician, worries away, does some computations, and about 5 minutes later comes up with the answer, I believe it's a Thursday. But the idiot savant, who, at least in this presentation, I know nothing about idiot savant, I should say, in general, looking completely sort of spaced out, says simply, Thursday, like a flash. Now, presumably, he didn't reason to that conclusion. Presumably, it just came to him, That's blind transitioning. Okay, so you might think that if the creature like Dougal doesn't reason from perception to the tennis ball is there or whatever, I can smell it, but just, goes for the tennis ball on the basis of its perceptual inputs, maybe it's like the blind transitioning. Maybe it just, perceptions occur, they're momentary events or a sequence of events, and bang, it has a belief. As it were, it doesn't know, it knows not why. And actually that's interesting because it corresponds to the phenomenon that Lawrence Weisskranz described in this university back in the 1960s or 60s as blindsight, which has been much talked about and talked up and no doubt artificialized, as it were, fictionalized by philosophers. The idea of the blind sight, the simple case given is someone who claims not to see anything in their right hemisphere, let's suppose, sees things here, fine, can't see anything here, but then asked, well, if there were something there, hands down, what do you think it is? And they say fairly reliably, a glass, right? So though they don't, or they can, the idea would be if they're fully blindsighted, they would walk across a room without claiming not to see anything, but not crash into anything in the way, not walk into a table or whatever. If there were blind transitioning of the kind that I'm asking about now, if that's what's happening in Dougal, then Dougal would be blind-sighted, indeed blind-sensed, as it were, if you can think of it as an overall condition. This description of blind sense, by the way, is pulling far away from the actual empirical literature, which is not contested, very detailed, there are only a few cases, and so on. And that seems all wrong, doesn't it? It seems wrong to think that the dog is just forming beliefs in this blind sort of way. I think in particular it doesn't do justice to the phenomenon of attention. Because after all, Dougal, when I throw the ball, he knows it's gone somewhere. He doesn't have it's there or there, that could be in the bushes or whatever. And he now performs certain intentional activities, moving its head, sniffing the wind, running in the direction, get nearer where it might be, and then sniffing and so on. And maybe listening as the ball is still rolling or whatever. In that case, the animal is performing intentional activity, intended activity, which reliably produces the result that in this particular case, it learns things about its environment. It forms true beliefs about its environment. Now, insofar as the animal gains those, so to speak, rewards as a result of this activity, it's very plausible to think that Dougal and any such animal, even if we're talking about just a possibility rather than actual animals, it's very plausible that we should think of his attentional activity as an activity aimed at giving him beliefs about matters he needs to have beliefs about, aimed at giving him information. And if that's the case, it seems to me false to think of the creature as operating with blind sight. It's not as if things happen, that don't register at all with the animal, with the creature, that then elicit a certain belief. He knows not why, as it were. On the contrary, Dougal is doing various things that actively elicit the belief. It's not that they come upon him, so to speak, from outside by accident. He's actually eliciting them by virtue of his intentional activity. It's no surprise to him, as it were, that the ball is there where he heard the noise, or he smelled the smell, or he saw the object. So I want to say that with even unreasoned perceivers of this kind that I'm trying to characterize, it would be wrong to think of them as super blind-sighted or blind-sighted, blind-sensed in any way because of the intentional activity involved in paying attention. But notice, on this picture, they're still not reasoning. Dougal is not reasoning about, I heard it there now, it'll only sound, and there's a smell, yeah, I bet it's over there. He's not reasoning, nor is reasoning controlling what he's doing. He's just intentionally seeking out information, though how he conceives it is another issue, and it's generating the beliefs in response. So you've got three models now. One is the blind sight model, or the blind transition model, which may well apply, say, with the simple robot we were talking about in the case of belief-to-belief transitions. And at the other extreme, you've got the reasoning model, where you really have a question. You think these premises will provide the basis of an answer. You think about the premises. You don't just believe in the premises. You form beliefs about them, holding them as an object of attention. You find yourself driven to the belief that you express in so Q. That's the other extreme. But in between is this that is neither blind sight nor reasoning. And I think of that as a model, a potential model at any rate, of what animal perceptual consciousness might be like. One way of summing that up, actually, is to say that it's very plausible to say with the blind-sighted imaginary creature, let's suppose, blind-sensed creature that just forms beliefs, acts on them, but there's no sort of connection of the kind we allege when we think of the person being aware of why they form belief or what pressed them to it. We can say with such a creature that there's nothing the world is like for them. I mean, they form beliefs about the world, and those beliefs maybe inform their actions and guide them, maybe even quite reliably. But there's nothing the world is like for them. It doesn't show up for them. It's as if it's operating in, as we might say, in the dark, but in the dark of all senses, Her beliefs are just driving its behavior, but there's nothing of which it, as we say, is aware coming in. That's plausible, I say. It's very hard to argue this in a very exact way, but I'm trying to evoke that intuition. And by contrast, there's something the world is like for Dougal, you know? Because Dougal is aware of looking for cues and so on, bang, going for a cue, going for a conclusion, as it were, and then acting on the basis of it. That world is constantly, and he's actively interacting and registering that world. So it's very plausible to say there's something the world is like for Dougal. So that's very positive. But just to put in a negative twist now, when you think about Dougal's world, or the world maybe of a whole range of animals, the animal may be very actively engaged and aware of the world, not blind-sensed, and responding to it and taking overtures that, so to speak, inform and elicit appropriate beliefs on the basis of which it can act and so on. All of that may be true, and just as you might put it, the animal may be totally immersed in the experience and lost in the experience. After all, the Dougal we're imagining is not aware of believing versus perceiving. Perceiving, in a way, is believing, except in the mirror case, you know, where the perception is, so to speak, insulated from demobilized, as I put it, decommissioned. But otherwise, there's no contrast for him between perceiving. It's what is it really like? What am I to believe? No. Perceiving doesn't contrast with believing. He's totally immersed in that perceptual world, even though he's quite active in exploring that perceptual world. He doesn't have any abstract questions. I wonder whether P or Q, that he then goes to perception to answer, so to speak. Perception is just something he works with. It's how the world is for Dougal, as it were. And the main thing to register is that the perceived world just is the world. There's no gap between the perceived world and the world in itself, so to speak, for a creature of those limited conceptual reasoning capacities. So it's still, the world is there's something it's like for Dougal, and that means we can, so to speak, thrill to the joy of a young animal, you know, in running across a field or in chasing a ball or whatever, as we all do. You know, we're obviously sharing something with that animal. That is, this is not a mere sort of mechanical robot or whatever without there being anything the world is like for it. The world is obviously a very rich way for any animal of that kind, especially, of course, when you realize its smell is much more powerful than ours, you know, with various birds. There are a whole range of colors it sees that we don't see. Dougal recently got a toy, you know, which he loves squeezing because it produces a noise that he hears, but we can't hear. It's a wonderful idea if you've got a dog for a toy. It's a very rich world that Dougal has, but it's a world in which, as I think of it, he may well be, for all we know, as we're lost, so immersed as to have no bearings on it. He's just, okay. So let's move on to reasoned perception and consciousness. Now, I think with creatures of my imaginary people who have developed language, that language is going to evoke capacities to reason in them, and I want to say that the reasoning that can control then their perception can really introduce quite a novel dimension to consciousness itself. So here's one thing that we, or they, and I'll talk about we for simplicity, can do as a result of being able to reason. Well, taking the tennis ball you're holding in the dark, you know, you can think about it's not just that there are various properties that register with you, even that you categorize it in terms of, in the exemplificational way. It's not just that. You can actually think about these properties. You can think, well, it's got that fluffy sort of feel, you know, and you know, and it's round, okay, and maybe you bounce it, and I know that sound, you know. I've watched Wimbledon often enough on television or whatever, and then you smell it. You know, it's got that rubbery sort of smell, and you think, of course, it's a tennis ball, right? There you've reasoned to the conclusion. But notice, by virtue of being able to reason, of course you won't do this normally, but it'll obviously be there in the background in the standby way. You can control, in that sense, what your perceptual transitions are to belief, you can focus on the different properties, right? And notice not only the different properties, but also properties associated with different sensory organs. So, the smell was one thing. Another was the feel, touch. Another was the sound. Another was, you finally turn on the lights. Of course it's a tennis ball. Any idiot can see it's a tennis. Eyes are much better with many of these things, as we know. So you can, by virtue of reasoning, the first feature, relating to the directness, so to speak, is that you can distinguish the properties that are relevant to your forming certain beliefs and really think about them and think about whether they really do elicit those beliefs, as we will say, whether they support those beliefs. And that's something, of course, that Dougal, or the imaginary Dougal, can't do. Secondly, with attention, Dougal moves around. His focus shifts all the time, and it's directed by where's the ball, in that sense by a purpose, so it's intentional. But with us, we can actually, knowing that we can attend in that way, we can actually ask questions of, because of being able to reason, we can ask questions of our perception, as in, I wonder if it's or is it a tennis ball or is it a cricket ball, for example? We can ask a question like that, and we can bring the question to our perceptual resources, so to speak, and force them to answer the question. Not only that, we can introduce all sorts of judgmental distinctions we make in language that actually we weren't perceptually salient, sensitive to, and make them matters of perceptual salience. So, for example, you learn what Art Deco is, and man, you can see the Art Deco, non-Art Deco distinction all over the place. You can recognize an Art Deco sort of object. You can see something as an Art Deco piece of sculpture or whatever it might be. And similarly for a whole range of distinctions like that, associated, for example, traditionally with the theory-ladenness of observation, as in and we talked about that example earlier, the radiologist who will just look at an X-ray and see it as displaying a growth or a tumor or nothing of that kind or whatever, where the rest of us are just lost. We can train up our perceptions. Our perception can be more skillful in that way by virtue of letting them interact with our verbal resources, our resources of judgment. And that's a very big leap, as the first aspect is a leap beyond the conscious capacities of Dougal. The third one is probably, and now we move to the DA, the third D, disallowable, is probably the most important of all. Because we can equally recognize that perceptions are sometimes not veridical. So we can think about the properties that we perceive things as having as properties they may not really have. The stick looks bent. It's got the perceptual property of being bent, but we know from experience it isn't bent. So we can distinguish between how things are perceived to be and how they are. And that's something I think that is conspicuously missing in my little vignette, so to speak, of Dougal's psychology. We can not just, like Dougal, decommission perception. We can come say, well, that looks like a dog, but it isn't a dog. It's a reflection that looks bent, but it isn't bent. And thereby we can distinguish between, as it were, the world in itself and the world as it's perceived to be. Now, most of the time, and I think the default assumption with perception is the world is as it's perceived to be. But let the red flags go up, as in you reach for the stick and you realize where you reached, it's not there. Let the red flags go up and you begin to see this. And of course, with interpersonal communication, different perspectives, different people, it underlines the possibility of the world as it is being different from the world as you perceive it to be. Now, it seems to me that what this leads us to is a thought that where there's something the world is like for Dougal, that's true for us, of course, as well. There's something extra that's true for us, which is that there's also something it's like to be in a state of perceiving the world to be such and such. Not that the world, not just that the world is, there's something the world is like for us, unlike for the blind-sighted creature. It's also that there's something it's like for us to be in a state of perception of the world being thus and so. Because once we're aware of our perceptions, in whatever modality, overall, perhaps together, once we're aware of them being potentially non-veridical, we're aware of it, the perceptual state, so to speak, as the potential bearer of various properties. Well, what properties? Here what I'm trying to say is this. I was feeling the tennis ball, right, in my hand. And I said it's fluffy. But of course, recognizing that my perception, this may be an illusion, let's suppose, induced by a neuroscientist, with his little machine on the other side of the room, I can think, well, insofar as the ball is fluffy by my perception, I can think of my perception having the quality of being as of something fluffy, or my smell being, smelling as of something rubbery, or when I hear something, and I wonder, what is that sound? I can hear it when I hear it, let's suppose, as a bird in the distance, and once I hear it that way and then realize, well, maybe I'm being deceived, I'm still aware that the perception has the property of being as of a bird in the distance, right? So for every property perceived and ascribed to objects perceptually, there's going to be a corresponding, as it were, as of property that belongs, and you can think of as belonging to the perceptual state. And insofar as you're aware of your perceivings as having these as of properties, there can be something, it's like to perceive things that way. You can conceive of what's happening in that manner. So there's something it's like for you to perceive things to be that way. And of course we can play in this way, as in going into virtual reality machines or IMAX cinemas or whatever that induce, as we know, various of these non-veridical experiences. We can almost wallow in those perceptual states, enjoying these properties, these as-of properties that the state is going to have, enjoying the vertigo, the as-of falling, from a skyscraper or whatever in the virtual reality machine. The state can assume a salience for you that leads me to say there's something it's like to be in that sort of state. Okay, so this takes me really to the last section. So what I've seen is, I think as a result of having language capacity to reason, reasoning in particular from perception, there has to be some sense of consciousness we have in our perception. I've talked about perception, these three assumptions about how even an unreasoned perception or perceiver like Dougal, there'll be something the world is like, and this reasoning is going to, or this control by reasoning is going to introduce another possibility altogether, that there's something it's like to be in that state. But now the big question, and this is really where we get into the terrain where it's now much fought over in the consciousness literature, is, and really a Euthyphro question distinguishes, as I think of it, the two sides. So one side, when I said there's something the state is like, it's like to be in that state. Another way of saying that is the state is a sort of feel, or a quale, in the technical term. Now the Euthyphro question, this is the last section, the Euthyphro question is this. Am I guided by the perception, say in recognizing this is a fluffy ball, by the quale? Is the quale there, so to speak, as the guide, as the driver of how I perceive things to be? Or is it the other way around? Is it the case that the perception gains that quale in virtue of its being a perceiver, a perception of things being thus and so. An example I like that I've written about elsewhere, which I think brings out these two possibilities, is I've called here akinetopsia. So akinetopsia is a condition in which people do not see apparent motion. So they see things moving as if they were in a stroboscopic room or working under stroboscopic lighting. They see things jumping from place to place, but they do not see, they see things as if, it's a cinema where the film is running too slowly, so you're not being led into. Okay, so imagine someone like Jackson's Mary, I think I call her Eva, who's in a stroboscopic room, and she comes out of the stroboscopic room. In the stroboscopic room, she can tell where everything is. She can do all of the computations and so on, but she just doesn't see anything moving. Even her hand, seems to go jumpily as she writes or does her computations. She comes out and suddenly she can see things that are moving. Now, she now can identify where the ball is going to be in a moment. She can grab for it and so on. She could do all of that with the computation in the room as well. But there's a new quale, isn't there? We'll all say that. There's a new quale to seeing things move. And there's some moving descriptions. Sorry, don't mean to pun on moving. There's some nice descriptions of people who recovered from akinetopsia, being exhilarated by the sense of the world they have, and suddenly things are moving, It's like the cinema, they've suddenly made the projector run faster again. So here's the question with akinetopsia. When Eva comes out of that room, does she suddenly have a quale come on stream, called the sense of apparent motion, which then enables her to see things moving in this fluid way? Or is it that as a result of now having whatever the neural repair or secretary put right that was gone wrong, and being able to read off the positions of things in this more or less continuous way, is the quale a result of that? Is it the precipitate of that? So is it the case that I'm guided by things in determining that's moving, it'll be there and so on, by how it looks, by the quality of the experience? Or is it that in being able to do that, that's what it is to have the quale, the property in your perception of being as of apparent motion? Those are the two divides. And of course, as where people like Galen and Dave Chalmers, they go very much for the quale as something intrinsic. It's a feature of the perception. It plays a role in enabling the perception. And that means that now it seems there's a property that's not directly explicable by what's happened physically, at least not, it isn't a logical entailment of what happens. Whereas on the other view, no, quale is just what it's like for a subject who can actually now read off things like apparent motion. To put it in terms of, color, I see a red object, and one view will say that my sensation or visual sensation is a sort of reddishness. Think of that as an intrinsic quale of the perception. And it's a result of that I see things as red. The other will say, no, red is a purely physical property that is controlled in various ways and registered by your eye. It's a spectral reflectance, let's say. But in being able to detect things by color and being able to track things in virtue of their color, which involves a whole range of neural capacities that we're only beginning to really identify and separate out, by virtue of being able to do that, which is remarkably complex at the neural level, things are going to look red. Of course, that's the way they look when you are making that sort of judgment. Now, I'm inclined, but I'm just going to lay this out as a view I tend towards, or I find attractive rather than a view I can defend. I'm very attracted by the view that the quale comes from the ability, so to speak, to make the judgments, the discriminations, and so on. That when you're able to distinguish just by sight, where something is moving, where it's likely to be, you're going to have a quale as of apparent motion, which in itself can be quite exciting, rather than the other way around. I mean, the reason for going this way is it's more parsimonious, it seems to be, as a view of, so to speak, what happens in the world. It's also, it seems to me these quale they're very suspect entities anyhow. So, how something looks, it's looking like it's moving, or it looks like it's red, or it's got the look of a tennis ball. When you ask about this look, which is supposed to be this intrinsic feature of the perception, and then you ask, well, how does the look itself look? You realize that's a silly question. No, things look, and the way they look is tied with, and the look isn't, so to speak, if it were independent, you sort of feel, well, couldn't you just pull it apart from, the thing you're seeing in virtue of having that in your perception, and then think about it? But, and this is, people often call this the diaphaneity, I suppose, of perception. There seems to be nothing in your hands. There seems to be nothing there in place of the quale other than how things are presenting them to you, insofar as you are capable of perceiving them in this rich, judgmentally oriented, reason-controlled way that I've been describing. Another reason is that we have a familiar notion of an affordance, great term of Gibson, the psychologist, someone I particularly like, which are qualities the things display for us perceptually as we're in virtue of being able to do something with them. We look at the hammer and we can almost reach for it. Actually, that sounds more Heidegger than Gibson, but they're sort of in the same ballpark, I guess, on this topic. It's not a mysterious idea that things might have. Well, in the case of perception, it'll be a sort of inferential. I see a perception, it's cueing me to make a certain inference. It's eliciting from me that inference to a belief, and that's what it is for the perception to have a certain quale. That's what it is for things to look a certain way to me. I have another consideration here, actually, which I'll just briefly mention. I've only got about 3 or 4 minutes' time. Ivo Kohler, in the 1930s, did an extended series of experiments in Austria, which Gibson took up actually later and popularized in the 1980s. And one of them was an experiment by getting people, you'd never get away with it now, no ethics committee would pass it, to wear glasses which had a blue hue on one side and I think it was a yellow hue on the other, and had a green on the upside and a red on the bottom. So, I mean, their world was a buzz with colour of a crazy sort. Now, they quickly learned to adjust at the level of judgment, as I would put it. As in, okay, I know it looks green over there, but, focusing on it, it's not green, and it obviously hasn't changed colour, that's a sort. So you just learn to ignore, and it's laborious, It's very, very tough. It's like learning to drive a car. You've got to think, now, wait a minute, I move up, and I wait for that sound, and so on. But here's the amazing thing. As people got better and better at making those judgments, things began to look normal again. And after a number of weeks, these people said, it's disappeared. I've lost this effect. I don't have the blue-green sort of switching thing, or the red, so the red-green, the blue-yellow switching effect at all. It's just fine. It was fine until they took off the glasses, and of course the effect returned, or a mirror image, I think, of the effect, and it had to be. But you see, what that suggests to me is that by learning to read off from the perceived world according to a certain pattern, the perceptions, the looks, the qualia fell into line. I mean, none of this is knocked down, as I say, and I don't mean it to be. Now, I'll just finish with one comment. There are two very insistent arguments presented in the literature. One is called the epistemic argument, the other the modal argument, for, so to speak, the emergence or the special non-physical character of qualia and of consciousness in general. One is the epistemic argument is the Mary argument, that if you imagine Mary in the black and white room, that's Frank Jackson's Mary, and now you let her out and isn't she going to just see completely new sort of things, a big aha experience? And doesn't that show you that there's a quality that comes on stream there, that isn't just explained by the fact she can make discriminations now that she couldn't make before, at least with greater ease. The other intuition in the modal argument is one that David Chalmers has run in particular, which is that, look, think about any capacity like the capacity to see apparent motion. Isn't that just neural circuitry of various kinds operating? And can't you imagine that functioning going on without there being any consciousness? Those are the two arguments. I think those arguments, there's a very nice response of Victoria McGears, who's in the audience, and I don't support this just for reasons of domestic bliss. Her argument, she pointed out some years ago, is that these undercut one another. Because suppose that you believe the Mary argument, think, yeah, that really hammers it. But then that undermines the zombie argument, because if you imagine the zombie is supposed to be, I call it the modal argument, the zombie argument is supposed to be someone functionally exactly like you, but without any consciousness. But now if you think Mary's aha shows she had a quale, and now you're thinking about the zombie over there in the possible world, that zombie, of course, is going to say aha as well, otherwise it won't be a zombie. Speech is a product of our functioning. But then you're going to say, well, wait a moment, the zombies, if I trust Mary's aha, I've got to trust the zombie's aha. So the zombie argument isn't a good argument, right, if I accept and it works the other way around. Suppose you're persuaded by the zombie argument, as in you could have a zombie just functioning like us, it would say aha, it would say it's very excited and so on, but it'd just be all functioning, there'd be no quale, that's Chalmers' claim. Well, if you think that's true, why are you so persuaded by Mary? Because after all, Mary might be a zombie, who's just going through the motions of saying aha and so on, where there's no quale in there. So it seems to me these arguments leave me unpersuaded. That's why I go for the more parsimonious view, or at least tend in that direction. But my main goal has been to try to persuade you that speech is very powerful, and the capacity to speech is very powerful, not just in catalyzing in creatures who don't necessarily have those capacities beforehand, a capacity to judge and intentionally form beliefs on certain issues, a capacity to reason, not just blindly transition, but also this capacity to be aware of their perceptions as the perceived world is not necessarily the actual world, and to have something that goes with it, which is something it's like to be in that perceptual state, which I think need not involve an irreducible quale of the Chalmers-Strawson kind. Just in conclusion, I'd say that this, of course, is only me talking about perceptual consciousness. There's an issue of consciousness in many areas in bodily sensation, and I've said nothing on them. Thank you very much. So if I can just remind, those of you who've been at some of the earlier lectures, the theme of these 6 lectures is the claim that there are certain capacities that language does not presuppose. In other words, language could come into existence without these capacities being present in the language users. But these capacities, not being presupposed by language, are still capacities, so I argue, that can be brought on stream by language. So I argue that any creatures like us otherwise, mentally, in terms of mutual reliance and so on, would be, if they had language, would actually be led into developing and exercising these capacities that I've been characterizing. So the first 3 capacities were the capacity for judgment, as I call it, the capacity for reasoning, and the capacity for a certain sort of consciousness in perception. So language that came as catalyzes, so to speak, those capacities. Now, I didn't argue, though I've gone close to arguing or suggesting that it's impossible that creatures without language should have the capacities. The main claim is simply that language precipitates or catalyzes pretty close to ensures the development of these capacities. Now, in the remaining 3 lectures on commitment, personhood, and responsibility, I think everybody will admit there's going to be no problem about arguing that these are not presupposed by language. I think it's perfectly conceivable that you should have language like everyone would see. You could have language amongst creatures who do not have these particular 3 capacities. But it's still worth arguing, that's what I'm going to try to argue, that the availability of language will, with these 2, explain why those capacities would emerge. Now, in arguing in the first 3 lectures, I depended on what I call a genealogy, a thought experiment about creatures who develop language, and trying to argue that such creatures would more or less, emphasize less, inevitably develop those 3 capacities. I don't really need that genealogy for the next 3, but I'm still going to stick broadly with it. I'm going to talk about we, the protagonists in this story, and so on. But you assume about these that we, the protagonists, do actually have the capacity to make judgments and thereby to decide, to make up our minds, say in belief about whether P or not, and thereby decide to form a belief on a given issue by making a judgment on the issue, that we can reason and that we can have this special sort of perceptual consciousness I talked about the last day. So I'm going to start. What I'm going to argue today is that language will make it possible for these creatures also, for us if you like, to make commitments in a distinctive sense, and I think a very important sense that is central to human life. And I think that it's the capacity to make commitments in that sense that enables us to, as I'm going to put it, commune and incorporate, to form community in a very distinctive way. That's going to be the second half of the lecture. Okay, so these creatures, we, the protagonists, as I put in the handout, we're presumed to be, as I've argued before, dependent on one another, reliant on one another, because we must be able to rely on one another in order to look after our own ends, whatever they are, even short of forming common ends. And equally, we must be able to get others to rely on us. This is a very important feature of the creatures I'm imagining, and that corresponds, of course, with the natural history of our species, because almost all commentators insist that that's a central aspect of things. Now, if we are mutually reliant in that way, it's going to be important for us to be able to communicate to one another that we have congenial attitudes, that we have beliefs in common with the others, that we have desires, values to interpret, to anticipate later lecture, in common with one another, and so on, to build that sort of community. So how might we do that? Well, one way in which we might do that, this is going to be a dead end, as it were, but it's important to mention it. One way in which we might try to do that is to report on our own attitudes in the way in which, in the story told so far, we report on conditions in the environment. So just as we report on, to pick a sort of image of these people, we report on where the fish are running, where the fruit is ripening, where the deer are to be found, whether there's a storm in prospect or whatever, as we report on matters like that, where the data are available. So we might think that, well, we should report to one another on what we believe and on what we desire, for example, what we prefer, what we intend, in order to establish this sort of mutual reliability, or at least to facilitate it. But there's a problem if we were to rely in that way on reporting our attitudes, and that's the following. With a report, any report, let's take a report in the environment, there are 2 sorts of excuses which any one of us is likely to try to make if we prove unreliable. It's going to be important to us for reputation's sake, if only for reputation's sake, that we do actually establish we're reliable with others. And if I, for example, with one of you, mislead you in some way, I tell you the fruit is ripening on the hill to the southeast, and you go there and complain to me that it's not, well, one sort of excuse I might give is that, the evidence was misleading. I was sure I saw that red glow, associated with ripening fruit and so on. But on the other hand, of course, it was early morning and dusk and dawn is like that. So, and you might accept that excuse, in which case I'm let off the reputational hook. You don't, as it were, oust me from the reliance circle if you accept that excuse. Well, another sort of excuse I might say is, well, you know, it was there this morning. Your complaint, I suppose, in this case is that the fruit's all gone. There is no fruit there. Obviously, someone took it since I saw it. So the evidence has shifted, so to speak. It's not a dated report. And the evidence has shifted. So you, in that sense, in that sense, try to excuse my having misled you as well. And again, I may offer backup for that explanation. And it's an explanation that gets me off the reputational hook. In that sense, it's an excuse. Now, if I'm just reporting on my mental states to you in trying to establish that we are of a relatively congenial kind, and that I in particular am, it's pretty clear that I'll always be able to say, if I don't then act as if I had the attitude that I've reported myself as having, I said, you know, I have a strong belief that, say, Jones is trustworthy, I tell you. And then you find me not actually acting as if Jones was trustworthy, and you complain to me that I've misled you about my attitude, my belief about Jones. I must say, if I'm really reporting, as in to emphasize report, I might be saying, yeah, I think, I'm pretty sure I believe he is trustworthy. I might say an excuse that the evidence was misleading. Actually, I must have gotten myself wrong. I really thought I believed that. If it were just a report, you could always use that excuse. Or, of course, you might use the excuse that you changed your mind since I spoke to you, that I decided he's not actually trustworthy after all. Change of mind, and might try to back that up. Again, either of these might get you off the hook if they truly are just reports you're giving. Now, that's a problem, of course, because if I can get off the hook that easily, then my words are very cheap. And it would be nice if my words were more expensive, so to speak, so that you could actually rely on them. You know, well, he says he believes this, he says he desires that, but, you know, what the hell? I mean, he can get off the hook any time by claiming a misleading mind or a changed mind. Okay, that might seem to be a real problem, but then of course, we've been talking about this before. There is another way in which I might communicate what I believe. So, for example, you ask me whether I think the fruit is ripening, and I say, the fruit is ripening. In other words, I make a judgment about the content of the belief I've been asked about. I just simply say, the fruit is ripening. Now, in virtue of the earlier argument about judgment and belief, by making a judgment, which I take to be speech dependent, it's the sort of thing you get to do insofar as you learn language. By making a judgment, you manifestly, as I put it, more or less, that's why I have the little tilde before ensure, more or less ensure, or I should say, I more or less ensure that I have that belief. I've, as it were, made up my mind when saying, is it? Yeah, the fruit is ripening. Okay, now, Gareth Evans taught us long ago, actually Elizabeth Anscombe before him, that one way, and perhaps the normal way in which we actually communicate what we believe about something is in that mode. In other words, you ask me, do I believe that P, that's about me, and I answer P, which is actually not answering your question, is it? It's making a judgment that P, but as he said, that is a standard way of communicating that actually you believe that P, because you wouldn't have said it unless you believed it. And we have a nice argument for that by the manifest connection that I argued for in the first lecture between judgment and sincere saying and serious saying that something is the case and actually having the belief. So there's another way in which I might communicate the judgment. And here's a really nice thing about it, is that how do I know what it is that I believe? Well, if I make up my mind, as I do in judgment, manifestly ensuring that I have the belief, if I make up my mind, then I have a maker's knowledge, as I called it, of what I believe. I don't have to rely on introspection. You know, do I believe that Jones is true? Do I? No, I'm not sure. Do I? You know, if the data are there, and I think about it, and I say, yeah, Jones is trustworthy, I've made up my mind, and that ensures that I have the belief, and I know, as someone who's just made up his or her mind, that's what the argument of the last lecture, I know that I have that belief. So now that means that when it comes to, I want to communicate, say, focusing on belief, my beliefs to you, in the case where at least the data permit it, I can communicate my beliefs to you by means of making those sorts of judgments. And here's the nice thing. I have a motive, as I said, for making my words more expensive rather than less expensive, so that I can't get off the hook. And the thing about communicating the belief in that way is that I am able to, as it were, shut down the misleading mind excuse. Because I know I have the belief that Jones is trustworthy, having just formed it, and I know it not on the basis of introspective evidence, looking into my mind. I know it by having made up my mind. But that means I can be sure pretty well, of course, never 100% maybe, but I'm pretty sure that I have that belief. And so I can communicate that I have that belief to you in a way that manifestly denies me the later excuse should I prove not to act according to that belief. It shuts down the later possible excuse, gee, I must have gotten my mind wrong. You can say to me, I told you Jones is trustworthy and I don't act as if he is, and you complain to me. I can't say, yeah, that's really interesting. I must have gotten my mind wrong. That suggests that I introspected, found the evidence, and was misled by it. But actually, given I just made up my mind, I have a maker's knowledge of what I believe. And so I can be confident enough about what I believe to be able to communicate it to you in a way that renounces what I call here excuse A. That's the misleading mind excuse. Of course, if I don't act as if Jones is trustworthy, while I won't now be able to say, gee, I misread my mind, I will still be able to say, if I can back that up, that actually I changed my mind about Jones. I used to think he was trustworthy when I spoke to you. I changed my mind. I still have that excuse available of these two salient excuses, but I don't have the first. That means, of course, that communicating what I believe to you by means of a judgment of that kind is more expensive, because I've denied myself an exit, from an embarrassing predicament in the event of not behaving as if I had that belief. I've denied myself the misleading mind excuse while keeping open the other changed mind excuse. So that means I have a motive, of course, to make my words expensive. I have a means of doing so, like a judgment, that P, in communicating that I believe that P, and I now have the confidence required to be able to do that because I've made up my mind. It's not just by scanning my mind that I know what I believe. So I think this is what I call avowing a belief. Rather than reporting the belief, which keeps open the two excuses, I'm going to use the word avow and say that when I communicate a belief, say that P, by avowing the belief, that means I do it by saying P. And avowal in that sense seems to answer on the face of it to the desire to make my words expensive. At least it does so on one condition. You have to add, philosophy is never easy, so you have to add another condition. And the condition is that the belief that you've avowed, the P in question, is the sort of belief where it's going to be pretty obvious from your action whether or not you actually have that belief. Of course, with some beliefs, it's not going to be all that clear from your behavior whether or not you had that belief. For example, if you report a belief that you think it's 0.65, probable that such and such, well, you don't behave as if such and such. You can always say, well, I just said it was 0.6 probable. I didn't say it was such and such. So you can get off the hook. It's not a behaviorally testable belief. And not always. I mean, there are many contexts where it will be. But not always. And the belief, so to speak, that you avow will be expensive. The avowal will be expensive, and therefore the avowal as communication will be more credible because more expensive, at least when it comes to behaviorally testable beliefs of that kind. Okay, so that means that really in these cases, when you avow a belief, you're really betting on yourself, to actually act as if the content of the belief is true. It is literally like casting a wager. You're sort of saying, okay, take me on. I'm telling you, P, so you can treat me as if I believe that P. And it's expensive because while I can have maybe the change mind excuse, and of course there are other excuses I might avail myself of too, I can't at least have that excuse. And that'll give my words greater credibility. Now, I want to suggest in the next move that a vowel is so attractive to us protagonists and to us human beings as we are, it's so attractive to us that we should make our words expensive in that way and credible in that way, that I think a vowel is likely to become the default. We're likely to move into, so to speak, an opt-out system, so that when I use words to communicate my belief, the assumption is going to be that I am avowing it in the sense that I am renouncing the excuse if I should prove not to act as if I had the belief. I'm renouncing the excuse of saying, gee, I must have gotten myself wrong. Now, if that's true, if it becomes the default, the idea is this, that your words, my words, are always assumed to involve that sort of betting on myself, to involve a vowel, to involve the renunciation of the misleading mind excuse. But I can opt out of the default. I can sort of say, you ask me if I believe Jones is trustworthy. Look, here's the truth. I'm not so sure. And now I begin to report, right? I say, yeah, I sort of think he's trustworthy. I think he's trustworthy, rather. I think I have that belief, but, I don't know. I just don't know my own mind. Now, we do that on occasion. We do opt out. But short of going to that trouble, I think and I think these protagonists intelligibly, would make a vowel the default. So you'd have to opt out in order to be taken to make a report. The normal assumption would be that you're making an avowal and that you're, as it were, how do you put it? You're putting your money where your mouth is, or your mouth where your money is. You're actually putting something at risk. Now, I want to suggest, I want to suggest that the same may well be true, and I have to do this briefly because I want to get through probably too much material for a single lecture, but I think that something similar may well be true and is likely to be true with desire, at least on an assumption that I'm going to make and not, unfortunately, defend. Of course, there'll be a means of now avowing a desire, say avowing a preference, avowing an intention, at the limit of desire, so to speak. There'll be means of doing so if the default is that when I communicate my attitudes, I'm actually avowing them. I'm not keeping open the misleading mind excuse. There'll be a motive for avowing my preferences and intentions rather than, just reporting them, which is that it'll make me more credible, make the words more costly. Can I have the confidence to know what I desire in the way in which I was required to have the confidence to know what I believe in order to communicate to avow a belief? Well, I think yes, on the following assumption. If you assume that whenever I desire something, prefer one scenario to another, or indeed intend in the sense of choosing one act option over another, or a set of other act options, if you assume that in all such cases there are features of the alternatives in question that make them relatively attractive to me, that I'm aware of these features, they're what I concentrate on as a way of making a judgment about how present they are, and that I can make a judgment as to, well, this alternative is more attractive in terms of those features than that alternative, then by making that desiderative judgment that this is more attractive than that, it has features that make for attraction in general with me score higher than that, I will thereby normally form a desire. It'll be a sort of fault in me functionally as an agent. If having identified features that make this more attractive than that, I'm not attracted more to it. Of course, I can make mistakes. Remember, even in judgment, I can judge that something and fail to believe it, like my example of coming to believe that the gambler's fallacy is a fallacy. And then being led to, in the casino, you don't behave. You fall for the fallacy. You bet on black after a run of reds or whatever. The belief doesn't catch, as I said, despite the judgment, despite the sincerity and so on of the judgment. Equally, I may judge that something is more attractive than that. And I mean in terms of, now, purely personal features. We're not talking moral attraction or anything. I may make a correct judgment of that kind, And there may also be the sort of failure. Impulse or whatever, as we know, can block the connection between that judgment and desire, as it can block the connection between judgment and belief. But in general, you would expect creatures of the kind we're talking about, otherwise they won't rely on one another, to come to desire those things in accordance with their judgments of the relative appeal in terms of these accepted desiderata. Now, that being the case, I think I can have not only a motive and a means of communicating while renouncing the misleading mind excuse my desires, I can also have the confidence enough to be able to do that. Now, both of these cases, we grant me that we can avow, or these creatures, we the protagonists can avow both our beliefs and our desires, make our words more expensive, gain greater credibility from others. They're both instances of what I want to call commitment. We commit to these attitudes. We commit to these beliefs and to these desires when we have confidence enough to be able to communicate them in that way. What do I mean by commitment? All I mean is commitment in the pure game theory sense. You know, in game theory, the notion of a pre-commitment is Galen wants to know, am I going to do something or stick by him in a difficulty? And I say, look, I'm going to give $100 to our mutual friend, John, and if I let you down, you can have that $100. Otherwise, I take it back. I make it expensive to let him down. That's the game theory sense of commitment, or pre-commitment as it's often called. What I'm talking about here is exactly a commitment of that sort. In this community we're imagining, it seems to me it'll be a very natural movement for people to begin to use their words to communicate their beliefs and their desires in this commissive fashion by means of avowing them. Okay, now that raises just one final question before going on to the next section. I said that I make my words expensive by shutting down, manifestly foreclosing excuse A, the misleading mind excuse. Of course, it'd be even better, even more expensive and more credible if I could shut down the second excuse, you know, the changed mind excuse. And I'm going to call the act in which I communicate an attitude and shut down both of these excuses, I'm going to call it pledging, as distinct from avowing. So pledging is stronger than avowing. If I pledge an attitude, I not only cannot claim a misleading mind in the event of not displaying it in action, I equally cannot claim that I change my mind. So can I pledge an attitude? Well, the interesting thing is I can pledge an intention. Why so? Because to pledge an intention is just to pledge to do something. If I pledge to join you on the hunt for the deer in the southern woods tomorrow morning, then I'm pledging, in my terminology, an intention to join you in the hunt tomorrow morning. Okay, here's why it seems to me I can certainly pledge an intention. Assume, and I think a sort of story of coevolution will make it natural, make the assumption plausible. Assume that that we have a means of communicating, whatever it is, that we're shutting down both excuses. Maybe it's a word like promise. I promise to be at the woods hunting with you tomorrow, or to go to the woods hunting with you tomorrow. Or maybe it's just, look, you can depend on me, I'll be there. Now imagine we've got a means like that available of shutting down two excuses, both excuses of these excuses. Well, the interesting thing is, just by virtue, given the means is there, I know that if I use that formula to you and say, I'll be there, maybe it's I'll be at the football game tonight, or I'll be at the hunt or whatever, I know that I'm going to continue to have a powerful desideratum, not just to turn up, basically, not to change my mind. And what's that desideratum? That otherwise I'm going to lose, so to speak, reliability and reputation. I said I'll be there, that immediately it's a bootstrapping sort of creation of an incentive to actually turn up when you said you'll turn up. as in, I don't turn up, and you say, you promised you'd be, using the formula, remember, you promised you'd be at the woods, you weren't there, or at the game, or whatever it is, and I say, I changed my mind. The response is going to be, what do you mean you changed your mind? You promised, as in, you really put your reputation heavily on the line in both these respects, and you let me down because you failed in one respect that you supposedly had put aside. You're claiming now an excuse of the second sort, the changed mind excuse rather than the misleading mind excuse, and that just doesn't pass muster. And so I think it's perfectly understandable why we should not just avow intentions, as often we do, but go further and pledge intentions, pledging to actually act as we do. And that's going to be particularly important in making ourselves credible, as you can see. Okay, final question then. Can we pledge other attitudes, like beliefs or like desires? Well, the answer is no, it seems to me, not in general anyhow, because when I claim to believe something, I've got to presumably answer to the expectation that the data support it. Otherwise, why would I believe it? Belief is supposed to be data sensitive, after all. When I claim to prefer something, I would say, or to rank it higher than something else, I also claim that I claim that it's preferable, that I prefer it on the basis of the features that it has. Okay, well now the trouble with both preference and belief is that if I pledge to believe something, I'm saying I'm not going to change my mind regardless of the data. But that means it's not a belief I'm pledging, because a belief is functionally required to be data sensitive. It's just beyond your capacity. And similarly, if I pledge a preference, no, I will continue to prefer whatever, again, I'm sort of defeating myself, because it's not a preference if it's indifferent to the features that the thing has. Intention is different for the reasons that I've gestured at. Okay, so we've got avowing and pledging. We can avow attitudes like belief and desire, preference and intention. I think of desire as an umbrella term for preference and intention. Preference being a ranking of any scenarios, and intention a ranking of scenarios or alternatives you see as options, up to you. You can make one or other of them, and at most one or other of them true. So we said you can avow these states, and you can pledge, at any rate, intentions. And this means that you, any one of us, each of us, can really boost our credibility with other people by, in this sense, putting our money where our mouth is, as I put it. Notice one way of reflecting what I've just said about avowals and pledges is that when I make an avowal and a pledge, I speak for myself. I don't speak about myself. I might speak about Jones here, if Jones were here, in saying, yeah, I think he believes that, I think what he intends, those are all reports about Jones, right? What I've done is I don't report about myself, except, at least I don't in many cases, in the cases where the data and the desiderata are enough to help me make up my mind. I speak for myself. I assume a certain authority, don't I? Because I assume the authority of being able to speak to what I desire and what I believe in a way that is not vulnerable, so to speak, to the factors that might be invoked in a reporter's excuses, not vulnerable to having been misled. I claim to be able to say this about my attitudes, shutting aside the possibility that I've been misled. It's me who's speaking, I assume that authority. And equally, of course, in pledging, I do that really in spades in pledging. So all of this can be summed up by saying words enable us, of course, that almost goes without saying, to speak for ourselves. Of course, enables us to speak, we all know that. But I think it's really important to see the importance of speaking for ourselves, each of us speaking for himself or herself. Then the question arises, and that takes me to the second part of the lecture. The question is, can we speak for others too? Can any one of us expect to be able to speak not just for what he or she, thinks or desires or whatever, but equally speak for what we think, what we desire, what we want, what we even intend. And I want to argue that actually we can, in a way surprisingly, and that this is an important feature of our social life, of the sort of life that we human beings, creatures of the word in that sense, can actually lead together. The two forms of exercise where it seems to me we speak for others in a very salient way, I'm going to describe in two words. The one word I don't like, it sort of gives you goose pimples a bit, but I can think of no other word. I call communing. I think we commune with one another. And the other word is incorporate. I think we incorporate in groups. And I'm going to talk about each of those in turn. And in each case, I'm going to say that we co-avow attitudes, meaning we avow them not just in our own name, but in our name, in the name of, in my case, of me, but also of those who are taken to be spoken for, so to speak, in the relevant group. And I'm also going to talk about co-pledging, as in binding others, not just myself, in the sense of shutting down the two excuses, not just for me, but also for them. Okay, so first point to make, and this is what I do at the top of page 2 of the handout for those of you who are following it, is both of these activities seem to me to be instances of what people nowadays often call joint action, or acting on a joint intention. Now, Tomasello has argued, Michael Tomasello, in I think really his very important work on the development of language and morality and so on, has argued, I think, to my eye, sort of, who am I to say, I'm not an empirical theorist, but that really joint action may be presupposed by language, that any story of a plausible kind that explains why language might get going is going to require that the species in question practice joint action. That may be so, and I think it is so, and actually my account of rule following, if you do accept it in the second lecture, presuppose something like that. That because, if you remember, the story was that rules could become salient as targets to track and to follow and to remain faithful to, only if we are, as I described it, a master-apprentice species who know what it is to teach one another and to learn from one another. And that is actually a form of acting on a joint intention. But putting that aside, maybe some form of joint action is presupposed to language, as Tomasello argues on empirical grounds, and as that rule-following argument would support on more philosophical grounds, I guess. It's still the case that language, it seems to me, enriches and facilitates the possibilities of joint action, and I'm going to suggest that communing and incorporating are actually species of joint action that are facilitated in this way by language. Okay, but just a word on joint action and what I mean by it before looking at those two topics in particular. The story I'm going to give, I suppose it's most like Michael Bratman's rather than Raimo Tuomela's or Maggie Gilbert's or those of other people writing this literature. But actually, I don't think I have to be tied to any one account. But let's work with this one for a start. It seems to me we act jointly, we act on, as people say, a joint intention. When there is something, it has to be manifest. Let me start from the example. We're on the beach, and there's a swimmer in difficulty. And we all notice, maybe because someone calls out, maybe because he or she calls out, that there's a swimmer in difficulty. It's a very rough sort of ocean. Maybe it's pretty clear. No one is saying, I can do it, I'm a master swimmer or whatever. So it's pretty clear to all of us that no one of us can save the swimmer on his or her own. But it's equally salient to us, perhaps because someone has said, let's make a chain, that there's a plan whereby we could save the swimmer, let's say by making a chain into the water. So it's manifest to us that I haven't said this, but I take it this is going to be the case in joint action. It's manifest to us, meaning each of us can see the weed, see the weed, see the weed, see, and so on. It's manifest to us that we each want to save this swimmer. We're not indifferent. We're not just turning back and opening the next page of the book. It's manifest to us that we can do this together by means of some plan, maybe a plan that's obviously there for all to see, or maybe a plan that's made salient by someone calling it out. It certainly manifests to us that there's something we can do to form a plan, like let's talk about this, what can we do? And thirdly, it's more or less manifest to us that if others do, maybe a number of others, maybe one other, that can vary, begin to play their parts in this salient plan, then each of us will join in the plan. Now, in a case like that, it seems to me very likely we'll all just rush, we'll take turns, you stand there, I'm the, one goes into the water, you grab the swimmer, and, people pull or whatever it might be. In a case like that, that's a case of joint action. What we're each doing is premised on what we assume as a matter of common assumption, others are doing, and we're doing it together on the grounds of a shared assumption, the manifestness, that we're all together wanting to do this by acting together. So it's very different from, joint action of that kind from, for example, action on the market, whereby people in the market, by each seeking to buy low and sell high, or whatever it might be, to buy low, are going to drive the price to the competitive level, the level such that below it, the sellers go out of business. That's an effect, it's a common effect of each pursuing our own ends, each acting on his or her own intention to do well in the market. In this case, it's not that we're each pursuing an independent end like that. No, on the contrary. We are each of us aware of what we together can do, and we're each falling in line with what's required of us in our own part in order for us together to do that. I think that sort of joint action is very likely presupposed for language. It may come very early in the history of our species, as a matter of fact. I think with children, there's now a lot of evidence that children automatically go into it, as in the toddler who says, sit there, when you're on the swing, the seesaw, A toddler, a very young child, will get very irritated with you if you get off and let him or her down. They'll point because they know this is something that you do together. Tomasello has written about this. There are quite a few psychological studies. I actually think it may even be the case, this is a bit of a distraction from the main line, but I think it's worth saying, it may even be the case with some joint actions that we don't know what we individually do in order to do the joint action together. So, analogy, each of us can presumably tie their shoelaces. Each of us learn to do that, and you learn to do that by your mother, your father telling you to put your fingers there and so on. But each of us now, when we tie our shoelaces, if I ask you, what do you do with your right hand when you tie your shoelaces? We won't have a clue, or your left hand. But we'll be able to do it, because the hands work together. The basic description of the action under which we can do it intentionally is that of tying laces, which involves both hands, not just one. I think it's quite plausible with certain forms of joint action, say with children, that actually they're not really aware of what's required of them individually. They just have a sense of what they together can do, and they then fall in line with the part. Example, tangoing, not that I tango, but I can imagine, and after all, as we know, it takes two to tango. If you've got a couple tangoing, it may well be the case if I say to either of them, now what do you do when you tango? And the person says, they're going this. And they say, I'm not really sure what I do at that stage, but they can do it together, right? So as if the basic description of the action, the description under which they do it intentionally and not by doing anything more basically described intentionally, is that of tangoing together. Joint action may be very, very basic. Okay, let me just add one thing more. I think joint action comes in many different forms, and I think the literature focuses too much on one form in particular. The form it focuses on is where you've got cooperative action with a single end, and only that, as in trying to save the swimmer, the example I gave. But a lot of joint action actually has a competitive dimension built into it, and I think this is really important. Like I want to play tennis with somebody. We each want to play tennis for something we each desire, the thrill of the game, the excitement, the competition, the putting in the hours, whatever it might be. But of course, we can each achieve that goal together, and it requires two of us, by each pursuing a competitive goal that I want to win. And as we all know, who've ever played a game like that, there's nothing so irritating as having an opponent who, doesn't really want to win, who's actually as anxious that you win as that he or she wins. It's really irritating. The joy of it depends on your competing. I think democracy is like that. I think political parties, it is a joint action of electing government under joint rules, but it's got the competitive component written in. Anyhow, that's a bit by the by. So I just wanted to get that notion of joint action on the table. Now, creating common ground, or communing as I'm going to call it, this is one activity, I think, which speech facilitates. That's incredibly important. It presupposes commitment, and it is itself a form of joint action. What I have in mind is this. It's often going to manifest to you and may certain others that you're looking at common data, or maybe looking at common desiderata for that matter, and in those circumstances, a natural assumption is going to be that whatever I'm led by the data to believe, that other person is going to be led by the data to believe as well. Now, in a circumstance like that, it's quite plausible that I might say, looking at the data and aware that Jones or whoever is with me looking at these data might be in a lab, it might be, looking at racehorses and judging which is the most likely winner or whatever, that I say something like, well, that's obviously the solution of this equation, or whatever it might be, where I'm assuming that I'm not just speaking for myself. I am, of course, speaking for myself. I'm reading what I believe. I've made up my mind. P, the solution to the problem is such and such. But I'm speaking in a context where I sort of take the other person into the community, and I claim to be speaking for us. I sort of presume on having the authority to say for what we believe. P, I say. Now, of course, if the other doesn't then object, and say, yeah, I'm not so sure about that, right? Then it's going to be taken that I'm going to have gotten away, as it were, with co-avowing, not just avowing personally, but co-avowing this state of affairs. Now, in a case like that, or it might be, as I say, with desiderata rather than data, it might be something like, well, clearly this is the appealing thing to do, I say. Meaning, appealing thing for either of us to do, or maybe for us to do together. And again, I'm going to presume, so to speak, on the authority to speak for the other person. And if the other person doesn't object, then I'm going to have succeeded in speaking for both of us. It's going to be like as if, I might do it explicitly by saying, now, do I speak for both of us and saying, clearly, this is the most appealing option? Do I speak for both of us and saying P? And I might wait on that person to say, yay, in which case it's a very explicit sort of authorization of my words as words uttered in our name rather than in my name. But I just simply say P in a case where the other person is in a position to say nay, but doesn't. And if the other person can say nay, but doesn't, that's exactly the same as if the other person said yay. So I can co-avow by presuming authority, as well as co-avow having, as it were, invited and been given authority to do so. Now you can see where this is, and you can see how we, the protagonists of my story, might have motives to do this. Because after all, in doing this, say in the case of belief, it's a way of testing my belief. If the other person says no, because presumably we're responsive to the same data. So it's a way of testing the belief. But it's also a way of getting together with the other person. If we have a shared belief, then there's a possibility of a common action that won't be there unless we've established that we believe the same things. Okay, so now most of you can see that this is really playing into the model of conversation in Robert Stalnaker's wonderful article on assertion from way back in the 1970s, because he describes what happens in very much the same sorts of terms. And now here's a sort of plan that we are following, as it were, which is a joint action type of plan, which is, and I've spelled it out here in A, B, and C, focusing on beliefs now for the moment. One presumptively co-avows a belief, expecting the other to be ready to accept, like I say P. The other then is, if the other doesn't demur, doesn't say nay, then we establish that as something, well, the word that Stolnaker introduced, I think, and is now in very common use, we establish it as common ground between us, that P, right? Of course, he may then say something else, or she may say something else, adding to this common ground, seeking to build it up. And I may accept, in which case the common ground gets richer. You know, you get a shared sort of sense of the world now between us. At some point, I may, or she may say something, and the other may demur and say, oh, I'm not so sure about that. Now, at that point, of course, we then go to, well, it'll be reasoning, as in co-reasoning that I talked about in the second lecture. We go to other considerations and see, can we find further back premises we agree on, and then agree on where they lead, and then we resolve that difference between us, and again succeed in building up the common ground further. Of course, at a certain point, you may just break down. We may not be able to achieve that sort of common ground, and that is a breakdown that's perfectly possible in human affairs. But equally, we know in many cases we do succeed in building up that sort of common ground. The sort of conversation I have in mind here, I describe as unbounded conversation. As in, when I'm speaking to you or to someone, I'm not sort of saying, well, we guys believe this. You know, I think anyone should believe this if the data are persuasive. And it's sort of unbounded in that sense. Indeed, you could carry on this sort of conversation when you write a book, you know. When you say something, you know, you're inviting your reader to go along, so to speak, or to protest, you know, in the review or the critique or in further conversation. I think this is the sense of conversation. It's a metaphor, of course, but I still like it that people use when they talk about the conversation of mankind, like Richard Rorty in particular, the non-going sort of conversation. I think disciplines have conversations of this kind, actually, but that's now. The important point is that in this sort of unbounded conversation about matters of belief, which we're talking about, we can establish a common ground between us. Now when I want to know what Jones believes, I don't have to read his mind, you know, in the phrase that is often used nowadays. I don't have to do any mind reading. We're creating the common ground between us. You know, it's from there to here and to here. We each know what we believe given the data. This sort of communing, I think, can go on with desiderata as well. The desiderata are very different because, of course, desiderata can be agent relative, as we know, as well as agent neutral. So the desiderata that matter to me may not be what matter to Jones in many areas, but in some areas they will be, you know, as in we've got common interests or whatever. And we can again commune about what we are seeking together. This communing I've talked about in unbounded conversation extends, of course, to groups where the group is closed. You know, we're, let's suppose, a political party. You know, we want to get common beliefs together. Maybe some of us will compromise in order to come to common beliefs with others. Or maybe it's a religious group, you know, where we're not bounded by the numbers, so to speak, in the group, but bounded by, well, there are certain doctrines we're just not going to question. We might look for community there. Those are sort of, I want to say that they're very important cases, but from my point of view, I want to just put them aside a little bit. But I just want to focus on this, that we have this amazing capacity, each of us, to speak for one another in this ongoing way, reading off, so to speak, attitudes that we share, individual attitudes that we share, whether of belief or of desire. And that's going to be incredibly important when it comes to, say, common action of further kinds, like, you know, I say that the deer are assembling on the other side of the wood. He doesn't demur, that's common ground between us. Good day for hunting, he says, common ground between us, you know. I say something like, you know, Kelly would be great if we could get him along to join us, common ground between us. And you can see how I can build up to actually we get going, but it's only on the basis of building up that common ground between us that we can do that. So communing in that way, Hobbes actually talks a lot about this, but he says that union is possible between human beings, whereas only concord is possible between animals. Now, this is maybe contagious in various ways, but he signals there's a very special way in which I think human beings can come together, know one another's minds, form common ground, know where they stand vis-a-vis one another, and it's not just speculative mind reading from one to the other. The other topic I want to mention is incorporation. In the case of communing, we are creating common ground that each of us individually shares. In the case of incorporation, what we do is this. Let me describe the aim or the project in abstract terms, first of all. We know from the first lecture again that what is it to be an agent? It's to be a system. I mean, this is my proposed definition. It's to be a system that has certain purposes established, that pursues these purposes across varying scenarios, and that therefore in each scenario has to register something about the scenario to determine what action to take in order to pursue the purpose in a way that's suited to that scenario, might not be suited to others, which is another way of saying, a long-winded way of saying that an agent is a system that pursues certain purposes according to certain representations, in accordance with representations of the environment in which it's behaving, or at least it does so when things are going well. Now, there's no reason, if that's what an agent is, there's no reason in principle why human beings might not get together to constitute a group agent, to, as a group, constitute an agent. If we, as a group, could agree on certain purposes, maybe it's establishing, pursuing a certain environmental agenda, let's suppose, in Oxford. We assemble now, okay, we get various purposes, maybe some sub-purposes together, and then we try to form a common mind, as you might put it, on what the sub-goals are, what the order of priority among these goals is, what the circumstances are that make one or another strategy of action the most appropriate in pursuit of those purposes, and even who is supposed to play what part in advancing those purposes. If you really had a plan that we all stuck to in advancing these very general purposes across very different scenarios, and presumably the plan would have to involve establishing what we believe now and desire now, but also establishing how that set of attitudes should change in the light of new evidence, in the light of new opportunities. Not that we decide that in advance, but we have a mode of decision-making that will mean that should evidence change, there'll be an automatic way, or more or less automatic way, of determining what we together should change in our attitudes and what different actions we should take. In that case, we as a group would be pursuing purposes according to, reliably presumably, according to more or less reliably formed attitudes, that's to say, in particular, representations of how best to pursue those purposes. Now, one question is, how might people ever find a way of joint action that would enable them to constitute an agent in this sense? By the way, just notice that a single joint action, like saving the swimmer on the beach, doesn't make us into an agent in this sense, because of course it's purely episodic. It's a particular goal, we organize to form that goal. In order to form a group agent, you've got to establish a mode of organization that will determine for any scenario the representations, the judgments that the body is going to make endorse in that scenario, and judgments about what the proper actions to take are in light of those changed representations or whatever, or perhaps changed purposes for that matter. So now, what plan might get us to form a group agent like that? Well, Hobbes had a very straightforward answer, and he's surely right about this. In fact, it turns out he was drawing on a lot of the medieval literature on corporations, or universitates as they were called in the medieval literature. And what he says is this: well, one simple way would be you make a spokesperson, one person. Maybe make me, Pettit, is going to be the spokesperson for all you lot in this agenda stuff. So all I do now is I say, these are our purposes, speaking with authority for you. co-avowing those purposes for you. And these are the things, the assumptions on which we're going to act, co-avowing, so to speak, our beliefs per group agent. And then maybe I get right down to saying what each one of us is to do, etc. In that sense, co-avowing, indeed co-pledging various sorts of actions on behalf of you. And so when someone asks me, the spokesperson, the dictator as it is, what does your group think? And I say, what we believe is we stand for this and we're pursuing these purposes and these are the assumptions we're acting on, the representations and so on. When I say that, I speak with authority for us as a group in the way in which the individual may speak with authority in avowing and pledging his or her own attitudes. It's not as if I've consulted you guys and, hey, I'm reporting what... No. I'm assuming an authority, in virtue of my appointment, to speak for all of you. Now, of course, the dictatorial group agent is a very uninteresting one. In fact, you mightn't regard it as a group agent at all. You might say it's not a group agent, it's really Pettit with extended, arms and legs and means of power, so to speak. It's just him in a fancy dress. Group agency proper, and Hobbes himself recognizes this, is going to involve not a single spokesperson, but as he would have put it, he didn't quite put it like this, the creation of a single voice, on any issues, such that we will all rally behind that voice. It will be a voice that speaks with authority for us. We will act as it requires us individually to act. And insofar as that's true, we can also act as a group agent. The voice will, as it were, give expression to the group mind being generated by whatever processes. Now, Hobbes himself thought that the process for generating a group mind of a non-dictatorial sort was just to take a majority vote on each issue as it comes up. That was a very bad proposal, and even though it's endorsed in a lot of the literature, and it gives rise to a problem I once described as the discursive dilemma, which I really lifted over from literature about law, and it goes like this. Suppose that we'll be here, Chris and John, and I, here figuring as A, B, and C, suppose that we form a group agent and we decide to generate our representations by majority voting. Well, in many cases, there are going to be issues that are connected with one another. Each issue we determine by majority voting on that issue. So the following is entirely possible. We can talk about examples if you like in the Q&A. P comes up. There's John in the middle and Chris over there. Let's suppose that I say no to P, but they both say yes to P. So P wins, majority vote. Q comes up for a vote. Well, Chris on the other end says no to Q, but John and I say yes to Q. And now, okay, maybe at a later time, maybe it's not so clear, they're so connected, but there are many cases like this possible. P and Q comes up, the conjunctive proposition. Well, if we're each individually consistent, which is after all an optimistic assumption, we're going to vote not P and Q, because I'm going to go and vote against it, having voted against P, and Chris is going to vote against it, having voted against Q. Only John is going to vote for it. So we as a group, by majority voting, are going to believe P, Q, but not P and Q. Now, there's no way in which an agent can act on the basis of representations that are liable to that sort of inconsistency. Now, Christian List and I wrote a book in 2011 on group agency, but it was built on an earlier result that we had tumbled upon, which is that this isn't just a feature of majority voting. It turns out that almost any way with the group agent of reliably generating, a group voice and a group mind in a non-dictatorial fashion, will fail, will be liable to those sorts of inconsistencies if it's like majority voting in being, as you might call it, purely bottom-up. We each vote as we think is right, and then let the view of the whole just emerge from that, the view of the group emerge from that. Such a system in general runs into that sort of inconsistency. And that means that if we, even the three of us, are going to form a group agent, we had better not work with either majority voting or any other sort of bottom-up measure. Here's, of course, it's very easy to resolve this problem. The three of us, for example, might decide on what you might call a straw vote measure. We vote on each question, P, vote, and then after each vote we ask, is that okay with what we voted up before? We vote on P, first judgment, first vote, we say yes. We vote on Q, majority for, no problem, isn't inconsistent, but then we vote on P and Q, and it turns out that it's inconsistent with what we voted up before, and at that point we follow the following straw vote rule. We look at the smallest number of propositions that are inconsistent, and we decide to give up on at least one of those, restoring consistency. Like we might think about this and we say, well guys, we've got to give up on P or give up on Q, and if we give up on either of those, then no problem saying not P and Q, or we've got to give up on not P and Q and hold on to P and Q. There's going to be a choice. We're going to have to craft, so to speak, the mind that we as a group are going to enact when acting as a group agent. And the crafting of that mind is going to involve breaking with a sort of continuity with the views of individuals. For example, if we decide as a group we believe P, Q, and P and Q, then on P and Q we're holding as a group by a view that a majority of us reject. I call the straw vote procedure what we did the bottom up, that was looking at the voting, and then a top down, we asked, is the result consistent? Looking at it from the point of view of the whole, and decided not, and go into this second phase of negotiation. Now, I think there are many ways in which you can make up the mind of a group agent, and they correspond to different ways of doing a top-down sort of filtering on the results of bottom-up generation. If you start with bottom-up generation, the filtering might involve, for example, take a group entity, as I think it is a group entity, like the United States. They have a very strange, after all, legislative matter that generates laws that are often inconsistent. That's the bottom-up, or have problems and so on, are inconsistent with the Constitution. But then they've got a body, they've got judicial review, the Supreme Court, that's supposed to look at the overall output and strike out bits that will restore consistency. That's a top-down sort of procedure, just like straw voting. In this country, we use more a preview than a review sort of system, as in parties, for all sorts of institutional reasons, are going to be very careful about thinking in advance about the bundle of laws they mean to put into place, and going to be careful about its being internally inconsistent, that bundle of laws, but also consistent with the laws already on the books, or else they're going to revise the laws. And these are all ways of not just doing it bottom up. In all of those cases, what's happening is the group forms a common mind, but it's a mind in which each, so to speak, has got to play his or her part in enacting it, and perhaps informing it, many of them. But it's a mind that is not going to correspond with the mind of any one of them, nor is it going to correspond with any function from their individual minds, like a majority of them, or any minority of them. I mean, that comes out of the result I talked about, Christian and I, proving about 2002, but there are many other results in the literature that actually support that result, and that show there really is a major problem here. But if that's correct, what I'm just saying, the group mind is a mind that the members have to craft or create, and it's a new mind. It's not corresponding to the mind of any one of them, nor is a function of their individual minds. The group, as it were, acting on that mind, on that voice that they generate, is going to have a certain, you might call it operational autonomy from the individual agents. It's going to do things that maybe a majority of them actually don't particularly favor. And that's the dilemma. That's the cost they have to pay for getting their act together as a group agent. There's no mystery here. The group agent isn't ontologically autonomous. It's just the same collection as the collection of individuals involved. That's all it is. But it is operationally autonomous. So just as speech enables us to commune in the way I described earlier, so it enables us, and in every case there's commitment, you see. We're pledging to follow the voice, for example, individually. And those who speak for the group can actually co-avow the views of others in the group, and indeed co-pledge, as in I say as the CEO or whatever, we'll be there, we're going to back you on this or that sort of enterprise. But you get this sort of quite novel development of mind that is possible by virtue of speech. This last argument I just mentioned, I won't say anything more, I think it's quite important when it comes to methodological issues about explanatory social science. I think the lesson is you can't ignore the level of group agents, whether they be corporations, political parties, states, or just, small-scale voluntary associations, NGOs, or churches. You just simply can't ignore what is happening as a result of that group agency formation, because there's going to be a discontinuity of a kind that makes prediction very possible, very difficult, between the lower level of individuals and the higher level of these groups. Equally, I think there's going to be ground for arguing, but this is to anticipate the theme of the last lecture, that groups are fit to be held responsible for what they do in their own right, not just the individuals acting in the name of the group. Anyhow, sorry for going a bit over the time. Thank you very much. For this fifth session, let me just remind you basically the broad sort of thesis that I'm trying to defend in these lectures. So the thesis is there are a variety of capacities that are very distinctive of human beings, which language itself does not presuppose, in the sense that we can make sense of a broadly Gricean but very simple language of communication, transferring information, which can operate perfectly well, or could operate perfectly well, among creatures who did not have these capacities that I've been discussing. The argument is that while language doesn't presuppose those capacities, they may not be there for language to come on stream. When language emerges, it actually brings on stream, in all likelihood, these capacities. And I've been telling a genealogy type story a la Hart, and by analogy the economic story about money, about imagining creatures very much like us in terms of basic nature, who come upon language. Perhaps it takes generations of evolution, that doesn't matter. And then the argument is, as we think about these creatures in whom these capacities may not have been present prior to the appearance of language or the development of language, we can see that their being able to speak, to transfer information between them, is going to more or less certainly, emphasis on the less, as I say, it's a story of likelihood, bring on stream these capacities. Now, it's a counterfactual story, a thought experiment. The idea is this: if you can tell a plausible story about how these creatures, as it were, pressured by speech or language, would develop these capacities, then that gives us candidates for how we should think about those capacities as they're present in us. Exactly as Hart argued, we imagine a pre-legal society. We tell a story about, counterfactual story about how in all likelihood a system of secondary and as well as primary rules would emerge with an internal point of view, etc., etc. And then he says, now that's a counterfactual society we're talking about, but look, isn't that a good candidate for what we've not been by a system of law? So the genealogy way of thinking through these topics is, it's got lots of, it's certainly not my invention, but Hart is a nice example. Okay, so I've argued, or tried to argue, however successfully or not, that the sorts of capacities that will come on stream amongst these imagined creatures, as it were, us, if you like, in that situation, include judgment, the ability to think about certain issues, whether P or not P, intending that a belief should form in us. So we take charge of our belief formation in a way in which plausibly most animals, perhaps all animals other than us, do not do. Beliefs don't just form under subpersonal pressures. Their minds are not just made up by outside influences. these people can make up their own minds. That was the first capacity. The second one was the capacity to reason. The third was a capacity for a certain sort of consciousness about the contents of perception. The fourth, which I talked about last day, was the capacity to make commitments to one another. And I presented commitments in a sort of game theory model, really, as ways of communicating, I to you, for example, what my beliefs are, my desires are, my intentions are, while making my words expensive so that you realize that I am backing myself, so to speak, to act as I would be expected to act with the attitudes I'm communicating to you. And that contrasts with just reporting what, as I think I believe or as I think I desire. It's saying P rather than I think I believe that P. So it's in that sense, it's committing to P. And what makes it a commitment, what makes the words expensive, is that if you say P in order to communicate that you believe that P, forgive the vibrant example, you will not be able to excuse yourself if you don't act later as if P is the case by saying, gee, I must have gotten myself wrong. You could say that if you merely reported on your state of belief, but if you communicate the belief by just simply uttering the sentence P, then you're not going to be able to avail yourself of that excuse. That's manifest, so you're making this way of communicating your belief more credible. What you do is you set aside the misleading evidence excuse, as you might say, that you could give with a report, the excuse that, gee, I got my mind wrong, as if you had introspected to see what you had believed and then reported on it. You can't do that because you made up your mind, and so you were able to set aside that misleading evidence excuse, and you won't be able to give it in the event of not acting as if P is the case. Even better, you can pledge to do something or promise to do something, though I want to use it in a non-moral sense, or a not particularly moral sense. You can pledge to do something, which is communicating that you have a certain intention, while setting aside not just the misleading evidence excuse, but also the changed mind excuse. I changed my mind. If you pledge, you can't invoke that either. So you're communicating that intention even more expensively, and therefore even more credibly. Okay, so today now I'm going to try to argue that creatures who have these capacities, in particular commitment, as we'll see, those creatures are going to plausibly count as persons, and they're going to have selves. They're going to exist for themselves. In the sense we have a mind where we say that there is a self there. Okay, so on to today's topic then. There are really, it seems to me, four broad theories of personhood in the literature today. They each really, they each emphasize a particular feature of personhood that does look like a genuine feature of those creatures we describe as persons. You've got a handout, all of you. So one approach would be a content-based approach to the theory of personhood, identifying the properties that persons have, the features that they have, and identifying persons as agents with those features. I mean, the famous Boethian definition of personhood is like that, when he says that the person is an individua substantia rationabilis naturae, of the sort of nature that a reasoning creature, going back to my theme of reasoning, would have to have. Although I'm told by Boethian scholars that he would have thought that God had this as well, even though God doesn't reason. Reasoning takes time, and God, being eternal, existing out of time, doesn't reason, but he has the capacity described as rationabilis, the capacity that goes with reason. That's one way. Dan Dennett really is the one who builds on this approach most exactly in his paper Conditions of Personhood, where he outlines the various features you'd expect in a person. And he gives features like, well, reasoning is part of it, but equally part of it is you're not just the subject of an intentional stance, as any animal might be, as we look on the animal with an intentional stance ascribing beliefs and desires. You actually interpret other animals, including other human beings, in that way. You're an interpreting creature. Equally, you're a reciprocating creature. You reciprocate those interpretations. You share them. you've got a certain sort of consciousness. And he lists a set of properties like that. Okay, that's the content-based approach to what a person is. The other three approaches tend to focus on more normative factors, basically duties, rights, and ideals. So the duty-based approach, well, it's common to many people, but I see it in part at least of Locke's approach, when he says that person is a forensic term, as I put in the handout, appropriating actions and their merit. The idea is that if you're a person, that's an agent you can basically hold responsible. You can commend for what they did. You can condemn for what they did. You can hold them to the words they may have uttered in the past. And he thinks that's what's distinctive, at least one of the things, of course, that's distinctive of personhood. Another approach, which you see in Rawls and in a good deal of contemporary literature, just simply says, look, what are persons? Persons are agents, how does he put it, who are self-authenticating sources of moral claims. In other words, they attract rights. They've got rights by definition, so to speak. So that's part of the characterization of a person then for Rawls and for many others. That's the rights-based one. The final one is the sort that you see, well, it's in Kant, but is very prominent in contemporary philosophy through the work of Harry Frankfurt, where he contrasts being a person with being a wanton. Very unhappy, I always thought that sort of jingle, as it were, but in any case, a person, a wanton, you've got to hear them as being, okay, so the person, you remember, in Harry Frankfurt's approach it's an agent that, like any agent, has first order or ground level desires, to do this, that, or the other, but who isn't just the slave, so to speak, of those ground level desires. The person in the Frankfurt sense is someone who's also got second order desires about, so to speak, what is whether or not to act on his or her first order desires, where those second order desires, those volitions as he calls them, actually dictate how the agent behaves. Such an agent is a person in his rather ideal based approach, so to speak, whereas to fail to have that second order level of desire about whether to act or not on your first order desires, as of course any animal will fail, but to fail equally as a human being who just doesn't bother with that, is to fail to be a person in a full sense. So being a person is a sort of ideal based notion on that approach. Now, I think it'd be very nice if we did theory of what a person was that explained these four features, that are associated with these four different approaches. I'm not saying, by the way, of each approach that that's all the approach says. It's just these approaches highlight in turn the content, the rights, the duty, the ideal. It'd be very nice to have a theory that actually explained why those associations, as it were, between being a person and having those features. What's also notable, of course, is that we use the word person, I mean now not just by a neologism, but going back in a tradition of 800 years probably, we use it of corporate bodies. We talk about legal persons. It would also be particularly nice if our theory of what a person was explained how they could be corporate or legal persons as well as natural persons like you and me. Okay, and what I'm going to suggest is that I'm calling it a quasi-Hobbesian, because there are people in this audience who know their Hobbes better than I do, a quasi-Hobbesian approach to what a person is, which, like the approach so far in these lectures, is, so to speak, language-driven. The idea is that you get agents, you understand how they use language, and then you realize that in virtue of using language, in particular, as we'll be seeing, making commitments to one another, they actually can get to count as persons in a persuasive sense, and in that sense, I'm going to suggest we can explain why personhood is associated with these four trades marked out in these four different theories. Okay, so Hobbes' approach, as it were, the main sort of theme in it is to argue, or the initiating theme is to introduce a verb, which is the verb to personate, which I learned from Sophie Smith actually was used in really quite frequently and in a similar context by someone he probably was taught by in Oxford, and that was John Case. The word personate for Hobbes, it occurs particularly in chapter 16 of Leviathan, for those who are interested. So what does he mean by personate? Well, and his theory of what a person is, it's a person, it's an agent, and remember we've characterized agents in a standard belief desire way. It's an agent with a capacity to personate, not just a capacity in the sense in which, we ask Jones, can he play the piano? And he says, no, I don't know, I've never tried. The sense in which he might have the ability to play the piano, even though he's never tried and never done it, is an uninteresting sense. And it's not in that sense that the capacity to personate would make someone a person, I think, in Hobbes's, or broadly Hobbes's sense. It has to be a capacity that's exercise dependent, as in the capacity to play the piano, the sense of capacity which you have that only if you've actually played the piano and perhaps do it from time to time, haven't forgotten, so to speak. Being a person for him is having the capacity to personate in that exercise dependent way. So what is it to personate? It comes, as he explains, the verb from the Latin persona. And persona, as again he explains, and I think his etymology is correct, comes from, it was used for the mask that an actor would wear on the stage in presenting or personating, as in drop the IM in impersonating. It's personating a character. So I'm playing Zeus, I will have a mask, depicting an ancient bearded man or whatever. I'm playing somebody else, I'll have a different sort of mask. The persona was literally a mask through which you spoke. Per as in through, sono as in I sound or I speak. And he argues that to personate is basically to, in our language, to put forward, to project a persona to other people. In particular, to invite other people to rely on you having this persona, living up to this persona. A persona is an image, so to speak, of who you are, an image of what your beliefs, your desires are, your intentions are, your policies are, an image of what to expect of you in a whole variety of contexts. That's what a persona is. And to personate is to put out that persona to others, inviting them to rely on you. In putting out the persona, you're basically saying, this is who I am. It may be aspirational in a sense, but you claim to speak with authority. This is the self, this is me, this is who you can rely on. Now for Hobbes, or for this at least Hobbesian, broadly Hobbesian approach, to be a person is to be an agent that does that has that exercise capacity to do that. Now, as I describe it, that sounds awfully like a sort of narrative theory of the person, as in I construct a story about myself and I offer you the story. I don't much like narrative type theories of that kind, and we'll come back to it a bit later. But it's really important to see, I think, that you can personate in Hobbes' sense, invite others to rely on the sort of persona you're projecting, in simply making commitments, in the sense I described earlier in the lecture and discussed at length last week. So suppose the word I used last week was I avow a belief, or I avow a desire. What I mean by that is I communicate that this is my belief, this is my desire, this is my intention, in such a way that if I don't live up to it, if I don't act as if P, in the case of a belief that P, if I don't act as if I had a desire of the kind that I have avowed, then I can't excuse myself if you complain by saying, gee, I must have gotten myself wrong, when I communicated that I had that in this particular avowal way, that I had that belief or that desire. So it's an expensive way, as I say, it's the game theory sense of commitment. You remember the game theory, to pre-commit or to commit is to say you'll do something and then to have a side payment, so to speak, that is due to those who rely on you if you fail to do it. So I give Chris $100, and I say to Francesca, I'll be there tomorrow at such and such an event, and if I don't turn up, you can claim the $100 from Chris. I've made my words expensive. That's the game theory sense of commitment. If I avow a belief or a desire, I make the words expensive. I am communicating them, and this is within the practice of communication, and so it's going to be manifest between the two of us that, or three, ever many of my audience, it's going to be manifest that I'm really backing myself, betting myself. I'm going to have to pay a heavier cost than if I just reported the belief or the desire by virtue of committing to it in that sense, by virtue of avowing it. You can't pledge a belief or a desire for reasons we saw last week, but you can pledge an intention, as in, I'll be there, I say. I'll be at the football game. I'll be in the theatre. I'll be in the usual seat or whatever. I don't turn up. If I've pledged, not only can I not say, gee, I must have got myself wrong when I said I'd be there, I can't either say, well, I changed my mind since I spoke to you. The whole point of a pledge is it wipes out that excuse too. So these are particularly expensive words when you pledge. Now, when I make any act of commitment, an avowal of an attitude, a pledging of an intention and an action, in any such case, although I'm not thinking of myself as telling you who I am, but as a matter of fact, that is what I'm doing. I am, insofar as you accept and read off the commitments, you are seeing a persona behind which, as it were, I am standing. You're seeing a picture of me that I'm subscribing to, inviting you to rely on. Now, it might seem that one thing strange about the personating or personation theory of personhood, it might seem that, well, look, we don't do it all that often. I mean, we make promises occasionally, we don't make them all the time. We make avowals occasionally, but we don't do it all that often. But it's really, I think, important. Now, this is not in Hobbes, at least not as I read him, but it's a natural extension. It's important to see that we make commitments of those two kinds, avowals and pledges, all the time in a virtual, as I call it, rather than an active way. When I make an active avowal or pledge, I use words to communicate expensively and credibly, and do that manifestly, the attitude or intention I want you to ascribe to me. But suppose that I'm in the following situation. It's manifest to you that to you and to me that you expect me to behave in a certain way, or you expect me to hold a certain belief. That just goes without question. And yet I don't say, I know you expect me to hold that belief, but actually I don't. I should explain. I don't demur, and yet I could have demurred if I liked. In such a case, I say that I virtually avow that attitude, say that belief. I didn't say yea, as it were, to it in the sense of avowing the belief explicitly, but it was common knowledge between us that I was taken to have that belief. I could have said, watch it, I don't have that belief. I didn't do that, so I didn't say nay when I could have done, and that is tantamount to standing behind the belief, to avowing it, because after all, I could have said no, and when I failed to say no, you should realize that that's pretty well standing by the belief in itself. I could have done that after all, and so you're going to assume that I'm essentially avowing the belief. The same is going to be true of pledging an action. If it's just manifest in the sense of its common expectation amongst us that everybody expects me to behave in a certain way. So, for example, to continue talking for about half an hour or something like that, hopefully not much more. If it's manifest that you expect me to do that, and I say, look, I should tell you I'm going to fade out at 5 minutes' time or something, I don't do that. I've effectively pledged to do that. It's almost as if I've promised you that, okay, I'm going to go through most of this material and hopefully within within that time. So once you realize this, we live in a sort of force field of commitment. We live in a world with other people where we constantly read of other people as being committed to various attitudes and various actions in a default manner. And we're each aware of this. We exist for other people in this rich, so to speak, landscape of expectation, where we, in going along with it, basically subscribe or endorse those expectations, so that we are committed on every front. I mean, living in society is like walking through treacle in that sense, where the commitments of the treacle, you just can't ever move out of that force field. You live in the presence of these expectations, and you, in not disavowing them, not demurring, are going along with them, and therefore projecting a persona. You are presenting a picture of who you are. You're speaking for yourself, if not explicitly or actively, you're speaking for yourself by virtue of your silence, by virtue of your acquiescence in the manifest expectations of other people. Now, the personation theory of personhood, as I think of it, basically says that we are persons just insofar as, under practices of commitment that would emerge, I think, in any society, hence my counterfactual story, that has language, under the gravitational influence, so to speak, of that environment, we are all of us, all of the time, personating, presenting to other people. And that's what it is to be a person. It's to have that capacity which you actually exercise. Now, Hobbes actually, I think, probably came to this view of personation and what it was to be a person by virtue of developing in his own way, and much more explicitly than previously, a medieval theory of corporate agency. In the medieval theory, as I read the history, it was accepted that an universitas, a group of individuals, could become unum, could become one, una, could become one per representationem, as it's often said, by means of representation. The idea is that, as Hobbes himself develops it, of course, for corporate agency, if a group of individuals rally behind a voice that they authorize, each of them, in effect, pledging to behave as that voice requires of them in the pursuit of shared goals of some kind that this unity has, then in the medieval way of thinking, that was an universitas. That was what came to be known in the 17th century as a corporatio, an incorporated, person was the word used, and of course taken over by Hobbes when he talks about the public person of the Commonwealth and so on, which forms, insofar as individuals rally behind the voice of the sovereign without stint, as he puts it, giving the sovereign this sort of absolute discretion over what any one of them is to do, at least in certain domains. And what Hobbes did, and I think it was a real striking act of genius, was to say, take that's a legal person, where you've got a group spoken for by someone authorized by them individually. What's an individual person? Well, an individual person is an agent who speaks for himself or herself. There's equally an authorized voice. It just happens that the personator is the same agent as the personatee, as you might put it. Whereas in the corporate case, the personatee is the body of the individuals. The personator is the designated voice, the sovereign in the case of the Commonwealth. In the individual case, I am my own personator, and that's what makes me a person. And I can't help, as I say, but personate all the time. It's part of what it is to live in a social world. One thing very striking about this theory of personhood is that it makes personhood into a feature of individual agents that can really only emerge, certainly as Hobbes saw it, in society. This is so ironical, given that Hobbes has been, so long besmirched with the name of a possessive individualist, Actually, I believe that Hobbes' theory of personhood is a deeply social theory. Why so? Well, on the theory, as we've been sketching it, and of course it is quasi-Hobbesian, I've been trying to develop it a bit, on that theory, we become persons only insofar as we, well, basically can commit to others, holding out a persona, speaking with authority for ourselves, so to speak, claiming to be able to put aside excuses, misleading mind or even change mind excuses, and speak for ourselves with authority. Now, on Hobbes' view, personhood is coeval, so to speak, with commitment. And on Hobbes' view, you can't commit to yourself. Now, of course, once the practice of commitment is in place, you might play to yourself the role that you're familiar with another person playing when you commit to them, and you might treat yourself as if you were another person and promise yourself you really will give up cake at 4 o'clock tea in Old Souls or whatever it might be. That's certainly possible. But for Hobbes, imagine that you haven't got a social practice of commitment. What would it be to commit to yourself? See, he thinks the commitment and personation, therefore, only comes on stream when you can be, as it were, your words can be taken over by another and used against you. You're bound by those words, by the persona you've held out. Only then can you become a person. And as he says, you can't, in that sense, commit to yourself, other than maybe by virtue of mimicking social commitment. He's a very short phrase, which he explains why not, when he says, he that can bind can loose. Or does he say release? I have it there somewhere. He that can bind can release. In other words, if you had an individual trying to commit to themselves, well, the trouble is the words would never be taken over by a separate self. They could always let themselves off the hook. As we all know, a real problem if you are trying to give up cake at 4 o'clock tea and wherever you have your 4 o'clock tea, if you have 4 o'clock tea. Okay, so the interesting thing about this theory is it makes personhood, and that of course fits with the theme of the lectures. Remember, the theme of the lectures really is that you get language and a more or less undeveloped minds, or relatively undeveloped, and then language folds back in capacities into these minds to judge, to reason, to have a certain consciousness, to commit to one another, and to count as persons. It's a sort of outside-in view of the mind, as in what's outside, language and social practice, is basically at the source of what comes to be, as we think of it, inside, rather than an inside-out, nice name, inside-out view of the mind. That's the wrong one. Outside. So that fits with that. Now, why would you accept the personation theory, though? So, very briefly, these are my reasons for recommending it to you, as it were. Well, one is, of course, we've just seen it. It explains why there are legal persons as well as natural persons. It gives a sort of concept of personhood with which you can see that corporations can certainly count as persons and any organized body. Equally, of course, and that's a big issue nowadays, could robots ever be persons? Well, you really need a sense of what a person is to ask that question sensibly. And the nice thing about this is it would give you a criterion, a sort of Turing test for personhood. You know, can the robot actually speak for itself, commit in this way? Then and only then, I would say, is it a person. The other theories, now think about their themes, all become intelligible in light of this view. So, for example, it becomes intelligible that persons can reason and can have all of these other capacities like interpreting and reciprocating, because that's all part and parcel of what's required. I won't argue case by case, but that's pretty obvious. Unless I could reason, unless I can interpret others, unless I can reciprocate interpretation, I won't be able to commit and personate. So that explains if a person is a self-personating agent, so to speak, a natural person, then that explains that feature. But equally, it explains the duties, rights, and ideal connection. Take the ideal first. If to be a person is to be committed in this way, having always a persona that you're holding out to others to rely on, then of course there's going to be an ideal of being someone who really lives up to their words, of being someone who really is the persona that they say they are. So personhood is going to be a work in progress. So you're going to connect with the Kantian theme or the Frankfurtian theme, whatever you call it. But now look at the others, the duty and rights theme. Now these are relative, it should be said, to the practice of commitment, and that may come up in the Q&A. But on the duties case, for example, if I'm committing to you, I have foreclosed manifestly, I've renounced certain excuses. In renouncing excuses for not Xing, for example, if I've promised to X, I give you the right, so to speak, the title to, well, anticipating next week's lecture, to blame me, to hold me responsible, at least to, punish me or sanction me in whatever way. I've lifted the excuse, after all, that I had. So if I do not X and no other excuse applies, you have that right. But that means if I can be blamed for not Xing, that means that Xing for me was a duty or a responsibility that I assumed. So you get the connection with the forensic term action and its merits. And finally, on the rights one, if I'm going to be a commissive agent, pledging and avowing, etc., it has to be clear to me, it has to be established within the practices of the society that there are certain things I can do with impunity. So in that area I can commit. In other areas I can't commit. In that area, indeed, I can act not just with impunity, but with the assurance of being protected by the society in doing those if anyone else tries to stop me. So equally, you can't be a person without having, as it were, designated rights established by the relevant set of practices, or indeed the law. So I do recommend this way of thinking about personhood, even though it comes strange in a way, and it doesn't fit with existing theories very well, but it explains all the themes that existing theories highlight. One thing it doesn't do, notice, and let's come back to that in the Q&A if you like, is it doesn't offer the sort of moral argument. It's a person, so therefore. Now, there are rights that go with personhood, but all the rights I've talked about are, so to speak, rights of action, active rights. But the sorts of rights often associated with personhood, for example, for someone who's totally vegetative, or for a very barely neonatal, a newborn child, of course they are not persons in this sense. They do have moral claims on us, but it's not qua persons, I would say, but qua human beings, for example, or on some other basis, as with an animal, qua a sentient being. It means that personhood isn't quite the firm basis of moral argument that it's sometimes made out to be, and maybe that's a count against it, but I suppose I've learned to live with it. Okay, so in the remaining part of the lecture, I want to talk about selfhood. There is a deep connection between personhood and selfhood. Indeed, Locke already notes it when he says, wherever a man finds what he calls himself, there I think another may say it is the same person. And I think he will equally think that where you've got the same person over time, that individual, if it's true, and that individual is at least going to be, in principle, in a position to think, this is myself still. I'm still here, so to speak. I continue as a self. Okay, so how to approach the topic of a self? Well, I want to make 2 points, first of all, that apply to any agent, it seems to be, including, to remember, the very simple agent that I imagined in the very first lecture, which was a simple little robot, which is constructed. There are bottles, glasses, whatever on the floor. The robot is constructed in such a way that, it's got bug-like eyes, as we came to think of them, scans this floor, and whenever it sees a bottle or a glass on its side, fixates on it, rolls on its wheels towards it, and then uses arms to put it upright. A single purpose, representations of its immediate environment, that's it. But that's still going to count as an agent in the sense we originally introduced. Now, even as simple an entity as that, an agent as that, is going to be implicated in its own, this is really a banality, let me hasten to say, is going to be involved, engaged, implicated in its own attitudes in a very direct way. Let me put it this way. Think of a simple animal. If the animal is frightened, it's frightened, as we say, for itself. It's not frightened, well, putting aside the case of protecting young or whatever, it's not frightened for another agent, it's frightened for itself. Or if you or any agent is overcome with desire, the desire is going to move you, that agent. It doesn't move anybody else. As I say, a banality. Even the little robot, it's going to be activated by the purpose of putting a glass upright when it sees that. And notice, it is going to be activated. That desire, that belief moves it. It doesn't move anybody else. Okay, that's absolute truism. Now, second point, though, even as simple an agent as the little robot, in a certain sense, has got to have beliefs involving itself. So imagine the robot getting nearer to the glass that it's about to lift upright. At a certain point, it's got to stop and it's got to lift the arms. And if we're going to design it to be, carefully sensitive to these features. And when it gets there, as it gets there and stops, presumably, if we think of it as an intentional agent, it does so because it's formed the belief at this moment, the glass is near enough, to lift it or whatever. Now, of course, near is an indexical. It means near to me. So even the little robot has to be ascribed of course, it doesn't use a word like I or anything or me, but it's got to be ascribed a mental state which can only be expressed by the use of I or me, or at least with an implied use of I or me, as in it's near, where that's elliptical, so to speak, for near to me. So any agent, even the simplest animal agents or robotic agents, have to have, not only do their states implicate them rather than anybody else, they also have to have beliefs about themselves in the course of developing or those beliefs and desires unfolding. But of course that belief they have about themselves, in the literature and philosophy, it's come to be called a de se belief, a belief about itself. It's what you might call it's identification independent. When the robot forms a belief, as we say, about itself, it's not that it's got a problem of who am I, where do I identify this self? No, it's locked in, so to speak, to the self about whom it forms the belief, about which it forms the belief that object is now near enough to me to be lifted. Here's the third point now. I want to say that such a simple agent, these 2 points being true of it, still doesn't have a self. Another way of putting that, it doesn't exist for itself, as it were. Now, what's going to be essential for an agent to exist for itself and to have a self? Well, here's a proposal. I think what's going to be essential is that it's got a way of referring to itself, thinking, forming beliefs about itself, other than the de se identification independent way of forming beliefs. So, for example, if it's able to form a belief about, it has those beliefs, those rigid, so to speak, built-in beliefs about, de se beliefs about itself, but it can also think about, I'm the only robot in the room, and that's me. Now it's going to be able to think about itself under a description, the only robot in the room. And at that point, I think you might say it exists for itself. Of course, we don't have robots that are even remotely like this. Well, maybe, I'm not sure. It's always very dangerous to make a comment like that, isn't it? But you can see that the idea is that if you can form beliefs about yourself that are not just locked in the first way, but are, as we say, de dicto, they're beliefs formed on the basis of an identification or a description, a dictum, then you've got 2 ways, so to speak, of assessing or accessing, rather, yourself. The de se way, locked in, but also this other way, some people call an intersubjective way of, or an objective way of identifying yourself. Then you exist for yourself. You are the object of the de se belief, and now you've got other beliefs about that object of the de se belief, that it's the only robot in the room or whatever. Okay, if you go along with that view, then you can see why persons are bound to have selves on the account of personhood that I gave. Because remember, a personator is always going to be at once a personality, and if I'm aware of, I'm committing myself to such and such, and committing to you, myself to such and such, I have to be aware of myself as you will see me. I'm doing the commitment, I in the de se sense, as it were, But who I'm committing is PP, Philip Pettit, right? Identified to the other people by name or by description or whatever. So to perform as a person, you have to exist for yourself in this sense, and in this sense have a self, as it were. Now, what I want to do in the remaining part of the lecture is to argue that while all of that is true, it seems to me really interesting, and I sort of think of the personation theory as bringing this out, that I can exist for myself in the way I've just described, under three at least different aspects, perhaps more. I'm not committing to be only three. And I'm going to say that under one aspect I exist for myself, I have a self as a referenced self, under a second as a personated self, and under a third as an alienated self. And I sort of find it interesting to pull these apart and look at different aspects of the self that you're committing in each of these different ways. Well, the reference self I think of as the self that every agent has, so to speak. It's just me, insofar as I am actually engaged in, as an agent, in forming beliefs, in forming desires, and forming intentions. They all engage me, but they don't engage you or anybody else, at least not necessarily, but they necessarily engage me. Now, if I'm aware of me as the agent, that agent, as it were, engaged by these attitudes, that's to be aware of yourself qua referenced self. I say reference self because it's sort of the point of reference in forming these attitudes. So, for example, it's the self that gets committed to later action by a present intention. It's the self, or the agent, I should say, that rehearses various memories in virtue of having had a certain experience in the past. It's just identified, so to speak, functionally at the locus, at the center of an evolving sequence of beliefs and desires and intentions and actions that are connected up with one another. To be a self in this sense is just to be at the center of that network, so to speak, of attitudinal and action connections. There's no deep fact, to use, for example, Derek Parfit's view, about what keeps you the same self over time in this sense. I mean, here I am now, I'm forming an intention to stop in about 10 minutes. That intent, I'm the one who's going to be, if I have formed the intention, I'm the one who's going to be affected by it. In 10 minutes' time, I'm the same agent connected in this way, and nobody else is connected in that way with my current intention. So I'm the same just insofar as that connection is maintained over time. Of course, these connections can go on and on and on, and you're being the same self is just you are having the relationship to those attitudes, those actions that are connected just with being an agent. There's not any core self that has to remain the deep fact that Derek Parfit talked about. There doesn't have to be anything like that. There just has to be the interagential connections to mean it's the same self. And of course that sameness may continue over a very long time, over a lifetime indeed, because while the connections may not be so direct, to use his language, there'll be a continuity of connection. So for an action that is now connected that's connected by current intention, at yet a later time it'll be a matter of memory for me, it'll be a matter of being responsibility perhaps for me, and those connections will make for that's what it is to be the same referenced self. There's nothing deep about being that sort of self, it's just involved in the very notion of agency. That's metaphysically, so to speak, the metaphysics of this self. What about the epistemology? What do I know about this self? Well, of course, now with this self, I think it's terribly elusive. This self that I am, this, as it were, center of the network of intertemporally connected attitudes. And it's this self that I think Hume could not find. You remember Hume said, "For my part, when I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception or other of heat or cold, light or shade, love or hatred, pain or pleasure. I never catch myself at any time without a perception, never can observe anything but the perception. So he's saying it's never there as an object that can lay hold of this self. And Sartre, actually, and indeed the later phenomenological tradition, mid-century phenomenological tradition, was very insistent on this. Sartre, in his little essay from the 1930s, The Transcendence of the Ego, describes running for a bus and the impersonal consciousness of the bus to be caught. Now, of course, the awareness of the bus, the belief, the desire, it's driving yourself. But as Sartre wants to say, there isn't a self, not in the ego sense. He's just recording the same thing as Hume. Another way of putting this is that self, this self, you're related to in such a way, as Gareth Evans emphasized, that you can't be wrong about who you are by misidentifying yourself. I mean, this self, and that goes with this engagement I talked about earlier, is there beyond possibility of misidentification for you to relate to. There's this direct engagement. Now, you might say that the cost you pay of not being in a position to make a mistake in identifying the self is that you know nothing at all about it. Not quite true, because Bernard Williams has a nice discussion of this in his Descartes book. George Lichtenberg, we talked about this in another Q&A actually, in the 18th century made the comment that Descartes went too far when he said, cogito, I think, ergo sum, I am. What he ought to have said is cogitator, there is thinking or it is thought, ergo id est, therefore there is something exists, the thinking or whatever. But as Williams sort of points out in that discussion, actually, in order for me to be able to reason across time, I've got to have that relationship with the past, say, endorsement of the premises. That means that it is I who draw the conclusion. The fact that there was an endorsement of premises doesn't mean that there's going to be an endorsement of a conclusion unless you've got an assumption of something like self-identity. So this reference self is elusive in the Hume-Sartre way, but it's there's still something substantive about committing to your being a self over time. You're not just a sequence of disconnected perceptions or intentions or desires or whatever. They're all connected agentially. And to say that you're the same self over that time is just to say nothing more than that those connections and that continuity exists. The way I think of it, I mean, what do we know of this self? Well, think of, when you look at a painting and you see, say, the scene of a valley, and you see all the trees, and it's very nice, and you look at the people in the distance and so on. But the painting is always going to give you more information than just what's in the content of the painting. It's always going to give you, at least it's a classical traditional painting, it's going to give you the point of view from which the painting was actually painted, right? Up on the hill, southeast of the valley, or whatever it might be. It's always going to communicate something more than what's in the content. And I think that, I like the word apperceive. I think we apperceive the self that we are insofar as we're conscious, as I argued in the third lecture, we're conscious of the contents of our perceptions and of what we reason to and reason from and so on. And being conscious of that leads me to that, as it were, we apperceive the self that has to remain the same through that train or sequence of reasoning. But you can never sort of lay hold of it, just as you can never pull out the perspective from the painting. It's just there as far as the painting is there. It's a byproduct of there being a painting. Similarly, you can't pull out this self. We know who we are in this sense, but we know it not by acquaintance and not by description. We know it by presupposition, because this is the self that is presupposed to having any attitudinal connections and therefore presupposed to reasoning over time. What about this ethically, the ethical hold of this self, the practical sort of significance? Does it have a hold on us so that we ought to be true to this self or whatever? Well, I think we can't but care about this self, obviously, to be concerned about it. Actually, Locke there's some readings of Locke under which it's concerned consciousness that's associated with the self over time. The concern of the care is bound to be there. I mean, as an agent, I can't but worry about the actions that my intentions require, so to speak. If I don't care about them, if I don't care about myself downstream acting in that way, then I'm not an agent at all. The care is structural. It's part of being an agent over time that you have this care. But this care is, and I think it can extend quite far over time, actually, and maybe that's different from the view that Pettit took on at least those early articles. But this care is a very special sort of care. Put it this way, it fails to pass the Euthyphro test. Remember the Euthyphro test, do the gods love the holy because it's holy, or is it holy because they love it? Similarly, you might say, do I care about Philip Pettit, downstream from me in time in some way? Because it's me, and I've got self-love. Or is that Philip Pettit because I've got this sort of care for that entity? And I want to say it's that way around. The care is, so to speak, what comes first. The identity is an agent because the care is just this intertemporal attitudinal connection. Another way of putting this is I think this is what Rousseau would have described as amour de soi, as he calls the innocent love of self that every agent has. Every agent, qua agent, is implicated in its own attitudes. Every agent even has beliefs about itself, as we saw. And if you come to consciousness, so to speak, using an I, using other ways of referring to yourself, you're bound to care about that self just by virtue of being an agent over time. Okay, so that is the reference self, the self that's always in the background, so to speak. And clearly, that self, I exist for myself in that sense of self. And that gives us a first meaning of self. But on the personation theory, the really interesting thing is that I exist for myself in quite a different way as well. Because after all, in the personation theory, I'm involved willy-nilly, in view of the force field of commitment, as I put it, in projecting, presenting, standing over, endorsing a persona, an image of myself that I'm inviting you to rely upon. Now that is a self, especially if it's born of commitment, where presumably I think about the desiderata that enable me or the evidence that enable me to avow the belief, to avow the desire, to pledge the intention. That is the self I'm holding out for you. Now the metaphysics of that self is straightforward. That self exists just by virtue of the fact that I actually commit in this way. Not a narrative construction. I'm all with Galen Strawson when he criticized these narrativist theories as being, well, I'm not sure whether he describes it quite that way, but I think that it's very narcissistic, as in I construct a story about myself and then cease to live up to it. No, this story, this persona, is a byproduct of making commitments, and commitments are themselves driven by social relationships. So that this persona I'm presenting, this self, I'm inviting you to think this is who I am, I present as a byproduct of making commitments. And as I say, commitments that I can't, as it were, help but make in the sort of social life that we live in. How do I know this self? Well, I know this self by virtue of what I called in previous occasion maker's knowledge. I'm the one who makes up my mind. I'm the one who makes the commitments. And by virtue of making them, I know what I commit to, and I know this persona that I'm inviting you to rely upon. So no problem with the epistemology. What about the ethics or the practical aspect? Well, with this self, as I said, I don't think that the reference self has much of an ethical hold on us. I think the care we have for it is simply constitutive of what it is. It's not an ethical sort of care that could be taken away or given. But in this case, I think it's different. I think that we really, insofar as we've committed to this self that we're holding up for others to rely on, I think it's really important. And that's what it is to be a successful person in the Frankfurtian, Kantian sort of way. It's really important that we do seek to remain true to that self, to that personity that we're holding out. That as a personator we keep faith with the persona that we're holding out. After all, if you didn't, if you were detached from your commitments, that would be to say that, well, you just weren't serious, so to speak, as a person. Now I know it's sort of standard to mock Polonius in Hamlet, you know, that he's been a bit of a fool and so on, and you can't take him all that seriously. But I think the words that Shakespeare puts in Polonius's mouth should actually be taken quite seriously. After all things, Shylock, he also doesn't make much of in the end of that play, but Shylock's words, as hath not a Jew eyes and so on, are surely very important words. In Polonius's mouth, as you remember, he says Laertes, his son, as he's leaving Wittenberg to go back to the university, he says, "This above all, to thine own self be true, and it follows as the night, the day, thou canst not then be false to any man." Now, I think it does make sense about being true to yourself in this persona sense of self, even though it makes no sense in the referenced sense of self. Okay, so the final one is what I call the alienated self. Now, it's inevitable in social life that other people form a view of us. And it's pretty well inevitable that with the view or the views, there may be different groups who know us and different identities or whatever, it's inevitable that we don't control, so to speak, the character that they give us. And I think of that as the alienated self, or the objectified self perhaps, that we have in the minds of other people or in the society at large. And metaphysically, so to speak, it just exists insofar as others form these opinions of us, maybe even sharing them as a matter of common awareness between them. And that's the metaphysics of it. The epistemology, it's very hard to know what others think of you, what your, as it were, alienated self in that way is, because, of course, while others gossip about you among themselves, they never gossip to you about yourself, you know. So at least there's one major source of constructing this character that you may have in society that you will not be privy to. This is the sort of stuff that Borges, I think, talks about in his little essay Borges and I, where he says the other one, the one called Borges, is the one things happen to, the one that becomes famous, the one that is read, the one that wins prizes, etc. But it's sort of out there, you know, and it's always at a distance. Now, the metaphysics, the epistemology is pretty straightforward. What about the practical hold? Well, I think whereas Rousseau called the structural care for self amour de soi, I think this sort of caring about this self would be what he calls amour propre. To care about this self, to care about the figure you cut, so to speak, in the minds of others, or the figures, because there may be many, he thinks about as having a sort of rot built in. I think he's picking up on a theme of Hobbes, actually, where Hobbes clearly also has the idea that once we get involved in the world of language impersonation, we realize that others have certain opinions of us. We realize that if they think really well of us, that gives us some power. If they think badly of us, it deprives us of power. We also realize that they compare us with other people, and what's really important is to be thought to be better than other people in the relevant respects. And so the concentrating on the alienated self leads to, in Hobbes's term, a love of eminence, of being above others, in Rousseau's amour propre. And clearly this is a sort of love of self or care for itself that they both, well, certainly Rousseau, regards with suspicion, and I think rightly, this sort of love of self is really dangerous because, first of all, it can lead you away from being really concerned with the self you're personating and being true to that, amour juste, as you might call it, for the self, in favor of this concern with phantoms, so to speak, and a concern that can actually lead to a zero-sum game of seeking superiority, greater celebrity, greater power, or whatever. What Kant talks about in the Anthropologie, when he talks about the Ehrsucht, the love of honor, or the love of Herrschsucht, the love of power. These are all the comparative sorts of things. So I think that's a sort of, it's got no ethical claim in us, really, the alienated self. I think we might be better off, every one of us, it's now a sort of confession time, just forgetting about that self. You know, that's other people's business, for God's sake. You know, what to be concerned about is the personated self. So anyhow, I hope that sort of gives the overall picture I'm seeking to defend. Language brings on stream a variety of capacities, including the capacity in virtue of which we can't properly as persons, the capacity to present a persona, to commit to others. And once you have that notion of what it is to be a person, an essentially social notion of what it is to be a person, then you see that there are really different identities or aspects under which you can exist for yourself, and in that sense have a self. You exist for yourself as the referenced agent, as the personated agent, and the alienated agent. Okay, thanks very much. Okay, so remember the theme of the lectures is there are certain capacities which are very distinctive of us as human beings, which are not presupposed by language in the sense that we can easily envisage a relatively straightforward information exchanging language that can come on stream without people having to have had those capacities prior to coming on stream, and that language, or the advent of language, our speech, and that of course is understood to include sign language, gestural language, as well as the language we're familiar with or think of, that language, the onset of language is going to bring on stream, or as I put, catalyze, or precipitate the appearance of these very distinctive capacities. In many cases, it seems pretty clear that language is necessary for those capacities, in particular the ones I've spoken of in the last couple of days, but I don't argue necessarily that it is essential for all the capacities I looked at. And we looked at judgment, reasoning, certain sort of perceptual consciousness, the capacity to commit, the capacity to perform as a person that we described the last day with a self, and today I'm going to look at the capacity to assume responsibility, to be held responsible, to hold another responsible, and each to assume responsibility, to assume that the ascription is appropriate in their own case. And remember, I've been working with this sort of little genealogy picture. We're thinking about creatures who come to speak in this way without previously having had these capacities, and we're looking at how, in a sort of thought experiment, being able to speak would bring on stream these capacities. Okay, so to begin on the responsibility theme. When I hold you responsible, it seems to me, and this may be debated, I suppose, but it seems to me there are two things I assume about you. The first thing I think I assume is that we share certain value judgments, and it's in the name of those shared values that I hold you responsible. So I take it you have a capacity to make value judgments. And the first thing I'm going to have to argue, obviously, then, is that minds that speak, the sorts of protagonists in our genealogy, are going to be in a position to form value judgments. Up to now, the judgments, and I've talked of judgment a lot, that we've taken them to form could be purely descriptive or non-evaluative, as we put it. But the second capacity I presuppose in you is that not only can you form value judgments of the kind that we share, but that you also are able to control for whether or not you live up to those value judgments. This, in ordinary language, I guess, is to assume that you have a sort of free will, that it's up to you whether or not you conform to these value judgments you make. So the second thing I'm going to have to argue is that there is some sense in which we think that minds that speak would be able rightly to assume of one another that they have this capacity to control for acting on the values that the value judgments that they share. And of course, if you yourself acquiesce, so to speak, in somebody else taking you to make value judgments that take you to be in control of whether you act on those value judgments, if you yourself acquiesce in that, then of course you assume responsibility, as we put it. Okay, so to begin with the capacity to make maybe one comment. I can see that some people might well think, well, wait a moment, you don't normally get a discussion of the assumption that when I hold someone responsible, I assume there are shared value judgments. And couldn't I hold someone responsible for not living up to his or her value judgments, even judgments that I don't share? But it seems to me, in that case, we still share some higher order values, which is the value we're living up to, so to speak, the value judgments that you perhaps idiosyncratically endorse. So again, they're going to be shared value judgments. This at least seems to me to be a requirement of standing when you blame someone, that you assume a certain shared capacity for value judgment. That's why I put it in here. So, so first question then is, would minds that speak come to make value judgments? Is there any reason why speech would, so to speak, egg them into, catalyze this capacity to make value judgments? Well, let's think first of all about what it is to make a value judgment. And I'm going to assume that there are three things true of a value judgment. The first thing is that when you make a value judgment, like, and it may be in any form, like it would be right to X, it would be good to X, it would be attractive or appealing, or normatively, let's say, attractive or appealing to X. It can be any of these forms. The first is that when you make a judgment of value about Xing or an action like that, then the first thing you do is you're prescribing, presumably, at least pro tanto, you're prescribing that action for whoever is being addressed. Of course, it may be yourself or it may be another person. And you're not just prescribing it as an authority might give an order, do that, so to speak, or else. No, you're prescribing it in a presumptively grounded way. That is to say, there are, as you assume in making value judgments, there are considerations that support the prescription. So number one, you're prescribing in a presumptively grounded way that the agent addressed should perform X. The second thing true of a value judgment that's really important is that a value judgment may often come apart from the actual desire that the person addressed has. So suppose I'm saying to myself, I ought to X, or I believe it's desirable or valuable or good or right to X. Of course, I'm going to recognize, I won't understand what a value judgment is unless I recognize, that it's quite possible to believe that Xing is valuable, to judge that Xing is valuable, and yet to find you're drawn in your desire not to X, to do something quite different. So there's always a possibility of a clash between a value judgment and a desire. And the third feature of value judgment is that as we think of them, and I think now I'm explicating a shared notion of making a value judgment here, and then we're going to ask whether the minds that speak would make judgments fitting these conditions. The third thing, of course, is that we think of value judgments as judgments such that when they do clash with desire, when an agent's value judgment clashes with his or her desires, then it's a sort of failure to go with the desire rather than going with the value judgment. You've got to give up on the desire and go with the value judgment if, as it were, you're not to count as failing in some intuitive sense. We'll come back to what that sense is and make a sense of the notion of a failure. But you wouldn't understand what the value judgment was unless you thought it was a prescription to act on presumptive grounds. It's likely to clash with the desires of the agent, and yet, given the agent shares that value, it would be a sort of failure on the part of the agent not to actually go with the judgment, to go rather with the desire. And so now the question is, would minds that speak, in my little genealogy, would they be likely to form value judgments of that kind? And I say that they would. And in arguing that, I start from the possibility, which we've already discussed in the fourth lecture, of avowing not just beliefs but desires. You remember when you avow a state by use of the word avowal, you're communicating it to somebody else, like your belief or a desire, but you're communicating it in an especially costly or expensive and therefore credible way, because in avowing it, you're manifestly putting aside or foreclosing, denying yourself, renouncing the possibility, if you fail to display that belief or that desire in action later, You're putting aside the possibility of saying, oh, I must have gotten myself wrong. You're putting aside what I call the misleading evidence, or misleading mind in this case, excuse. So you're not in reporting on anything. You can always give that excuse. I can get away with it, but you can offer it. In the case of an avowal, it's just not available, and that's manifestly the case. So that when you avow a belief or a desire, rather than just merely reporting it, as in, gee, I find I desire, I think I desire, I think I believe. When you avow it, like saying P rather than I believe that P, or like saying that'd be good, rather than saying I think I desire that, then you deny yourself this excuse later, which means that other people, this being manifest, are aware that you're taking on the extra expense, so you speak with a certain weight that you otherwise wouldn't have had. And of course you assume a certain authority to be able to speak for yourself in that way. Okay, now let's take it that these creatures will certainly avow various sorts of desires to one another, seeking to make it credible to the others that they have those desires. Maybe a desire for peace, maybe a desire, not to squabble about such and such, maybe a desire to go their own way when it comes to matters of religious belief, whatever it might be. Let's suppose they avow a desire like that. Well, presumably, if I avow a desire, first of all, I'm going to now talk a little bit about avowing a desire and then argue, that gets awfully close to making a judgment of desirability. So when they avow a desire, they presumably they're going to want to be pretty sure that they actually will have that desire and be likely to live up to it, be capable, so to speak, of living up to it. And that means that they presumably will only avow desires such that they can see desiderata, properties, that weigh quite strongly with them in favor of acting as that desire would have them to act. So, when I avow a desire, for example, for peace with my fellows in this community I'm living in, when I avow that sort of desire, presumably it weighs with me that, well, of course, if I have peaceful relations, I'll be able to trade with them, I'll be able to make friends with them, we'll be able to do things together. Those are powerful desiderata, which leave me in no doubt but that I will probably continue to desire peace, and so I can avow it with a certain degree of confidence. Okay, so it is always possible, however, as I see it, that even when I avow a desire for peace, I later find, gee, I could, if I just sort of allowed myself a chance to go in and whip some of these goods or whatever it might be, thereby breaching the peace or pushing him aside and getting at something, it can be manifest to me that I get a great advantage. So I can now see, though I avow the desire for peace, that there will be, as it were, occasions when maybe an impulse, I get really annoyed with this guy, I really want to hit him, I'm surging with anger. It's going to be clear to me, even as I vow the desire, that it's going to be possible, of course, that I'm going to be, as it were, put off my stroke, put off my stride, that I'm going to find at a later point that a desire, like an impulse, is overwhelming me. And this in the following sense, that not that I foresee that I might change my mind and think, oh, well, peace isn't all that hot after all, because after all, much better to have sort of peace most of the time. I grab an advantage like this for myself when I see one. It's what I foresee is not that will happen. No, rather, I recognize that I'm subject to sort of impulses, obsessions, whatever it might be, habit, opportunism, such that even though I give in to that impulse and I don't live up the desire that I avow, I won't be able to say of myself, I changed my mind about peace. It won't be that a new desideratum has come on stream that I acknowledge as a ground for, as it were, disavowing the desire that I previously avowed. No, what I foresee is that I continue to avow this, the desiderata are still there that support it, and damn it, I go with the desire, the experienced desire, in this case the impulse, rather than the avowed desire. And what I can also foresee in the notion of I, one of these protagonists, in the notion of avowing a desire, that if I do give in that way to the desire, it's going to come across to me, I'm going to rate it as a sort of failure, because after all, it'll be a failure as a presumptively, purportedly, a commissive agent. After all, and that goes back to the theme of the last day, talking about what it is to be a person, is to be someone who personates, who holds out a persona, who invites others to rely on them, who says, this is me, this is who you can rely on. Now, as a commissive agent of that kind, which is tied up with just being a person, as I argued, as a commissive agent of that kind, I'm bound to foresee that, if I do that, I will really, in my own eyes and by these criteria that I've sort of signed up to implicitly, I will have failed. It'll be a failure in those commissive terms, in terms of the practice of commitment that's so basic to the life of these creatures as I've described them in the genealogy, and of course, as I'm suggesting by analogy, are actually true of us, even though they're existing in a counterfactual world. Okay, so now there's the thing about we can imagine the creatures vowing desires on the basis of desiderata they're confident about. We can imagine them finding that on occasions the experienced desire clashes with the avowed desire. And we can imagine them giving in to the experienced desire, particularly if it's an impulse, or an obsession, a bout of anger, whatever it might be. And we can see that they will regard giving in that way, not living up to the avowal, as a sort of failure. Okay, now at that point, what I want to say is that the avowal of a desire, understood in that way, has exactly the profile of a judgment of desirability. So if I have avowed a desire for peaceful relations with my neighbors, with those I live with, I really have done something that's tantamount, by the account I gave at the beginning, the three-feature account I gave at the beginning of judgments of desirability. I will effectively have made a judgment of desirability, a judgment that peace with my neighbors is desirable. Why so? We'll go through the three characteristics. Well, first of all, he said the judgment of desirability is a prescription to act on presumptive grounds. Well, if I avow a desire is tantamount to a prescription to act, and it's on the basis of desiderata that give you confidence in having that desire. So it's very like a judgment of desirability, a recommendation on a presumptively grounded basis to do whatever it is you vow the desire for. Secondly, I said the judgment of desirability may clash with what you actually desire, and of course that's true too. The desire you avow may clash indeed with the desire you experience. And the third, what I said, is that it's going to count as a sort of failure, otherwise you would not understand what the judgment of desirability was. It's going to count as a sort of failure if you go with the desire rather than with the judgment of desirability. Now, an avowal of a desire of the kind I described is playing exactly that sort of role. Now, not an awful lot's going to depend on this in what follows, but I'm going to assume in what follows that we can think of these creatures, in virtue of these considerations, as making judgments of desirability. Now, of course, there are different words involved in making a judgment of desirability, for example, and different concepts involved in making a judgment of desirability. And what I would say in response, of course, to that is that, yes, but they're in a position where, they can identify actions that have the feature of their having avowed them on pretty stable grounds, and also other actions which have the feature of having desiderata in support of them, such that, did they think about it, they would avow a desire for the relevant action. And in that case, they're in the precincts, so to speak, of having a concept of desirability. It wouldn't be, imagine they use a word for those actions that answer to their avowed desires in this sense. Well, the word they'd use is a word we would naturally translate into English as desirable or valuable or whatever. And so they're going to be in a position, so I'm going to suggest to you in the genealogy, in this story I'm telling, to be able to access the concept of desirability and to be able to make judgments of desirability, which will play exactly the role of avowals of desire as I've just described it. One thing to add is that, and I talked about this now a lot in some earlier lectures, is that, of course, many of the desires they will avow not explicitly, but as I put it, virtually. Because there'll be many situations, and imagine just any sort of social life, in which it's manifest to each of us that each of us clearly, as we say, or manifestly, is going to want certain sorts of behavior, certain sorts of actions, and it's manifest to each that others expect them to want those, to desire those, and it's manifest to each that, of course, they could say, don't hold me to that, I don't think I've made up my mind in favor of that, of avowing that. And that all being manifest, if they say nothing, in that context, they're likely to be taken, and they know they're likely to be taken, to have effectively avowed that desire. They're manifestly expected, and they are manifestly able to say, don't hold me to that, and they don't say, don't hold me to that. They don't say yea to the avowal of the desire, but they don't say nay when they could have done. And so I'm going to take it that there'll be many desires in the community which people will take one another to avow, even when those others say nothing, and many desires that each will recognize that they are taken to have avowed by their very silence, as it were. One final remark before leaving this argument that minds that speak would have the capacity to make value judgments, because that was the first part, remember, of holding someone responsible. And it's this, of course, when you avow belief, as in making a judgment, you can ordinarily expect that other people will come to agree with you on the judgments that you avow, because when you vow them, presumably you've got data there, otherwise you wouldn't be so sure about believing them. But the data for you are going to be data for those other people, putting some qualifications aside. And so you can expect, so to speak, that the beliefs will avow, there's an expectance of convergence there. Now, there can't be that same expectation with the avowals of desire, because, of course, the things I desire, I may desire from quite different perspectives that actually can clash. So I may, from the point of view of someone interested in his or her own life as it evolves, have a certain desire, let's say, to get a certain career, to achieve something or whatever. That's not a desire I could expect anybody else to have for me, short of my parents maybe, or something like that, or very close relatives. Equally, I can have a desire as a member of a particular group, or a particular gender, or an ethnicity, or a community, or a subgroup, or a culture. I can have desires, so to speak, in that identity. And these desires may all clash with one another. Equally, I can have desires that, so to speak, I have as a human being who wants to, you'll all hear the Scanlon sort of overtones or undertones, a human being who wants to be able to justify himself or herself to others, as to what they do and desire. I mean, that's an identity you assume. If Tim Scanlon is to be believed, it's the identity of someone who thinks in this moral way, that I think as someone who wishes that the actions he or she should take are going to be defensible, justifiable to others. They're going to be actions such that no other can have a reasonable complaint against your doing them, and so on. That's going to be an identity too. There's also going to be an identity, I suppose, if you think it's distinct from that, which I actually think it probably is, the identity of thinking from a universal point of view. Think of Sidgwick when he talks about, the point of view of the universe. You might have desires, about how future generations will go, about climate change and so on, which are very different. The perspective is very different from that of the prudential standpoint, or indeed the group standpoint, or whatever. So there are going to be many sorts of desires that can be avowed, and correspondingly there are going to be many sorts of judgments of desirability. There'll be judgments of prudence, for example, of what is desirable from a prudent point of view. There'll be judgments, I suppose, of patriotism, I suppose you might call it, what's desirable from the point of view of your country, your patria. There are going to be judgments of universal benevolence or whatever. That's just a note I'm not going to talk much about that later, but without putting in a place, it might seem that this is all gobbledygook. Okay, so judgments of desirability come in many different forms. All I've wanted to try to persuade you is that these creatures, in virtue of speaking, are going to, and speaking in purely descriptive terms initially, but are going to be led to certain sorts of speech act, of vowels, in particular vowels of desire, that are going to take them into, so to speak, the country of making judgments of desirability. Okay, so that's as were the first half of the two theses that I want to defend. The easier one, unfortunately. The second one is that if I hold you responsible, I said I not only take it we've got shared values, so I take you've got a capacity for value judgment, but secondly, I take it that you must be in control, in some sense, of whether you conform to those value judgments or not. If it were, so to speak, anyone's guess, if it were up to the heavens or the stars or fate or the neurons, whether or not you conformed, then I couldn't hold you responsible for living up to those values. Okay, so in this case, in this second part of the lecture, the argument is going to come in three sections, which I have. I've put down three premises and a conclusion at the beginning of section 2 on page 1. And the way the argument goes, just to rehearse it initially, is these creatures, these protagonists in my imagined story, they're inevitably going to be, first of all, they're going to form certain shared and routine norms, subscribe to certain shared and routine norms with certain other groups. Now, maybe their society as a whole, maybe not likely, though. It's more likely to be at least with a certain subgroup of, as we say, equals of those, so to speak, in their more immediate coterie. So they're going to, that's the first claim, that there are going to be shared routine norms to which they will all tend to conform, and they're going to judge conformity by anyone to those norms desirable. That's the first claim. The second claim is that with norms of that kind, they're also going to pledge to conform to those norms and therefore to act on the judgment of desirability, that conformity is desirable. And the third one is that, the third premise, that is to say, is that if any of them makes a pledge, they thereby, so to speak, they must be able to control for fulfilling that pledge. And so if they have all pledged to conform to norms, which by the first premise means act on their judgments of desirability about conforming to the norms, then in virtue of the fact that every pledge makes sense only in someone assumed to have the capacity to control for keeping the pledge, it's going to follow that they're going to treat one another, and I'm going to say rightly, as having this capacity to control for conforming to certain shared value judgments. Okay, so that's a bit of a mouthful. Let me go through each of those premises in turn, and I think it'll become clearer. So I take it that in any, now I'm going to talk about a community or a group or a society, but one problem with thinking in the broad about a society is that we know historically that most societies are hierarchical and structured with norms of whereby some are enabled to dominate others and so on, and that warps the world, so to speak, in favor of some and against others. Now, I'm going to assume, though, that even in a society like that, suppose we think of the members being the alphas, the betas, and the gammas, even in a society like that, even the gammas are going to have some groups, subcultures, sub-communities with other gammas within which they are not dominated and within which they, I'm going to say, are likely to conform to certain norms in dealing with one another and indeed to judge their conformity to those norms as desirable. Okay, so though I'm going to use the word community or group or society, so remember it may often be quite a sub-society like of the gammas within the alpha beta gamma society. Okay, so One reason why certain norms are going to almost certainly emerge in a society like that is that otherwise it's just going to be civil war. So, for example, norms of non-violence, norms of telling the truth to one another, norms of, if they make pledges to one another, keeping those pledges. If there are property conventions, norms of, respecting those conventions of property. In the sort of group I'm imagining, it's going to be a condition for the survival of the group, really, that they have norms like that. But let me do it slightly more analytically. Think from the point of view of each one of these creatures. They all depend, or they have to rely on one another. That was part of our original assumption about their nature way back. They have to be able to rely on one another to survive, basically. So it's going to be important from the point of view of each that, hey, I can rely on others to treat me well, like to treat me without violence, to treat me without deception, without coercion, to keep their promises when they make them to me, not to steal my property, and so on. That's going to be really important for each one of us. But now, of course, for each one of us, we can't really expect to be able to rely on others if they have found they can't rely on us, right? If we've let them down time and again, at least they're going to not have a motive for relying on us, for proving reliable to us if we rely on them, given we haven't proved reliable to them, tit for tat, as we all know. But it may even be the case that, they're going to have a motive to punish someone who doesn't prove reliable, having given information it's deceptive, having made a promise, they break it. It's going to be in their interest to sort of teach the other, as we say. And there's a lot of psychological literature that suggests that is very basic in our DNA, as a matter of fact. So I'm going to assume that in order to be able to rely on others, we've got to prove reliable ourselves. And of course, equally, it's going to be really important for us to be able to get others to rely on us in certain cases. If we want to, we can go and hunt that stag, the Rousseau example. Well, we've got to get others, to be able to rely on us when we say there's a stag there and I'll stick with you. But in order to do that, we've got to have proved ourselves reliable. This is true from the point of view of each one of us. So each one of us must have proved reliably non-violent, proved reliably truthful, proved reliably faithful, proved reliably respectful of property under the existing conventions, and so on. So that's why I think that for any human beings, there'll be some groups such that within those groups there are norms that get established in their dealings with one another, and they each are going to reliably conform, more or less, to those norms. I'm also now going to add something else, though. We assume, and I could have done it with just the avowal of desire language, but let's assume, to make it easy, as I said I would do, that they got the language of judging desirable. Now, for the moment, just stick with the avowing desire. They may each avow the desirability, they may each avow a desire to conform to these rules and to one another. But even if they don't go through explicit avowal, they're each going to take it that others not only conform to these norms, but desire that everybody should conform to the norms, because the benefit to each is manifest of they're all conforming to those norms. Now, if it's the case that they each desire manifestly to conform to the norms, this means that others are going to recognize with any individual that that individual desires conformity to these norms. That individual, of course, it being manifest, is aware that others expect that of them. And so if they remain silent, they don't say, I'm not sure about this norm of sincerity stuff. I think it's, if they don't do that, if they don't disavow the norm, they'll be taken, so to speak, by default to have avowed it. Again, the silence will speak almost as eloquently, so to speak, as actual speech would do. So that in this community, I'm imagining it, they will each conform to these norms fairly reliably, and they'll each be taken and acquiesce in being taken, to avow the desirability of these norms, to avow a desire for these norms, now go into the language of desirability. That being the case, by the argument of the first section, if you'll allow me that, and allow it in here as shorthand, I ask you, they're each going to both reliably conform to the norms and judge that conformity to the norms is reliable. So what we have now is, we've explained why they should have judgments of desirability, that's section 1, and now what we're seeing is that for almost every individual in the story I'm telling, there are going to be certain patterns of behavior corresponding to these norms of the community or sub-community. There are going to be certain patterns of behavior such that they're going to share judgments of desirability. It's going to be manifest to each of them within that community or sub-community that everyone thinks it's desirable, right, valuable to actually conform to these norms. So not only do they have a capacity in common to make judgments of value or desirability, they actually are making common judgments of desirability about conformity to these norms. Those are shared norms, and they're, in general, I call them here routine norms, meaning that no one thinks it's very hard to tell the truth or to avoid coercion or to avoid being unfaithful, unreliable. Everyone's pretty well expected to conform for that reason, but equally expected to judge it to be desirable to conform. Okay, that's the first piece. Now, what I'm going to add in the second piece of the argument is that not only are they going to have shared judgments of desirability about these norms, the norms in question, they're actually going to effectively pledge to conform to, and in pledging to conform to them, they're going to pledge to live up to the judgments of desirability we've just said that they will endorse in respect of conformity of the norms. So they're going to make a pledge, as it were, to conform and to live up to these judgments of desirability. Now, why might this be so? Well, for reliance reasons, for reasons of reputation, they're each obviously going to expect others to conform to the norms within the community or sub-community, and each is going to recognize, it's going to be manifest, that others are going to expect them to conform. That means that if they say nothing, they may be taken to be certainly going to conform. I mean, they could say, look, don't take me, I'm sorry, I realize you're all taking me to be someone who lives up to these norms, endorses them. Actually, I think it's a load of bilge and don't expect anything else. They could say that, but they don't say that. They could say nay to the expectation that they live up to the norms, but they don't say nay when they could. And that's tantamount to saying, yay, okay, you can expect me to conform to these norms, which is basically, in effect, to pledge to conform to the norms. Okay, one problem, though. You might say, well, wait a moment. That's going to be so, and this is true, only if they're not saying nay, only if they're, call it, acquiescing in the expectation that they will conform, is a voluntary acquiescence. Now, that requires me to say something about what voluntariness is, and here's roughly how I understand what it is to do something voluntarily, like acquiescing in the expectation on your part that I will conform to certain norms. I say it's going to be voluntary, provided that there are alternatives that were more or less acceptable to me. So I chose this above those alternatives. The alternatives weren't so awful that intuitively we say, well, I had no choice but to do this, because the alternatives were so bad, the options were so bad. They gave me no choice. I just had to do this, say acquiesce. Now you might think that, well, wait a moment, these people, maybe they don't say nay, because saying nay, saying, look, don't expect me, would be pretty awful. Others would say, what sort of guy are you? They would sort of really think very, very badly of the person, punish the person in a way, ostracize them. Maybe they don't say nay just for fear of the alternative. Maybe, therefore, their acquiescing in the expectation is not really a voluntary acquiescence in that sense. It's forced upon them by how bad the alternative would be. Now, this takes me back. There are a couple of things to say, but I'm only going to say one, and only one is on the handout. It takes me back to the assumption that we're talking about at least a sub-community where relations are pretty equal. So it's not the case that for fear of being hit over the head by the big guy, I don't say nay. I'm not in that sort of fear. I'm living more or less amongst equals. Maybe I've sought them out, as in the gammas, seeking out one another, establishing sub-communities or whatever. And in that situation, presumably there's always a possibility someone can just exit that group, go to another group. So that there is an alternative to not saying nay. They realize if you stick with this group, you more or less have to go along with this expectation that you'll conform. So in that sense, you've got to virtually pledge to conform. And I think that plausibly when those sorts of circumstances obtain, you can say that they voluntarily, albeit virtually, pledge to conform to these norms. Now, if you give me this, where have we got to? Okay, so we've got to argue that there are going to be some instances for every one of them, more or less, where they make shared judgments of value or desirability with others, and in particular judgments of desirability about certain norms, conforming to certain norms. But further, we've seen that with the norms in question, they actually pledge effectively, if virtually, only virtually, to conform to those norms, which is to say they pledge to live up to the judgments of desirability that they attach to those norms. Okay, so they're really holding out now a pretty heavy package on this story within the community, which is that, yeah, we all judge these, conform to these norms, desirable, and you can take me to be pledged to conform to those norms. That's where we've got to. Now, the third stage in the argument on this section of the paper is going to be that if you look at what happens when these people make a pledge to one another, you'll see that they assume in one another a control over whether or not to keep that pledge. Okay, so we're stepping aside from the main argument to just think about any old pledge, so to speak, within a group of people related in the way of our sub-community. Okay, so suppose in this sub-community someone pledges to do something, I've called it X here, and of course it's worth remembering if they pledge to do something like Xing, whatever that might be, they pledge to go on the hunt tomorrow, they pledge to join you in the fishing expedition, they pledge to not trample on the bit of land that you've been trying to raise some animals on or whatever. When they make a pledge like that, they do so presumably because doing that has certain attractions for them, maybe the attraction that you're going to treat them in the same way in response, but equally making that sort of pledge is going to be attractive for them, because if I make a pledge of that kind to you, then by living up to that pledge, I prove myself the sort of guy you can rely on, right? So there's a lot of reason, a lot of attractors, a lot of reasons in that sense why people in this community would want to make pledges to one another of one or another kind. But now, okay, so you've made a pledge on these sorts of grounds, it's attractive to you in various ways. Now, the rest of us recognize that you made the pledge, and the rest of us recognize that, of course, there are things that make both the action in question attractive to you, and, of course, in particular, the pledging and the keeping of the pledge attractive to you, that you prove yourself a man or a woman of their word, so to speak. Okay, but now notice that, and here, by the way, I'm going to be drawing on joint work with Tori McGeer, joint and published work with Tori McGeer, and somewhat on a book I published earlier this year, late last year, called The Birth of Ethics. So once it's recognized on all sides that if someone has made a pledge, they've done so on the basis of the attractions of the action or the attractions of the pledging, and that in particular, if they don't keep the pledging, they're going to get a name for unreliability. After all, they've pledged, they've let us down. Once that's true, then of course each of us is empowered in relation to that agent, right? Here's the agent, Chris, although he's moved out of position, right? And he's made this pledge to us. And here we are. We think that's a good thing. You know, Chris has pledged to stay in the chair position in the department, the faculty, for another 5 years, let's say, okay? And we're really, we're thrilled about this and so on. But by making the pledge, he has actually empowered the rest of us in relation to him. Why so? Well, recognizing the features that might have made it attractive to him, suppose now that Chris is showing signs of maybe pulling out of the job, resigning, whatever, and we're going to be able to say things to him like, come on, think about how it appealed to you, you know, all that power, you like power, right? And the fact that you brought order to the faculty, you know, that stuff like that. I mean, it's much improved, let's suppose. I'm not making judgment here. It's much improved, and you know, we'll all slip back if you retire now. Come on, we say, Chris. You know, you really ought to stay in the job. We say, and you can. Come on, just think about those, you know. And then we say, and look, and you promised, for God's sake. Or, you know, that might have been implicit, you know. So what are the rest of us going to think of you, you know, if you let us down in this way? Now, this is very interesting. What he's done is put power in our hands to exhort him, as we say, right? Because we exhort him when we say, you can do it, you should do it, and implicitly, you can do it, right? By drawing attention to the very factors that presumptively he was moved by in actually making the pledge, whether virtually or explicitly, in the first place. Now, what I want you to do is to think about the sort of can that I can use of Chris when we're in that position. I can say, you can do it. Or take maybe another example. Maybe it's Rafe. Where are you, Rafe? I've missed you. There it is. Maybe it's Rafe, and Rafe has told me that he's going to tell the truth to his chair about some embarrassing episode, you know, whatever it might be, and that's great, and I commend him and so on, and he, as it were, promises me he'll tell the truth. But on the way in, he's obviously showing some signs of backsliding, you know, and I say to Rafe, come on, Rafe, you should tell him. Think about the reasons you thought, good reasons for, you know, for telling the truth to your chair about this embarrassing episode. And besides, I'll communicate with him, maybe explicitly, implicitly, that, you know, what am I going to think of you? What are the rest of us going to think of you who know you've made this promise? So we say, you can do it, right? You can do it. Now, do you remember the children's story about, is it the chugging train or whatever, when the little train is saying, I think I can, I know I can, you know, going up the hill. I can remember teaching my youngest child about going up a hill, you can do it, you know. Now that sort of can is a very interesting can. It's not the can of, it's possible that you do it, it's not a purely modal can. It's not even a rich modal can of the kind, it's robustly possible that you do it, you know, and under most you will actually do it. No, it's an exhortatory or hortative can. It's a can, as Tori and I in that paper called it, it's a can that's evocative. You know, when I say, you can do it, Chris, I'm not merely describing something as in, oh, by the way, I noticed you've got the ability, or Rafe, you've got the ability to tell the truth. Chris, you've got the ability. I mean, that would be ridiculous, you know, just making a modal description of a modal possibility. Of course, neither is it a performative, you know. By saying, you can, I don't suddenly, you know, like Superman, you know, injected with can stuff that would get him to do it or capable of doing it. But it's something in between. When I say you can, I presumably, by that very utterance, are seeking to, I'm doing something which in all likelihood may help to make it true that he actually can do it, right? I'm trying to evoke the action of which I'm saying that he can do it. That's a hortative, hortative can. And I think it's a really important aspect of actually human life in general, but now we're talking our genealogy. These creatures, mutually relying creatures, using speech to relate to one another, making pledges to one another, and so on, they're going to empower one another to be mutually exhortative or exhortatory in regard to certain actions. And that means they're going to have a certain stance on one another. You know, I'm going to see Rafe if we're in the thing, or I'm going to see Chris, imagine we're in this community. I'm going to see them as, each of them can do what I'm saying they can do. That each of them is exhortable, you know. Each of them, I see them, so to speak, from within. You know, Dennett talks about the intentional stance. I first talk here about the hortative stance. I see them from within a hortative stance, you know, as people, well, what? I take them to, when I exhort either of them to act in this way, I presume that they have, I display, express a belief that they have a capacity to respond to the sort of considerations that I'm putting before them. The considerations like, Chris, you know, the order, the very fortune, the prosperity of the department depends on you staying in place. Or to Rafe, look, you're going to be so ashamed of yourself if you're going to think of yourself as a coward and so on. All of these, I'm assuming that they are in control of what they do, at least in the sense of being responsive to the sorts of considerations that I am putting before them. So that's an important assumption about the control I'm sort of ascribing to them insofar as I see them as exhortable agents. Of course, other people I might not see as exhortable. You know, I say, Johnny has promised to do such and such. Well, we all know Johnny, you know. No point in saying to Johnny, you can do it, you know, because we know he won't, you know, that sort of image. But these people I think of as exhortable, and these people in this community are presumably going to see one another as exhortable in that space, see one another from within the hortative stance, not a detached stance, a sort of second personal type stance, to use Steve Darwell's sort of notion. Okay, now with that in place, imagine what happens if it turns out that Rafe comes out shamefacedly and he tells me, I couldn't do it, you know. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't tell that story. I told me yarn about blah, 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 you know. Now what am I going to think about Rafe? Of course, I could give up on him, you know. I could describe, you know, that's Rafe once again. You've got to give up on him, you know. I just resign myself to his being, as it were, a pathological liar or whatever it might be. He's not at all like this, I assure you. I might do that, and in this community, people might do that to one another, but you can see it'd be a very poor strategy, because after all, it may well be that this was just a one-off, you know, that the next time around, these people are going to be capable of being exhorted, mutual exhortation, that it was a sort of temporary slip, a glitch, so to speak, that caused them not to be here. And to give up on them completely and say, oh, well, he couldn't have told the truth, that's Rafe, you know, or with Chris, he couldn't have stayed in the job, you know, regardless of his promises, you know. He just tires after, he gets tired after a year, bored or whatever, and he just can't help himself. I could do that, but it'd be very, very bad strategy if these people generally did it. Now, suppose with either of them, we can transfer it back to the genealogy story, suppose with either of them that I don't give up on them. I think that, you know, with Rafe, it was a failure, you know, but next time around he might be better, you know. And in any case, I don't want to distance myself in the way I would if I sort of thought the guy can't tell the truth and live up to his promises. And so what do I say to him in the wake of a failure when he comes out shamefacedly and tells me? Well, I think what I say to him, if I want to keep him within the hortative stance, so to speak, I say to him, you could have told the truth. Now that could is not a modal could either. It's not merely, there's a possibility, even a robust possibility, that you should have told the truth. No, it's maintaining the same disposition towards him, the same hortative stance that I took in exhorting him ex ante. So this, as it were, ex post, saying you could have done otherwise, is said in the same spirit. I'm ascribing to him now a capacity I'm ascribing to him then, when he went into the chair, a capacity to have told the truth, and presumably I'm assuming that capacity remains there. When I say, now come on, Rafe, you could have told the truth. Of course, in saying that, notice I'm implying you did break, the norm. You did break your pledge, in this case. He pledged to tell the truth. You did break your pledge. And I'm saying, and you had it within you. I see you as an exhortable creature. You could have not broken your pledge. And I'm communicating both that you did the wrong thing, that you did, at least in failing the pledge, but also that you had a capacity to have done otherwise, which is awfully close to saying, in a common sense of the term, that he had free will, to have done otherwise. Notice that I may not have had a chance to speak to Rafe before he went into the chair, or speak to Chris before he thought about resigning, but I might still say to them ex post, you could have done otherwise. You could have held on to the job, Chris. You could have told the truth, Rafe. I could hold on to that, even though I hadn't exhorted them beforehand, because I believed that they were exhortable at that point. And it's in virtue of being exhortable, that is to say, showing up in the way they show up within an authoritative stance, that I say, even if I hadn't exhorted them ex ante, I say ex post, you could have done otherwise, and you should have done otherwise, and by implication you could have done otherwise. So what is this to say? I've been trying to elicit this notion that there's an ex ante sort of attitude we have to one another, which I'm calling, I can't think of anything better than a hortative, or hortatory if you like, exhortatory if you like, attitude towards one another. We see one another as being responsive to the value judgments we share with one another. And we get very impatient in thinking, we think of each, you can do it, we think, with each other that we face. That's an ex ante sort of proactive attitude towards others. But now, as you can see, I think it maps perfectly onto Strawson's reactive, ex post attitudes. So when Rafe doesn't tell the truth, or Chris resigns the position, in the Rafe case I may be indignant with him, but that emotion is like the hortative attitude held ex post. That's what I want to suggest to you. I'm not a knockdown argument here, obviously, but I think that's a plausible reading. And similarly, suppose I'm in the faculty with Chris, I'm really disappointed. I say, Chris, I can really feel resentment, towards him for letting us down in that way. And that reactive response is sort of the counterpart of the ex ante attitude I might have had in saying, you can do it. Now, so what I wanted to say in this third premise was that among creatures who make pledges to one another, they empower one another to exhort one another. As a result of that power, they see one another from within an hortative stance, as I'm calling it. And that hortative stance leads them, it's a sort of second personal stance, but it leads them also in the event of failure, where they think the failure wasn't pathological, so to speak, or it wasn't the result that the person continues to be exhortable, to see one another as you could have done otherwise, and to return to trying to hold the person to the standard, to the ideal. And I want to say they're basically ascribing to one another a sort of transmodal or a non-modal can, and the can answers, it seems to be intuitively, to what most of us have in mind. We say people have got free will. What do we mean? Well, at least one of the things we mean, it seems to me, is that when they make judgments of desirability, they can be responsive to those judgments. They can be responsive to the considerations that the judgments master. That's what it is to free will, as from being a slave of desire, so to speak. Think Kant, if you like, on this. They're capable of, as it were, recruiting reasons and authorizing reasons and letting them dictate what they do, rather than being the slave of their impulses or desires that get carried along. And so what I've taken myself to sort of suggest, at any rate, not properly argue, is that these creatures would see one another as possessed in that sense of a capacity to control for living up to their pledges. Now, putting these three bits together in this second section of the talk, I've said that these creatures are going to have shared judgments of desirability about conforming to certain norms. They're going to pledge to conform to those norms and to live up to those values. That's the second premise. And the third one is that, now adding in the third, that in virtue of pledging one another to do that, they are going to take one another to have this capacity you might describe as exhortability, to have a capacity to be responsive to those judgments of value, and in that sense to have something corresponding to free will. And that's really the upshot of this second part of the paper, but I just wind it off with a comment. Libertarians, and I don't mean the political libertarians, but libertarians about free will, believers that, real, non-physical, non-natural, non-causal free will, they think that, look, the reason you can exhort someone is that they've got this non-natural capacity to act according to their now non-physical, non-causal, special sort of will. And so you can exhort them, to get them to let the will move them in this direction or that direction. I think it's actually got that exactly the wrong way around. I think that we creatures, by nature, by culture, by virtue of being mutually reliant and being enmeshed in commitments to one another, in particular pledges to one another, that we naturally exhort one another. And we don't sort of exhort one another because we think that we have free will. Rather, we think that we have free will, and in an appropriate debunked sense we have, because we see one another as exhortable. That seems to me really very close to, now there are many readings of Strawson, but very close to one reading of Strawson, in which to see another person as having free will is to see them as a suitable object of resentment or whatever. And I'm saying, well, ex ante, it's to see them as a suitable object or target of exhortation. And what we see in people, when we see them as exhortable, we only see from within that stance. And it's a really important feature that marks off some human beings from others. As Strawson says, some we regard as exempt from resentment or indignation. Similarly, I think we regard some as exempt from exhortation. But when we take someone to fall within the, as it were, the constituency of exhortation, of mutual exhortation, we take one another within that constituency to have this really very special and very important capacity. Okay, so putting the two pieces together, I think that minds that speak are going to invariably be brought to make avowals of desire that are tantamount to making judgments of desirability. That was the first section, so they're going to have access to the notion of value and of what's valuable. But I think, and that's the second section, that insofar as they make shared judgments of desirability, pledge to live up to them, they're also going to take one another to be possessed of that special capacity we call free will, which is the capacity to be responsive to those judgments of value. Okay, thanks very much.